Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Fanfiction Guy, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Combat Doctor? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In a small yet cozy kindergarten, there are groups of children about 20 or so. The teachers have their handful with all the rowdy children and preparing snacks for the little monsters. At the kiddie sandbox, there are two boys, one is blonde, the other is green. They sit next to each other playing with their action figures. The sharp ruby eyes blonde's hand holds the figure of the number one hero, All Might. The other child's hand just holds a normal civilian toy as they play hero. Suddenly, the blonde stands up and declares, "Aizu, I'm gonna be the next number one hero." Whoa! That's so cool, Kaken. Aizu, the greenette, shouts as his eyes sparkle in admiration at his longtime friend. What about you, Aizu? Do you want to be a hero too? Maybe the second best, after me of course. The greenette just chuckles cutely at him and shakes his head. No, Kaken. I don't want to be a hero. Eh? But heroes are cool and awesome. Yeah. But I want to become a doctor. Shocked at the claim his best friend made, Kaken whines. That's boring. No, it's not. What if the heroes get ouches and no doctor help them? Ruby eyes widen at the logic in the sentence as he stops his whining. However, he's still unsatisfied at his friend's dream. Well, that's true, but I want us to be hero together. Aizu's warm green eyes stare straight into the ruby one as he takes hold of the other hands. We still can. I'm gonna be a fighting doctor that could go fighting with you then heal you in the process. Like in the comic book. They were so cool. Yeah, they are. So I'm gonna study lots and lots to become the best doctor that can cure and fight. Then Kaken can's fight without worry cause you have me to heal you. Yeah. I like the sound of that. Both boys now with stars in their eyes as they shake hands. Promise. Promise. 1 year later. Whoa! Katsuki's so cool. He has his quirks so quick. It's sparkle. Like firework. It's a hero quirk. Bakugou is gonna be a strong hero. When Bakugou Katsuki got his quirk, he is instantly showered in praises and spoiled by his teachers and peers, and slowly his ego become larger and larger in time that Aizu could not recognize his once friend anymore. Kaken, what Deku? Walk quickly or I gonna leave you behind. Such a death, the blonde said and was back up by two of his followers, a red dragon wings boy and a long hair boy that could stretch his fingers. Yeah. Worthless. You. Hurry up. Deku. Fighting back the tear, the greenette starts to quicken his pace as they walk into the dark forest just behind the kindergarten. With the explosion boy in the front and the two lackeys in the middle, leave the future in the rear. They continue to march into the forest, then a small river stops their path. What do we do now, Bakugou? Easy. Let's cross that log to the other side. Okay. After the agreement, the three boys start to climb the log when a tiny hand grabs the leaders. Kaken. This is dangerous. You could get hurt. Feeling insulted, Kaken harshly pulls his hand back and glares his once best friend. I'm not like some weaklings like you do. I can take care of myself. With a huff, he continues march on the log along with the two snickering lackeys. However, the log is old and it has been rained yesterday, making the log quite slippery. At the result, the hot temper boy slips and falls into the river. While he's lucky to avoid the sharp rocks in the water, but the water is shallow so it has some impact on his small child body. He tries to hide it with a smile and says, "I'm fine." The two lackey don't really worry much to their leader as they continue walk to the other side. Seeing they have left, Katsuki's about to let his guard down when a slashing sound reaches his ears. He looks up to see a same small hand in front of him with a worried look on the smallest, weakest one in the group. Kaken. Are you okay? Can you stand? Hurt anywhere? How dare he look down on me? In rage, he slaps the helping hand away and shouts out all of his shame, anger at the small boy. I don't King need you help. I'm strong. Don't you dare look down on me. You're just a Deku. In the canon, this is where their friendship began to break, twisted into series of misunderstandings and bullying. However, this Deku has been reading high-level books and some medical books to prepare for his future, so he has more maturity and more level head in this situation. And his action? The blonde starts wondering why he looking into the forest? Doesn't he was looking at Deku? Shouting at him, so why in front of him now is trees? With shaking hand, Bakugou touches his cheek in bewilderment, then he looks back to the one who have slapped him. And what he sees make him speechless. Deku with hands still rise, eyes fill with tears yet glaring dagger at him. In all his life knowing the Greenette, he never sees him angry before. Deku's body is shaking in rage as he roars in anger. Hey ha ha ha. Shut up you *hole. None dare to speak against the furious one. Is helping someone is looking down at them? Then heroes are looking down on everyone. Is worry about the unsafe situation is a crime? A weakness? Then the heroes are super weak now. Each word's Izuku shouts cut deeper than anything he has experienced before. I am a future doctor. You know I have been reading advanced books in first kid and medical books. So when I asked is I try to help not looking down or making fun of you. Then with an angry glare, the emerald orbs look at the two shaken boys. As your friend who worry about you stubborn I tried to help the ungraceful foo as yourself and not leaving you like those two leechers. The blonde bang covers the shame, regret and guilt in the once proud ruby red orbs. Is a hero who bully the weak? Laugh at them? Treat them like dirt? Or you want to be a villain now? If so, then our promise end here as well as our friendship. The green hair boy is now taking short breaths as he has used up all his strength to get all that out of his chest. With deep breath, he wipes his tears and turns around to walk away when two wet bigger arms wrap themselves around him. I'm sorry, sob. Shocked is not the word Izuku would use to describe what he's feeling right now, because he never heard his arrogant of a friend would say sorry for anything or anyone. What's more, he's crying. He never thought his proud and admirable friend would cry. But the soft sobbing sound behind him and the trembling of the arms that are holding him make him to believe, yes, Bakugou Katsuki is apologetic and crying. I still want to be sob a hero sob, I still want to keep our sob our promise. Sob don't leave me Aizu. With that nickname, all anger and hatred in Izuku disband. He got his friend back, the kind, brave and heroic but hot-head friend. Now, the tears are freely flow down his face as he quickly turns around and hugs his friend. But Kaken. Well, it was you who pushed me away. I was so scared. I couldn't recognize you anymore and then sob I am so glad. Wailing. With a smirk and a pat on the green fluffy mess Aizu calls hair, he says, yeah, I'm sorry. I glad for having you as my friend. Sob me too sob now let's sniff get out of here and sniff let me take care of your sniff wound. I avoid the sharp rocks so it's fine. What if the other rocks injure you internal? Internal? Aizu's nose twitches as he tries to explain the word to his friend. That's mean you hurt inside but outside you are fine. Remember the comic where the hero hit the villain and he coughed blood? It's like that. Remember the story that they both sneaked to read, Katsuki's face pale as a ghost as he recalls the gruesome image. Quick, let's go. That story was so cool but creepy. The Greenette just giggles at his friend reaction. On the other side, the two forgotten boys just stand there dumbfounded. Year pass and now both Chibi's Bakugou and Midoriya are 5 years of age. By now, everyone in the class have had their quirk but only one child whose quirk's still unknown. He was subject for many teasing, bullying but he still has one friend. That one friend defends him, protects him and as long as he was there none dare to mess with them. He is very grateful for it and once had asked the dreadful question, what if he never have a quirk? As he waited for the sneered, rejection or shun but he did not expect to be embraced tightly. Whether you have a quirk or not, your dream is become a doctor, right? So what you need is your brain, not a quirk. And if you want to be a field doctor, then you just need to train your body to hit and run or something, right? With that, his worried was exploded away. So when he and his mother went to the hospital for checkup and the news of his quirklessness didn't bring any tears to his eyes, as he knew, he still can chase his dream and keeps their promise alive. Years pass, middle school. Hey Kaken. Listen. What Deku? Deku pouts at the mean nickname, leaving his best friend's lips. With a huff he turns his face aside, says in a mock anger tone. I don't know, maybe about something about your costume so you don't Hydra and how to make your explosion bigger. The blonde's ears perk up like a dog as he hears costume and bigger explosion. But I'm Deku, so it must not something important. Panicking inside his head but try to act calm and cool outside, Katsuki softly hooks his pinky onto the other's pinky and says, You know that I mean Dekire, right Aizu? With a small blush, Deku sighs and smiles at his childhood friend. Hi, let's go to my home so we can both practice and discuss about it. Yeah, let's go After knowing about Deku's quirklessness, Bakugou stayed true to his words. He continued to protect and be friend with him, ignoring whatever everyone said. Not long after, they both discovered what a quirk genius Izuku is. How he could come up ideas upon ideas how to upgrade one's quirk, explore one's weakness and how to overcome them. Which is terrifying combined with his knowledge about human anatomy and medical. Even before they have any sort of body training or martial art, Izuku could be quite terrifying when brawling with him, well, only when he fights back that is, and usually Katsuki is the one who need to go to the hospital. Now, both of them both pack quite muscle yet lean for speed. With Bakugou, he has more upper body strength and arms muscle as his quirk put more strain on them, as well as he trains his elbows, knees and heels as Deku's advice to increase his attack strength. In his own word and much to Katsuki's horror. When bones break and heal it would become stronger and thicker. So let's break them. Dark time for Kaken. Anyway, for Midoriya, his body has plenty of muscle but more of the overall type as he needs to be able to carry people around to safety and he focus more in speed and endurance as he must be quick to escape or rescue the patient in time to heal them and for a long period of time. Let's just say Bakugou Katsuki likes a violent explosive wild animal and Deku is like a hurricane swiftly come and gone with deadly accurate. As you all know, Izuku is an angel or a cute cinnamon roll with a heart of gold that would forgive even his own tormentors. Unless you cross his line of patient that is, and the school was quick to learn not to awaken the cinnamon roll. Once, Katsuki was sick and absented from school, the vultures of bullies gathered to beat up Deku, the quirkless kid of the school. However, they didn't know that Deku of the time was hella pissed because someone tried to hide their sickness from him, the future doctor, only to backfired at them and had to absent from school, yet Bakugou that who. He was like a ticking bomb and those bullies came right at that time. Just say, the hospital was every scared at the internal injury that were inflicted upon them and Bakugou's gratefulness to them for being his sacrifice to the now happy-go-lucky Emerald Cinnamon. After remembering the incident, the blonde trembles in fright. Are you cold, Kaken? Let's race? Let's race. With that both speed up toward the Midoriya's household. Lips were so Waya. Why did he touch my lip like that? Why didn't I move away? Did his eyes always that beautiful? Wow. The two figures become smaller and smaller. Around the corner a girl steps out with a displeased pout on her lips. Woof. With a sigh, the girl pulls out a hammer with some nails as she fixing the fourth wall as her husky runs around her legs. Katsuki's POV. Something is strange about Aizu today. I think in worried as once again he absent-minded twists the bully's hand that nearly broke. He never does that. He would normally dodge or maybe trip them but twist their hand. Once again he mumbles and writing his notebook. Well, writing notebook is the norm but the mumbling is the only thing he did when he nervous or worry about something. But what is it? Why don't you talk to me, Aizu? You know I would do anything for you. With a furious huff, I stand up and walk over the green angel of my life. Yeah, you read it right, he is my angel, he ground me when my head got stuck in the cloud. He is everything to me. I love him but I don't know about his. I don't want our friendship, our promise to be broken by my selfish emotion. So I will continue withhold that feeling. Shaking my head to throw out the depressing thought, I marches to his desk and without any mercy, I yank his collar and drag him toward the roof. Kaken? Wait. What are you doing? Shut your trap. Keep quiet and follow me. You're the one who dragging me. Even his whine is cute, I thought with a small blush on my cheek. Not long after, with a loud bang, we arrive at the rooftop. Empty. Perfect. I am sorry for whatever I did or didn't do, so don't kill me. Huh? Dumba asterisk. We look at each other and without any signal we both brush out laughing. After the laughing session, we sit down with our back against the fence. Spill it? I spoke in a no-nonsense voice as his eyes widen in surprise. G. He can be cuter? With an exhale of air to cool down my heart, I say again. Today you have been distracted that you almost broken clean the dumb *S's hand. So spill. He says nothing as he looks down his lap with his hands clenching together. Are you still not trust me, Aizu? I asked the question, voice drenched in sadness with my head down so I would not show him my vulnerability. Suddenly, two small arms wrap around me as an equally small body presses tightly onto mine. That's not it. It's just that. I need to mumble. I bet my face is as red as an apple, but who could blame me as my love is hugging me right now, tightly at that. But he starts mumbling. Those last words making me regretfully pull him away and asking him to say it again. With an equally apple-red face, he says, I have been accepted into the University of Tokyo. They allow me to study university medical license as I study necessary subjects in high school with it. If I could skip grade, they would allow me to be a full university student. I am shocked as well as super proud of Aizu for all his effort and work have paid off. With a big grin I say, Congratulations then Deku. Is that why you are so twitching all day? Yeah. He answered with an adorable blush decorate his already cute freckles cheeks. But I would not study in the high school with you Kaken? He once again mumbles sadly. Oh my cute adorable cinnamon roll. With a rub on his fluffy hair I say, I know this day would come as I want to be the #1 hero which the UA could provide for me and you whose dream is to be a combat doctor which the University of Tokyo could provide. With this his tears flowing down like jewelry shiny in the sunlight. No. Sob, it's not only that but, sob when I said accepted I mean sob after this year whale I would move to the dorm in the university in Tokip to study. The news hit me like a ton of bricks. My eyes start to blurry as I shakily ask again. You joking right? Deku? Tell me that you are joking? He just continues cry his heart out making my hold on my tears weaken. I couldn't form any words as my tears slowly to fall and I hugged to crying mess into myself. My angel is going to leave me in 1 year time. He's gonna be somewhere out of my reach, out of my protection, out of my sight. After like hours of crying, the green angel slowly untangle himself from me. I know that I am very selfish, but I don't want to miss this chance even if it *sob* it makes our sob time tog together shorter. I know, sniff it's not a chance that could easy get by so you better grab hold of it. I know I will. I try to give him a smile of encouragement but it must not very convincing. However, he suddenly holds my hands toward his chest as he says, And Sniff I want to tell you that, Sniff I know telling you no is nothing but a burden to you but Sniff I don't know if I would get another chance so? Kaken, I love you. Speechless, I just sitting there frozen at the confession, as Deku's body shaking in nervousness and his tears come down even more. I breath out deeply as he flinches. Seriously, you still a crybaby till the end, Deku? But you are mine crybaby. Eep. Katsuki's POV end. Katsuki's POV. 2 years have passed and Aizu has already moved to Tokyo. Haze. I miss him so much. I thought as I closed my eyes picturing him sitting right next to me. With his big goofy smile making his dotted cheeks more biteable. Then with eyes filled with love and admiration would look at me making my heart beats faster than ever and my brain to stop function properly. I then would touch his cheek lovingly then slowly he would close his emerald jewelries with his long eyelashes and I would still keep looking his angelic face as we move closer, closer and even closer to beep 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 beep. I snap out of my fantasy by a *H slap like alarm on my Go.* phone. A tired sigh escape my mouth. I get up and change to my workout cloth. Why hag? I'm going to train. You brat. Stop calling me hag. And when will you back? When I foo I'm done. Not after 11 p.m. Whatever. I'm going. With a slam on the door, I start running, and as always my thoughts slowly drifted toward my cute lover. I'm recalling back to the day he has to departed, lots of waterfall I tell you, by both Midoriyas. Flashback start. After like 2 freaking hours, the waterwork finally ceased and only Izuku and me outside as others extras went back inside the house. As hard as I tried not to shout and beg him not to go, but my pride and our dream was holding me back, my Izuku looked at me with sorrowful eyes as he tiptoes planted a small peck on my lips. After he's done, with a tearful smile he said, I will go now, Kaken. I will try to shorten our time apart as much as possible, so you must quickly become the best hero ever. Then he turned his back to me to got on the F***king car that I wanted to blow up right then and there. An angry shout erupted from my throat. I pulled him back with force that make him stumbled back and fell onto my lap. Without any warning, I took his left hand and bit hard on his ring finger. Startled, my angel let out a cute yelp and glared up at me, but more of a cute pout to me. What was that for? Kaken. Then I let him go and throw a small gift box at his face. Still confused with what was happening, Aiza caught the box and looked at me with a lost puppy look, making me even more embarrassed, so I turned my back to him. Dumba**. When the wound heal you better wear it. Or else I'm gonna bite you again. Dumb nerd. I couldn't see what he was doing, but from the sound he was unwrapping the gift, then a grasp could be heard as he cried out, Kaken. Even without a mirror, I knew my face was cherry red as I rose my left hand to him, showing up the same design golden with tiny emeralds decoration ring on my ring finger. You better wear it 24/7, you hear? Choke **. Yes, Kaken. Flashback and I stopped to re-regular my breath at the beach where I have been training for a year. A light shines into my eyes as I look down to the golden with emeralds ring on my finger for more than 2 years. Unconsciously, a soft smile appears on my face after I take out my phone and look at my wallpaper. It is a photo of an angel with his eyes twinkles with happiness, joy and love, with his left hand slightly touch his chin with the back hand face the camera. On that hand, more importantly on the finger that he bit, which already healed, is a familiar ring shine brightly in the sunlight from the window behind him, making the already angelic photo even more godly. Still flaming hot, I speed walk toward the beach to survey it. The beach is the same as the last time, which was yesterday as he left it. A satisfied nod, I quickly start working, throwing useless junks to the truck nearby as a friend of his father who recycling old junks and resell it to other people, which I have been earning a large sum of pocket money. As I'm working, I think back the reason why I am doing this. You know, Kaken, heroes these days only care about their ranking and flashiness. Hero is not a job. Well, now it is, but originally it was to help people. Volunteer work. You already have the flashiness. You only need more volunteer work, then you would be the perfect hero, Kaken. I will go now, Kaken. I will try to shorten our time apart as much as possible, so you must quickly become the best hero ever. This is Takoba Municipal Beach Park, where Izuku and me sometimes went to play in the past. Haze, people these days only care about themselves, turning this beautiful beach into a trash heap. Kid, if you want to be a hero, remember to care about these, okay? My poor back, I could only clean the small part of it. That old man was so a blabber anyway. In the end, I keep my promise with Aizu, to be the greatest hero ever, starting with cleaning this beach, and it was not for nothing. With mountain of junks ranging from cans, bottles, wires to something huge like a double doors fridge, truck tires, some ruined cars, trucks. Only a few months, I have developed my muscle quite nicely, if I must say, as well as my durability and speed, so I keep on doing it as a training routine. And now they're only a small part that need to be cleaned, and the beach would be as good as new. Today is February 1st, so only 2 weeks left for the U.A entrance exam and also the skipping test. Which means we could not meet? I sigh in disappointment and continue on cleaning the beach and maybe hit the library later on for the written exam. I could not let my angel do all the work right. With renewed determined, I start working even more energy. Don't worry, Aizu, I will meet you there at the top. At a dorm room in Tokyo. I will pass the test and meet up with him at the top with a smile. Bakugou, sit lonely in a corner. Today is a bright day, with birds chirping, clear blue sky and lustful trees. A young spiky blonde teen dons his school gakurin with a scarf as it's still in February. The air is quite chilling for his sweat quirk. The boy, Bakugou Katsuki, stands in front of his dream school, Yudata High School, the school that produced countless of famous heroes and the number one hero, All Might. Only at the entrance, but he already can see the majesty of the school, with wide ground, many big and tall buildings and the most massive golden letters of UK on the biggest building. Taking a deep breath to calm his nerve, looking the time on his phone, he sees the displayed time of 8:40 a.m. His eyes soften as they trail down the smiling angel below. Inhale, exhale, the ruby orbs open with a serious face, the face of a killer sweat drop. Katsuki takes strong confident strikes into his soon-to-be school. After the written test in a big stadium. Our lover boy, still the cough, serious face, sitting in his assigned seat, waiting for the next exam, the practical exam, his favorite. The blonde is very confident that he aced the written test and now only the last test, and he could go home and start worrying about his angel's own exam. A loud yell brings him out of his thought. He peers down and sees Present Mike, a hero who very famous with children as well as super rich as he is adored by his fans in his radio station. With a sign, he focuses on the loudmouth hero. After the explanation, no mumbling so no Ida, sorry. The school allows the contestants to change out of their stuffy uniform and into their workout cloth for the exam, and of course our spiky bomb BOI has already known about it. Bakugou is in battle area A, wearing his usually workout cloth, a dark green tank top and pants that holds up by a unity belt. Standing in the waiting area for the test, some guys, or in Bakugou's words, damn asterisk extras, talking asterisk about how not getting in their way or something, and of course the blonde doesn't give a D star. He is tensed, a smallest movement would set him off, so it is an understanding with the closed door starts to move, he's already took off, leaving others behind in the dust. Like a fish in water, he continues breaking, exploding robots after robots, not ready counting on how much he has destroyed. In his mind there is only one thing, pass this exam as quick as possible and then goes home and focus on his Deku. Out of nowhere, a scream reaches him. As he turns to look, a black-hair boy is being ambushed from behind as another in front of him. If he was still the him in the canon, he would careless, if you weak, you out, but he's different now. His heroic heart has been brought out to light by an angel, so he lefts the already destroyed 3-pointers and rushes in to save the blackhead. Thanks bro. That was awesome. Yeah, whatever. Be careful, I will now save you a second time. With that, he uses the explosive on his hands as a boost and rockets himself toward a group of robots nearby. So manly. The saved boy thought in awe. In a room full of computers displaying the images in the battleground that the school's soon-to-be future students are taking place. In that room, any figures could be seen, watching the screen in interest, and after a while, the smallest shadow in the room presses the big red button with a sly smile. Why those damn asterisk extras even here? They are so motherf asterisk king weak. I have lost so much time to save their A asterisk is. Ugh. Thought an engaged Pomeranian as he without rest explodes robots and rescues fellow students. Suddenly the whole field shakes as a loud thumbing sound echo, everyone fearful turn, and look at what that has made that sound. A gigantic robot slowly walks toward them as they recognize the 0-pointer that Present Mike has mentioned and start running the opposite side. Without a beat, Katsuki continues destroying other robots at every contester are running for their life, not really mind the other pointers. Just as he's done with 2 pointers, a scream of help making him stop, and once again the wallpaper of his phone fill his mind. Taking a deep breath and exhale in defeat, Kaken rushes toward the screaming and sees a pink girl. No really, a pink girl, pink hair, pink skin, ears, lips, etc. The things are not pink as her horns and eyes. Not paying the girl's appearance any mind, he analyzes the situation, The girl's leg is stuck in some rocks and couldn't get out. Remembering the idea that Aizu came up while they were away each other, the blonde gives it a try. Wipe his sweat on the rocks as much as he can, bringing confusion on Pinky's face. He quickly places his hands on it and concentrates. A minute or two, the sweat starts to sparkles and explodes, breaking the rock in pieces, and just in time as the 0-pointer is just 2 steps away from them. Without a words, he yanks Pinky and carries her like a stack of potato and speed out of there. Thanks, man. I thought I was toast. Whatever, Pinky. Pinky? You are pink, so Pinky or raccoon eyes, your choice? Pinky it is then. Anyway, thanks again. Whatever. Then a loud ring runs out. Present mic voices reaches their poor ears. Time up, kiddo. After the exam. Now all the adrenaline gone with the exam, Katsuki is exhausted and only wish he could drop dead right then and there, but he has to go home. With a tired sigh, he walks out of the UA school, and as he continues to walk he hears a familiar giggle behind him. Like magic, all of his tiredness, pain and sleepiness have gone with the wind. With energy he doesn't know he still have, the blonde turns around and before him is his love. Midoriya Izuku, bathing in the evening light, making him looks like a mystical being out of this world. His hair is a little longer, yet his eyes still the same big, innocent and fill with love and tear sweat drop. He is wearing normal cloth, well as normal as a Dr. Manic could be, a dark green shirt and brown jeans with the Dr. Lab coat. You work hard, Kaken. Seeing him here, within reach, making the self-controlled Bakugou couldn't withhold his tears as he runs and hugs the daylight out of his long-distance lover. Deku. Aizu. Kaken. I miss you. Sniff, you better be. Well, someone be at Sundra again. Kaken? Blushing but pleased with the reaction, he simply smirks smugly. Payback for being a liar toward your boyfriend, Deku? Boyfriend? The cutie is red to his ears as he uses his remain hand to cover his strawberry face as his boyfriend chuckles. Couldn't handle any more teasing, Izuku pouts adorably at his love. Mao, stop teasing me, Kaken. Okay, Aizu. Mao, Kaken. Love you too. The whole way home is filled with whining, blushing and teasing of the couples. Not long before they have to return to their respected home. Both still longing for each other's presence, they linger and staring others' eyes, not wanting to break it. Slowly, the future doctor steps toward the hero in training with a cute blush as he raises his head and pecks on the other's lips. With a shy, happy smile, he says, I'll come over tomorrow, so you should go in and rest, Kaken. We will talk and, whisper cuddle with each other. His heart is on cloud 9 at the words and his love's cuteness, but with a sly grin he asks, Talk and what, Aizu? Izuku now is flushing up a tornado as he starts to shake and kicks the taller boy's shin, well, not too hard as he's still worried about other condition, then runs to his house shouting, But Kaken! Stupid! Watching his other half antics brings a smile onto his face. Chuckle a little, he opens his front door and walks in yelling, Oi hag! Old man! I'm I back! Shut up, brat! Don't call me hag. Oh, Katsuki, you are back. How did it go? Bitchin'. I'm King Acid, old man. Brat. Don't talk to your father like that. Now Mitsuki. It's okay. Anyway, son, go take a shower and eat dinner with us. Your mother cooked up a feast. Just as he stops talking, his beautiful loving wife whacks his head, nearly make his glasses fall off. Shut it. Masaru. I did not. Stop making stuff up. She yells in embarrassment as her husband called out her action. Masaru just smiling and rubbing his throbbing head as his wife tsundra away. My wife is so cute. He thought lovingly. As if it's any better than normal day, old man. She's lucky if I eat anything she cooked. His son yells back, but he could see his ears are red as he chuckles. What was that, you brat? You better eat my food and I cry. The hell, why? 'Cause it's so disgusting? The older male in the house, happily slipping his already cool cup of tea as the mother and son duo shouting away. Like mother like son indeed. I'm so blessed. Author. Okay, sweat drop. At the Midoriya's household. When Izuku bursts in with a blushing face, Inko, who is cooking dinner or more like a mountain of food that could feed an army with all of her adorable baby favorites, pokes her head outside and sees her son smiling back at her. The two reincarnations of forest fairies stare at each other, then suddenly like magic both of their eyes gust out 4 massive waterfalls, one for each eye, as they run and embrace each other. I miss you so much, Izun. I miss you too, Mama. On the corner of the hall, a black hole is formed and a head pokes in with the most deadpan face in the history of mankind. Really? You guys just meet like, I don't know, an hour ago and gusting like half of a Pacific Ocean amount of tears, barfing could be heard as another head poke in, the familiar husky. Oof, yeah, I know. No breaking the fourth wall. Oof, yeah, let's go. Then those two heads disappear as well as the black hole as the other two Midoriyas still crying, hugging, not noticing a thing. After an hour or so, the water hoses finally stop. With a motherly smile, Inko nudges her child. Come on, Izuku-kun, you go up there, take a shower, and change. I will be quick with a few more dishes, then we will have dinner together. Yes, Mama, but I don't think it's dinner, more like a feast for 20+ people. Oh. It's nothing, dear. Come one. Get up there. Yes. I'm going. Watching her baby boy walks up those stairs with confidence, back straight and head held high, bringing a proud smile to her lips. I'm so proud of you, Izuku-kun. And thank you too, Kestuki-kun, for being there for him. With that, she starts to walk back into her kitchen, continues cooking as she hums a happy little tune. Another beautiful morning. The sky is clear with people who are going on with their life. In Bakugou's household, with the sole female who is making breakfast for her husband and child, the said husband is helping his wife to set up the table while their son sleeps away his tiredness from yesterday's event. The married couples are merrily working together as the front bell rings. Without a word, Masaru places the plate down and walks toward it to see who it is. Mitsuki glances and sees her husband's already going, so she continues cooking and humming to herself. Only a minute or so, the oldest Bakugou walks in with 2 more people. Mitsuki. Hello, Auntie. Oh. Inko, Izu-chan. You're here. Konan. Let's sit down, breakfast's gonna done in a second. Let's me help you, Mitsuki. Oh, you don't have to, Inko. I insist. With the women are off to their flowery world, Izuku and the Masaru look at each other and making small talk. Mostly about how is Tokyo, and any difficulty in being the youngest to study at university. They are chatting lively, then the women voice ring out. Breakfast is ready, dear. Chuckle at the tone of the two, the older man turns to the younger and asks kindly. Izuku, would you mind go and wake up that son of mine? Oh. No problem, uncle. Thanks, Izuku. Do you still remember the room? Yes, uncle. I'm going now. Watching the boy he sees as his second son, he feels proud of the man that boy is becoming. Smiling softly, he takes the daily newspaper and walks toward his usual seat. The only male Midoriya who is walking up the stairs, he remembers the last time he comes up here. He smiles as he sees everything is the same. Graceful like a cat, he walks to the second door on the left, he knocks and says, Kaken? Have you awakened yet? The reply he gets is the soft snoring from inside. Chuckling, he tries the door. It's unlocked, so he opens and walks inside. In the far corner of the room is a bed with a dark green blanket which makes his heart aches in happiness. When he reaches the bed, he knees down and gazes the body on it. The sleeping one with his body spreads out like a starfish. One of his legs is dangling from the bed and the blanket half cover his body. The usual scowl is not present, making his face far softer with his mouth slightly part, letting the snore that he always hears when he has sleepover. Smiling at the sight, the emerald boy tenderly runs his fingers through the other's hair and blushing a bit when the sleeping beauty's leaning in his touch. He wishes this moment would never end, but his love needs food to substance himself, so he gently shakes the other to the living world. Only to have his hand caught and hugged, but the sleeping boy, the face is now burning red. He tries to think of some ideas to wake his boyfriends up, then an idea pops up, but the thought of it making him weak in his knees. With a deep breath, he slowly comes closer to the other's face, then tightly squeaks his eyes shut and give a peck on the cheek. Before he could retreat, a hand wraps around his waist, another holds on his head in place as his lips being pressed by something. Oi brat! Stop picking on poor Izine. Wake up and come down here for breakfast. Oh, and Izu-chan. Let's him be and come down here for breakfast, dear. Ko. Huff, come on ka. Kak and Huff, let's go Huff, go down Huff and have breakfast. You need your nutrition. With a firm yet gentle push, Deku makes the pouting blonde off of him as he stands up and fixing his cloth only to be hugged from behind. Morning De. With both hands cupping his now bright red ear, the green fairy whines in embarrassment while the other just grinning in triumph. Too flustered to say anything, so the cute bunny just shouts. Please imagine he is shouting. But Kakin! And bolts out of the room with a loud slam on the poor door. Laughing happily at the cute action of his angel, the never-asleep devilish blonde teen lazily goes into his bathroom to wash up with a depression thought in his mind. 2 years of separation and he got even cuter. My heart could not handle that. After hygiene himself, his face now is molded into a displeased frown. Those 2 years as his cuteness continues to raise, without me there by his side there ought to be some bugs try to take him away from me. Erg. I better mark him or state claim before those bugs or else I seriously gonna kill them, hero be damn asterisk. He thought as he slowly becomes angrier and angrier as he storms down the stairs, but one looks at the happy smile beaming his way, making all the dark thought in his mind vanished. With a tired sigh and a content smile, he walks into the dining room where his parents, mother-in-law, and his beloved angel are waiting for him. So with the last members present, everyone goes to their seat with Masaru at the head table. To his right side seats are his wife and son, and the left side seats their guests Inko then Izuku. In front of them are the traditional Japanese breakfast consists of rice, tofu miso soup, egg rolls, grill mackerel, and pickles that are all mouth-watering. Before eating, everyone claps their hands before their chest and say the famous Japanese word, itadakimasu. Even if they all said the same words but none is the same, the oldest man at the table clapped his hands happily and cheerily said it. His wife, on the other hand, clapped loudly and shouted the phrase like a warrior, and the last of his family is his blonde son, who the same as his wife clapped so loud yet only mumbled the word, making him chuckle. Opposite of the Bakugous, the 2 Midoriyas like pea in a pod, they clapped gently with a joyful voice, said the words with their famous flowery background which make his hothead family blush at the cuteness. Anyway, after saying the phrase they all dig right in the delicious meals before them. As some of the readers may have already aware of the unique taste of the Bakugou, and luckily in this timeline the Midoriya's taste buds are kinda similar to them, so they all enjoy the wonderful taste of Mitsuki's cooking after passing the heat of the spice. However, there is one person because of their quirk, so they love to have their dishes as spicy as possible without melting the plate. As they reach to add more chilies to the plate, a smaller hand stops them. Looking upward, ruby eyes clash with deep forest green. Kakin. I know about your quirk, so eating hot dishes are the best for you, but you should let your stomach have some rest or else you would get gastritis, meaning your stomach's wall will become thinner, and then you will have a hole in there. Then how you fight villains or saving civilians? Izu-chan said in a firm voice underlined with worry at each word. Whatever, nerd. I can eat anything or how spicy I want. The blonde snaps back with anger, but he doesn't take any more chilies as well as put some which already in the dish out. The action brings a bright happy smile to the other boy's face which makes his cheeks flush faintly. The adults watch the interaction of the teenagers with fondness in their eyes, yet one of them is having an evil glint in theirs. With a merry singing tone, the blonde female says out loud, "Oh, don't you look at that, honey, Inko? Izu-chan would be the perfect waifu for our brat. Don't you think so?" The 2 boys turn their heads so quickly that you could hear their neck crack. Author, shudder. The male brunette happily goes along with his wife teasing. Oh, you are right. Izuku's future looks bright with his dream of being a doctor, and he is already a few steps away to graduate as a doctor. With our son as a hero, they could save lots of money on hospital bills. Oi! Are you implying I am weak, old man? The father just a teasing face of, I don't know, which his wife goes in right after. Oi brat! Don't talk like that to your father. And you could not say for sure what will happen in the future. Maybe the breadwinner will be Izuku. Livid Katsuki retorts. No way. I'm gonna be the #1 hero with be my doctor/side kid. And he is the wife as he cans cook, clean and cute. The said Deku, who is now a blushing mess on the ground with hands hiding his face, the mothers are beaming at the slip-up and the sole father smiles teasingly. Oh, so Inko-in-law, when will you accept marriage gifts? Old hag. Oh, any time that they are ready, Mitsuki-in-law. Mama Aya. After a few more teasing of the two 14-years-old boys, they're finally released from the legal weapon that parents could and happily use on their children, embarrassment. Now, with a full belly and clean dishes, they once again seat facing each other like previous but now with the male greenette at the head table. Okay, Izuku, why you did tell us that yesterday you would take the skipping grade test and could only return tomorrow, which is today? Well, not that I'm complaining or anything. The little plumey woman said to her son while the rest are also eager to hear the reason. With a shy smile and one hand rubs his left freckles cheek, the deceiver says, "Well, I want to surprise you guys and I did have a skipping grade test but I have done the day before so I lie about it. I'm sorry." The timid boy confessed in fright and guilt as he lowers his head but an angry voice makes him raises it. Arg. You got nothing to be sorry about. None of us here is angry for your early visit so don't worry nerd. Ready, Kaken? The sad boy looks up in hope and when he saw no deceptions in the other's eyes, he smiles brightly. Thank you Kaken. The older ones only have one thought. Our children are so cute. However, they are brought out of their mind when a proud and little smug face of the usual cinnamon roll. And that is not any normal skipping grade but the graduation test for high school, so if I pass this then I would able to catch up with next year's graduation of the university. A minute of silence, then it's popped as a crying mother rushes in hugging him and congratulates him while the other mother hugs both of the green heads with pride as the brown hair man rubs the younger boy's head proudly and affectionately. The lone boy who's still on his seat but his eyes are enough for the other knows how much love and pride he is in him. Finally, with all the hugging, crying and a promise of celebration, the teens are finally alone with each other. They both lay down on the blonde's bed with the freckled boy on top of his lap with his body hugged tightly but comfortable as he relaxes into the hug. They stay like that for some time when Midoriya feels the vibrate beneath him as his lover speaks. Hey Aizu, did someone bully you there? Or anyone messes with you? Just as the question left the blonde's lips, Izuku stares straight into his lover's face and what he sees both make his heart flusters and ache at the same time. The usual top dog Bakugou Katsuki whose face always accompanies either a frown or an arrogant smirk. But now, neither of those are present, his mouth forms an upside-down line and his eyes, oh the eyes are what make the green head's heart reaches out for him. The blood-red eyes are full of determination, confidence, and sometimes with him only warmth. What the emerald orbs could see now is loneliness, sadness, and hopelessness at the time they have past and soon be past. Midoriya knows his hero isn't one to show his vulnerable side to anyone, even his own blood, but for him, for a Quirkless Deku doctor, Kaken breaks down the iron barrier and lays bare for him to see, to judge, and to love. With shadow hiding his upper face, the cinnamon roll sits up suddenly making the other follow suit. Then the roll nudges gently silently asking his sad lover to place his back against the wall, then he wraps the dark green blanket around his bewildered boyfriend. Finally, he eases himself into the other's lap as Bakugou automatically wraps his hands around the slim waist and brings the smaller and softer body closer to his. Even confusing at the action of his angel, but the hot-tempered teen still complies and happily dives his face into the fluffy masses and smells the amber scent combined with cinnamon and cotton flower asterisk, the unique smell of his love that could always relax him in any situation. As the blonde hugging him, Deku rubs the hands holding with tenderness as if he afraid to hurt his significant other. You know what, Kaken? At the question, the blonde stops rubbing his face but still not letting go. Izuku knows he got the other's attention, then he continues. When I first got there, Everything is so strange. I got to see lots and lots of new things. Some news heroes, some medicines I never thought we have, or many new theories that are undergo testing. The university is also nice. At first many students there hate me as they thought I used some quirk or connection to get in. But after a month they all warm up to me. Now we are all best bud. The Green Angel keeps on telling his love all the things he saw and learned in his 2 years' time there, as cute as how exciting or how his emerald eyes sparkle. The young Bakugou could not feel happy for his love's growth, yet he continues to listen. Tokyo is a wonderful and opportunistic place to stay and study. The sentence makes the teen behind him stiffen and tighten his hold on the body in front of him. As if he's scared if he just let go even a bit, the other would vanish. However, there is something that makes me love Mizudafu more than Tokyo. Do you know what is that, Kaken? A little startled at the question aiming at him, he answers the thing that pops into his mind. "'Cause your mother and All Might are here?" Bakaken, that's just a small part but not the real main reason. I like Tokyo, but I would never go there because, in Mizudafu, there are many precious memories that I want to continue to create more and more. But in Tokyo, you could still create new and more memories there? Yes, Bakaken the Bakaken playful bites Deku's ear, earning a yelp anyway, even if it is so, but there would still one thing missing. Hope begins to fill Bakugou. Never before he feels so weak yet so strong at the same time. A gentle smile greets him as the pinkish lips say, "Because my memories must have you in it, Kaken. Not one memory that doesn't have you in it. Katsuki-kun, Izuken. You boys go out and play outside. I and Mitsuki are going to cook up the feast for your celebration, so no helping." Beat red face. Izuku sits up and quickly fixes his cloth as he answers. Yeah mama. We will come right out. So give us a sec." Happy with the reply, Inko says cheerfully, "If you want to go anywhere just ask Masu, he's about to go buy some stuff so he could give you two a ride there." Quickly now. "Yes, mama." When Inko's footsteps fade away, the nearly lost his pure Midoriya turns toward the pouting one, grabbing the pillow nearby and repeatedly hit the other's head while whisper shouting, "Hentai Kaken! Hentai! Hentai! Hentai!" The blonde just uses his arms to block his face from being hit, all the while laughing happily. Katsuki's POV start. 5 days have passed since I took part in the UDA entrance exam and the return of my other half, Izuku. Those days, except for the get-together breakfasts, lunches and dinner, author. He means that sometime the Midoriyas would go over and have meals with the Bakugous and vice versa, and the celebration of Izuku's process, which is even faster the plan. My nerd, he's an angel and my half, so of course he is awesome like that. I thought in pride and fondness, then I feel movements beside my left. Slowly, a warm, soft body pressed against my arm as its head snuggles closer into my chest. I look down with love-filled eyes and watch my boyfriend hugging and snuggling me in his sleep. This small nose is twitching adorably and his desirably lips part slightly, letting out quiet sound of a sleeping kitten. How can a boy, better yet a human, could be this cutie? It should be illegal. Flashback starts. First day. Kaken. Look. I can't believe that they would have the doctor talk here. It's very doctor talk. I didn't really care about what the thing is, hell with the doctor science talk, but the way Isa said it, making it interesting. His voice lowed when something not important, he would use simple words for me to understand, and you could literally hear the bold uppercase and underline in his tone at the important stuff. With his voice alone put some of the third-grade teachers out of business. Not to mention when his eyes would shine brightly while looking at you, to the contagious smile of his beaming at you. I smiled a happy, defeated smile and continued listen to him. Second day. I was so nervous I thought I would puke right then. Never had I been this nervous, not even taking the UDA exam or preparing for a fight could compare to this. I turned back to the blindfolded Isa behind me with one hand outstretched, connecting with mine as I was leading the way to the surprise I have planned for him. Are we there yet, Kaken? The surprise place? A little more Deku. Is it near the sea? I could feel the wind and hear the waves. Yeah. Taking a deep breath and calm down, I walked closer to the blinded one to untie the blindfold. Like in slow motion, The eyelids moved, then fluster opened, revealing 2 gateways to the enchanted forest. As those gates stared into my own gateways to the burning red hell, Aizu insisted that my eyes are warm like the sun but could brought drought upon anyone dare to hurt it or its beloved. Cheesy, I know. Then those irises looked past me, more concentrated on the background. With a gasp, Aizu cutely covered his mouth and turned to me. So, do you like my hard work, Aizu? I tried to act tough and cool, but inside of me is a ball of nervous. However, like always, my angel made it all disappeared. You are so awesome, Kaken. His eyes were shining so bright with the evening light hitting they just right, making them even more magical. I just smirked and leaned down, confusing him. Heh, with all my hard work, you won't reward me, Aizu? Let's race, Bakaken. I smirked and shoot right after him with all the thought of teasing him to death. Third day. Kaken. Let's go on. First thing in early morning, I saw my broccoli-turned-strawberry boyfriend stand there and asking me to go out. He never the one who asked out first, especially right after we dating. I smiled softly and patiently wait for him, author. Well, patient Bakugou, people, as he shut his eyes and shouted. Kaken, would you go on a movie date with me? He's using the date word. Happiness flowed into me, making me felt like on cloud night. A little peck on the forehead, I answered. Sure, nerd. I'm gonna get ready. Fourth day. We were cuddling in Aizu's room. The room is still the same I have visited, with walls covered in papers of formulas, books everywhere and a stuffed hero toy, All Might. His room was so cute, just as their owner. Only 3 days left, I said in sadness. Izuku could only stay for a week only, which upset me greatly. Grumpily, I pulled him close and rubbed my head in between his neck and shoulder. He broke out laughing, making me smile at him. Fifth day today. Flashback ends. Yesterday, we have permission to sleep over at Aizu's house. I reach for my phone to find the time is already 9 a.m. Not wanting to get up and leave, I continue to lay there hugging him for eternity. But it's broken by the ring sound of my phone. Quickly, I pick up and whisper yell. What? Brat. Drag your BU asterisk over here. Izuku if you want. What for hag? Stop calling me that you da asterisk brat. Anyway, your result for you da has come. With that I shoot right up, little guilty for startled the sleeping beauty, as I scream loudly. My UDA entrance exam. What else, stupid brat? Why, that my mother hangs up, still a little sleepy, the greenette asks in a sleepy voice. What was that, Kaken? I take a deep breath and say, Aizu wanna come over my house and see my daughter result? At that, Midoriya bolts right up and scowls me. Kaken. It's important. You should have wake me up. Baka. I just smile, then sneak up behind him and say near his ear. Hentai Kaken. So embarrassed he throws everything soft, light at me while I retreat outside his room still laughing. Bakugou. Deadpan face with an umbrella on hand. When the two lovers have finally done and go downstairs, they meet Inko, whose face is in tears. Both rush forward, try to calm the poor shaking woman down, and coax her into telling them what is wrong. After a minute or so, she has gathered her wits and with a shaken voice she says, Aizu, Izukin, your result is here. Now it is the boy's turn to be shocked at the news, and the smaller teen would turn into a crying and worried mess if not for the other. Katsuki wraps one arm around Deku's shoulder, and with his thumb, he rubs small circles on the shaky shoulder. After his cutie calms down, he turns to the small woman who is still on the floor and gently says, Auntie, I've also just received my result for my U.A exam. So how about we all go to my house and open them together? The cute chubby woman's beautiful forest eyes look into the ruby red eyes of the younger. With a smile she nods her head. Yeah, let's do that. Let me wash my face first. Okay. As he watches his auntie walks into the restroom, the body that he holds beside him has stopped trembling and now hugging him back. He leans his head down looking at the identical green eyes of the woman. A soft smile reaches his red eyes. Thank you, Kaken. A loving peck on the forehead. It's nothing, nerd. At the Bakugou's household. After explaining the unexpected situation, both of the Midoriyas and Bakugou's family all sit down in the living room waiting anxiously for the result of their children. In front of everyone on the table is 2 letters, one with the logo of High School while the others has the ginkgo leaves have been arranged to create the Greek letter phi, which signifies pharmaceutical sciences, with the stem of the leaves forming the infinity symbol infinity. A little debating later, finally Katsuki opens his first. He holds the 2 end of the letter and rips it apart violently, making the Midoriya's sweat drop while Mrs. Bakugou just gives him a good whack on the head. What drops from the poor letter is a piece of paper and a metallic circle device. Before anyone could react, the device opens up and shows a hologram of today's number 1 hero, All Might. Am I on screen? With his trademark smile, his booming loud voice runs through the house as the inhabitants sit still in shock. The big muscle man carries on with his speech. Yes. It's I, All Might. And yes, starting now I will be a teacher in High School. Could not withhold his excitement. Deku is shaking his frozen boyfriend's hands all the while whisper yelling. OMG! You will be study under All Might. OMG! Under All Might. Teach by All Might. The adults are not any better as they also chanting under their breath the same phrases. Katsuki will study under All Might, the number 1 hero. The number 1 hero All Might will be teaching Katsuki. Katsuki will study. Not knowing his presence has done to the mental health of the audiences, All Might continues. Bakugou Katsuki. You did wonderfully on the written test and you did even better at the practical skills. The total of your score is 75 points. OMG! Kaken! You're amazing! 75 points? An excited Deku tackles the smug-faced teen in a hug while squeaking in amazement. Atta boy! Great job, Katsuki. The blonde's parents smile so wide that their cheeks hurt, but they don't care as his mother rubs his spiky hair while his father laughs merrily. Katsuki-I. The over-emotional woman follows her son's action, hugs the down boy, all the while tears come flying. However, they are all stopped by the same loud voice. But wait, there's more. Behold this screen. All Might dramatically press the button on the screen that they haven't noticed before. On the screen is a pink girl, or Pinky as Katsuki called. Stand next to her is a black hair boy with a scar on his right eyebrow and some others. They are all standing before present Mike. Sorry to bother you, but do you know the mean spiky hair blonde? With the evil eyes? The Pinky said while others nodding their head in agreement, which makes the blonde's angel burst out laughing as well as his parents and aunt. I will foo *IND kill you Pinky. I don't know if he got enough points because he was busy saving me and the others. If so, could you give him some of mine? Yeah. He is manly. He also saved me, so I want to share some points with him. Yeah. Us too. Inko and the old Bakugou stare at the video in shock. Katsuki, their violent son who only tamed by Izuku, is rescuing people. They are so proud of their child. In their mind, he will become the number 1 hero. The green boy could not contain the pride in his eyes as he glazes into the other's eyes. I knew you could do it. You are the best hero. Smiling softly, the blonde leans closer and whispers in Greenette's ear. It's all on you, Aizu. I could never be the best without you. So, hurry and be by my side already. Furiously blushing, Deku could only nod as his voice has left him. Katsuki slyly holds Deku behind their back away from their parents' view, making the red boy only become redder. Much more than any quirk, it is your actions that have touched these people's heart. Did you think there would be a department of heroic that would not give credits for doing the right things? Perish that thought. Everyone is on the edge of their seats at each word the muscular blonde said. So here is your rescue points, Bakugou Katsuki, villains points, 75 and Rizu points, 50 total of 125 points. The highest points in the history of UE entrance exam. Come young Bakugou. Yui's now your hero academia. Then the holographic message closes as the screaming of joy, pride, and happiness ring out. Half an hour later. Now, it's Izuku's turn. With a swiftly cut, he takes out 2 papers. He opens one which contains the scores he has got on the test. Everyone holds their breath, waiting for any reaction from the greenette. After a few seconds, Deku just gently slides the scores over for his mother and others as he opens the last paper. Inko is a nervous wreck when her son has yet to show any emotion, so with shaking hands she picks up the paper, and when her eyes see the numbers on the paper, her soul almost flew away. The Bakugous gather around her as she is frozen stiff and looks at the scores, which make their eyes widen like a saucepan. OM*G. All shu ah. That's like 100/100. OMG. Izuku. You are amazing. Izuku-kyun. Wailing. Looking at the results of his boyfriend makes his respect and admiration for his love rise even a higher height, as well as making his determination being the #1 hero burns more brightly. Suddenly a sob makes everyone stop whatever they are doing and look at the now sobbing genius. Izu-chan? What's wrong? Izuku? Izukin? Deku? Come on, tell me what's wrong? Wiping his eyes, he turns to the now scared audiences, showing them a shaking smile as he says, "My faculty saw my result and has submitted a letter to the principal requesting for me to take part in this year graduation, which is why my result was late." The Bakugous gasp with their eyes wide open as well as their mouth, while his mother covers her mouth with her small chubby hands, but her bigger than normal eyes show her shocked clearly. And the principal has approved it. Cheers could be heard all the way to the last house of the neighborhood. Everyone is happy, shouting and dancing at the news, but they settle down quickly as the one who achieved the impossible is looking down sadly. None speak as his friend/lover walks and sits next to him and asks, "What's wrong? Are there any requirements that you don't like?" Or, "No, it's just that I must return to Tokyo immediately to take the required test for those who are going to graduate this year." What? But you've just gone home for like 5 days. What the F** is that schooling thinking? Izuzuoraken. The explosion boy is shaking in fury as the precious short time together with his Deku is shortened even more. Before his quirk could be activated in pure fury, a hand press his pressure point, stopping his sweats as well as his quirk. Everyone, it's true that I am not happy about the news just like you, but I want to do this. Izuku says convinced in his voice, but his tears continue to drip. I have done what is impossible. I could graduate this year. So even if our time now is short, but the time we will apart is also shortened. None in the room has a dry face. Quickly wipe his face clean of any snot, tears. Midoriya Izuku smiles his sunny flower $1,000 smile. So wait for me, everyone. With that, everyone rushes in and cuddle him in a group hug, and Katsuki allows himself to pulled in as he thought in sadness and despair. Aizu, you better come back quick, or else I would go crazy from missing you. At the Midoriya's household afternoon. The green duos finally stop their tears as the mother and child helping each other in packing the youngest bag for this evening rush trip to Tokyo. When the child takes some extras, notebooks and pens, someone holds his waist while the other hand holds his out sketch hand. Kaken, but I have to pack up. I know, just a little more. You know that I love you, right? Aha. And the one who should be jealous is me, you know? Why would you jealous? I only have my eyes on you. Blushing slightly at that, the smaller teen says, I know, but when the girl, the pink one, mention how you save her, make me feel like a hero and a cool one as yourself would. He trails off. Katsuki could only hug him even tighter as those words make his heart spurts wings. I know I'm cool, Deku. Pouting at the teasing, Deku hits the other hand slightly. You are very cool when fighting and helping people. I fear, someday, someone more beautiful than me, smarter than me, not a quirkless like me, would fall in love with you, and so will you, when you realize I'm just a quirkless. The more he talks, the more depressed he feels as he slowly slips down onto the floor along with the blonde, then streams of tears fall down like jewel from his forest eyes. However, he is shaken out of his self-pity as his body is spun 180 and face to face with the serious face of the training hero. Do you really think it like that? Couldn't speak, The crying teen just continues to hip cup and cry. The blonde sighs a tired but relieved sigh and bring the sobbing mess into his lap. Stupid nerd. The cool hero that everyone loves is created by you. He loving cups the smaller male face into his face as his thumbs gently wipe the tears. To me, a beautiful person must have soft, fluffy, curly dark green hair. He rubs his face into the fluffy hair in front of him. They must have emerald for eyes, that when the light hits just right it would shine so brightly that would take my breath as well as my tiredness and worries. The nose is also important. Their nose must be a cute button nose that would twitch every time that they're angry or pouting or embarrassing. He lightly pecks the nose that is twitching cutely. Kaken, Deku, I would be anything for you, be it giving up my dream or my life. No. I don't want that. Kaken's dream and life is. He is cut off by the other's lips on his own. I know you would not want that, but that is how strong my feeling for you, Aizu. Then I also offer my soul, my heart to you, Bakugou Katsuki. Now with a stronger bond with each other, the two lovers smile with others thinking about the future when they could be together forever. An hour later, with luggage are all packed and Inko is making lunch with Mitsuki for the farewell party for Izuku, the two teens are sitting in the future doctor's room which is now bare of things. Aizu, I thinking of announcing our relationship to our parents? Surprised at the suddenness of all thing, Deku asks. Why so sudden? I know we have to tell them, but what if? Katsuki pulls the mumbling boy to his side as he says his reason. I want them to know, I am your and you are mine. To me, they are the most important people in my and your life, so I want them to be the first to know. The truth I want to announce to everyone that you are mine and I don't share or like anyone who looks at what is mine. Izuku blushes red at the claim his Kaken said. Even if they disapprove, I will convince them, prove to them our love is stronger than any discrimination than anything. I would never giving up on you, Aizu. Kaken. I would like that too. With a smile that would bring shame to an angel, Deku pecks the other on the cheek and says, however, I think we should wait for a little. Why? The blonde whines with result in a pit of giggles. 'Cause I have tests that I want to pass and you have to concentrate on your hero training. Let's wait till the next summer break, then we will come out to them. Smiling and trap the other in his bear hug, Katsuki says, we find everything you want, babe. Kaken. Love you too, babe. Oi. Brat. Did you get everything? Who do you think I am, hag? Don't call me hag, you brat. The sole brunette male of the house just happily sits and drinks his morning coffee. Good luck, son. Itchem. I don't need some lame luck, old man. Katsuki. Don't talk like that to your father. Whatever. With a slam of the door, a tall teenager with spiky blonde hair walks into the street. At this time of the year, many trees and flowers have bloomed beautifully, making his road to school even more breathtaking. Some petals fall and some land on his full-length light gray jacket, yet he continues on without pause. Katsuki's POV starts. It's springtime, the time when Yotsuba High School starts its semester. With the information I have gotten, usually, roundly 36 kids passed, not mention the recommended ones. So each year most would only have 2 classes of the hero department. I'm in class 1A. I leisurely walk down the hallway, remembering the way as well as taking any details on the way. I open the door like I own the asterisk thing. I walk in and see there are only 2 people who have already arrived. Paying them no mind, I sit down at my assigned desk, pop a leg on the table as my head slowly imagine the emerald orbs shining brightly. Don't put your legs on the desk. Don't you think that's disrespect towards your classmates and your seniors? What's with the 2-bit extra? If Deku hadn't rubbed his heroic nature on me, I would have blown his face off. I sigh and put my leg down. Yeah, whatever. Thank you. Anyway, my name is Ida Tenya from Somei Junior High School. Would it kills him to stop shouting? And Somei? Maybe he's an elite. I want to fight him. Yeah. Bakugou Katsuki. Before the motormouth could say anything else, pink and red blurs rush past him and surround me. It's you. The meanie. Spiky blonde. You got in just like present Mike said. So manly. I think I am making the F asterisk K. Are you more asterisk S? Right now. And OM asterisk I. They are still talking. With a big tick mark of mankind, I stand up and yell. Shut the F asterisk K up. Raccoon eyes. The foo asterisk who is the meaning saved your week A asterisk? And you. I point to the redhead as the raccoon eyes pouting about the name. Sure asterisk Y hair. Stop with the manly of your. And of course I'm in. Who you extras think I am? With that, I sit down and maybe have some peace and quiet, but those 3 more asterisks have other ideas. Bakugou san. That's not an appropriate language in the school's environment. My name is Ashido Mina. Not raccoon eyes or pinky. So manly. Before I could say anything, a yellow thingy pops outside the door, which is weird but effective in shutting the extras off. If you're gonna be hunting for buddies, do it elsewhere. Now, everyone is looking at the weird yellow thing and see there a old, unkempt man who is slurping jelly. Then the man wiggles himself upward and takes off the yellow thing, which is a sleeping bag, revealing an overall black suit with a long dark gray scarf around his neck. Who the F asterisk is this? Look like some wash-up extra? But as I look more carefully, the suit is a little big for him, as if he tries to hide his physical body and the tension in his body, as if ready to fight at any given moment. Never judge a book by its cover, Aizu? I thought back fondly at the memory. But not for long, as the mystery man says next. It took you lot 8 seconds to quiet down. Life is short, kids. You're all lacking in common sense. Anyway, I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuda. Pleased to meet you. Yeah. Pleased to meet us, my A asterisk with his, kill me already I want to sleep face. Only a blind man would believe him. Then he rummages his sleeping bag and surprisingly pulls out exactly 19 gym clothes. Erg. That's just weird and gross. Wear this and move to the P.E ground immediately. A few minutes later. A quirk apprehension test? Yelled the extras. Some of them are protesting against the idea, but all shoot down by Aizawa. You all understand the school's reputation for freedom on campus. Well, that freedom goes for us, senseis too. None dare to talk as he continues. Softball pitch, standing long jump, 50 meters dash. Endurance running, grip strength test, sustained sideways jumps, upper body exercises, seated toe touch. As he's listing all the activities makes me understand what is going to happen next. I smirk as he says, Bakugou, how far could you pitch softball in middle school? At the question, I briefly remember how Aizu always made up courses after courses of training our body with or without a quirk. 70 meters. Some whispers at my answer, but as always I pay no mind. Try using your quirk this time around. As long as you don't exit the circle, anything is fine. With that instruction, Aizawa tosses me a softball as I stand in the circle he talked about. I look at the ball with the sweats on my hand and grip it tightly as I calculate the right angle to augment the pitch with the shock wave of my explosion. Heh, now I sound like him. Sketching my dominant arm a bit, I get into the position as sensei calls out. Don't hold back. Heh, you got it. Placing both feet and shoulders width apart, I shift my weight to my right foot as I lifting mine left where my thigh is parallel with the ground, then with my right arm is at the lowest point of my position with the other high in front of my face. Then quickly I lower my raised foot down and use the motion of my shoulders, hips, legs with my pitching arm extend as far as possible. When the ball in slow motion left my hand and slides to my fingertips, I let loose of the explosion that creates a massive shock wave shooting the ball higher into the sky. At the finishing touch, I lift my back leg up to balance myself and stand up straight. I glance at the other extras, all of them is starstruck at my performance. As they should, with all the adorable mumbling of his is very useful. I secretly let out a soft smile at the thought, as I wait for the teacher to says my score. Katsuki's POV ends. That kid has a good head on his shoulders. With the right technique of a pitcher and perfect timing of placing his quirk into the ball, he will go far if he continues. Aizawa thought to himself without revealing anything on his face as he shows the class the device that calculates the distance of the pitch as he says. Before anything else, one must know what they are capable of. This is a rational metric that will form the basis of your hero foundation. The class shouted at the result. OMG! 710.2 M. Manly. Unreal man. Awesome. This looks fun. We can use quirks. That's heroic department for you. Between all the cheering, a soft voice rings out that put everyone on edge. Fuchs. Fun, you say? The unkempt, tired and whatever sensei is no more as the air around him changed into some dark and deadly, making every student there finally see the true color and strength of their homeroom teacher. So, his voice is soft yet it carries weight, make everyone who hears it stop dead in their track. You were planning to spend your 3 years here having good old time? He raises his hand to his face as a memory flash before his eyes. What happened to become a hero? Never again. Dezawa Shoyuda looks up and to the student's horror, his eyes turn bright red like a demon out for blood. In that case, new rules. The one who ranks last in total points will be judged hopeless and instantly expelled. Everyone widens their eyes in horror at the news, but none dare to say anything. With a wipe of his hand, Shoyuda puts back his bang, showing more of the still glowing red eyes to them. Our freedom means we dispense with students as we please. Scary wide full-teeth smile combined with the tone of welcoming to hell, the homeroom teacher says. Welcome to this Department of Heroic. Katsuki's POV starts. After that declaration, the not-so-sure Thai teacher is grinning like a Chester cat, then like someone presses the unpause button, the extras start their displeased and unfairness of that. When a problem is placed before, you should tackle it to the ground, not whining. I thought furiously as Aizawa-sensei smirks at their childishness. Natural disasters, highway pileups, rampaging villains. Calamity is always right around the corner. There isn't fair in life. The asterisk. I start to like the homeroom teacher more and more. I bet Aizu would too. With a defeated sigh, he turns facing us still with expressionless but surprisingly stringent eyes. And the hero is the one who must correct all of that unfairness. He looks into each of us as if judging our souls. Some extras are shaken, some is frightening, some are emotionless, and some, like me, is excited. If you were hoping to flowery road spending time with friends at McDonald's, then you better drop out now. Because for the next 3 years, Yurare will run you through the ringer. That's his plus ultra. The asterisk, the old F asterisk, making my blood pump up like that. If it's a show you want, it's a show you'll get. 50 meters dash. As I waiting for my turn, I see the motor mouth in action and have to say he ain't bad. When my turn comes, I ready myself in position as I remember the sweet voice said to me. Kaken, I think that if you run with your hands explode behind your back, it would boost your speed up. Really? Yeah. And maybe later let's jump and blast at it to see which one is faster. Hell yeah. I smirk at the memory. Everyone is looking at me weirdly cause my position is crouching down with both hands behind my back. The robot starts to count. 3. Finally, we found which one. 2. Is faster. 1. With a feral grin, I ready myself. Start. I've already jumped high in the air at the angle of 45 degrees and with the boost of my explosion rocket me over the race. 3.20 seconds. Even the time is faster than in the past, but I still slower than Motormouth. Kaken, you should not jealous of others. Because they better than you at something that not means they are better than you as a whole. Use it as a drive to better yourself, Kaken. With a soft sigh, a fond smile later. You always by my side, don't you? With renew energy, I continue with other exercises. Half an hour later, Aizawa-sensei gathers the students around him as he presses the previous device which shows the results in holography. The board shows 19 students from the highest to lowest. Tisich, second place. I will train more later on. Not every satisfied with the result, but I suck it up as I look at the chick with a high ponytail. Her quirk makes things from her body. Next time, my explosion would be stronger than her cannon. Sensei, please don't expel me. Some Mineta lover. The smallest boy begs on his knees as tears and snot are going out everywhere. Gross. I haven't even touched a girl B*B. You could not expel me. I want to be popular with girls. All these girls are giving the creep a disgusted face as he begs the emotionless teacher. Aizawa calmly states, in the whole test, you did not think of a way to make use of your quirk. You only use it at the most suitable exercise for it, which is the side jumps. Not only that, you're continuously eyeing the girls, making them uncomfortable. But that's normal. When they become hero, everyone will look at them like that. And my quirk is not able to help me on any other exercises except for the side jumps. With a tired sigh, Aizawa points directly at me, which is making me a little shocked and bewildered. His quirk is an explosion. He could turn his sweat into an explosion, and that is it. However, he trains his body as well as his quirk to succeed in his task. His worst match would be the grip strength test. His quirk could not help him there, but he found a way. He gripped the device with his palm inward and used the shock wave of the controlled explosion to aid his grip, all the while not damaging the device as well as his hand. I clench my hands so hard as not to show my smug face to the extras. It feels good getting praise from a teacher that I respect. Well, all of the tortures were worth it, Aizu? I shudder at the memory where Izuku making me do crazy experiences. Some were so weird, some were downright dangerous. That was when I know my angel is a sadist. I love you even more because of that. As I was daydreaming about my angel, it seems some of the students didn't believe Aizawa-sensei would actually process his claim. Finally, the little perv is kicked out of the hero class and into the general class until he could prove himself. Aizawa Shoyuta looks at his now 18 students class. With that, it's over. Your curriculum sheets are back in the classroom, so give them a look over. Then with an I'm so done with you all attitude, he walks back into the school building. End of the first day. Ring ring ring. That's the bell, class dismissed. Finally, the school's out. I swiftly clear my desk and walk out of the building with all the intention of calling/messaging Aizu. However, my plan was foiled by, hey, Bakugou. Wait up, man. Yeah. Wait up, boom boom boo. Tick marks could be seen on my face as I turned to them. Who the F** you calling that? Raccoon eyes. Sure *y hair. They catch up to me and the sure y hair dares to place his arm over my shoulders. I shove him off and continue my way, hoping that their dumb brain could understand that I am not interested. Anyway bro, the way you use your quirk is amazing. Yeah. I didn't know that you could use your quirk like that. Whatever extras. Bakugou, do you go to the train station too? Before I could answer, the pink thing jumps in. Kiri and me stay in the same district, so we take the train together. What about you? A defeated sigh escapes my lips. Mizudafu and its Kirishima and I not and me dumb raccoon eyes. Hey! It's the same road with our train. Let's go together bro. Then the annoying doesn't wait for my answer and continues to fall in steps with me to the train station. Fine. The two F***curs dare to high-five each other. Before my blood could boil to the breaking point, my phone vibrates. I stop, which make the other two stop as well. I take it out and on the screen shows his forest fairy wearing a yellow jacket smiling shy at him. If not for those two, I would have glazed the picture a little longer, so I quickly answer it. Hey, Kaken. Ya nerd. Did you finish for the day? No. But I'm on break right now and, missing you, so Sue, that's all. I squeak the phone so tight that it almost breaks. I could already imagine the shy blushing face of his while saying that. Me too. I'm on my way home and about to text you. Really? Giggle, then I will wait for you. Get home safely, okay? Who do you think I am, nerd? Anyway, you better get some rest it well and whisper wait for me. Yes, Kaken. I will. Love you. Yemi too eyes. With that, we hang up. I could not hide a soft smile appears on my face as I temporarily forget that I have companies. Bakugou, who was that? *T. Katsugibuvians. As the only pink skin of the group, Mina, likes fish in water, circles around the panicked boy asking with sparkle eyes. Who was it? Friend? Haha. Shut up, sure *y hair. You too, Radash. He was interrupted by a sly voice. Is it your girl Friend? Trying hard to not letting his fluster show, Bakugou power walks to the train station without saying anything. However, Ishido is not someone who would give easily when it is something about a juicy love story. She after him with renewed energy as Kirishima follows them with a wide, sharp grin. At the station, 5 minutes later. Is your girlfriend beautiful? Is she manly? Does she go to our school? One red tick mark appears. On the train, 5 more minutes later. How long have you dated? How did you meet? What does she like about you? You're strong but a meanie. 3 more tick marks appear. Still on the train, 3 more minutes later. Is she really your girlfriend or it's just one side? Sorry bro, but you are too rough to have a girlfriend. But I bet she's very manly to go out with you, Baku bro. You could say it again. His face is covered in tick marks, finally sighs in defeat he says. If I answer who was that, will the two of you F***ers shut the F** up? Hell yeah man. Scout honor. The redhead gives him a thumb up and the pink girl raises her right hand with 3 fingers out, grinning brightly. Be done with this. Fine. The excited duos wait in anticipation. For nearly a minute the blonde whispers out. It's boyfriend not girlfriend. With that, he turns around not facing them as both of their eyes widen, and not a second longer a squeak is heard. Everyone on the train is giving her a weird look as Kirishima tries to calm her down while the blonde boy is startled out of his mind. After calming down a bit, Mina's machine gun fires bullets upon bullets of questions at the poor Pomeranian, quietly of course. As quiet as Mina cans. How did you guys meet? Who asked who first? Does he go to our school? Is he cute? Is he older or younger? Can I meet him? Do you have a picture of him? Silly me. Of course, you have show it. Kirishima's just standing behind her with an apologetic smile but curiosity shines hotly in his eyes. But all of that is met with a scowl and no. Immediately, the whining starts. Yeah bro. Share it man. Please bro. With a hand on his forehead, Katsuki answers calmly. No extras. Why should I show you too, my boyfriend? Well, don't you want to brag about him? Yeah man. If I have a lover, I would show off to everyone. Then Mina sees the expression on the boom boy's face and she grins slyly and baiting him with. Bakugou is a possessive boyfriend ain't cha afraid to show off you BF? Scared to lose him? Catching on what Ishido is doing, Kirishima continues. Yeah man. If your love is strong, you don't need to be scared right? When Bakugou's hand reaches down his pants pocket, they secretly smile in victory but it was short-lived. No. Oh. Come on. Shout the two hot color duos, then the train's attendant voice starts to speak as they have reached their destination, which is Mizudafu. With a sad sigh, the defeated students are pouting as they watch their newfound friend waiting for the door to open. However, as the door is opening, the angry boy with an embarrassing face whispers just loud enough for them to hear. Of course I'm scared of losing him. Cause who wouldn't fall for an angel? Then the blonde disappears into the crowds leaving behind 2 gasping blushing faces. At the Bakugou's household. With the usual shouting match of the 2 blondes, the youngest Bakugou is up in his room. He changes out of his uniform and does the necessary things. Then he quickly sends a message to his angel. Hey Aizu. I'm home. Are you okay to text? Not a second later, he receives a reply which makes him smiles. Hello Kaken. Yeah. I can chat right now cause it's a self-study class. Anyway, how was your day in U.A? Well, lots of extras as I expected. Asterisk sweat drop emoji asterisk really? Yeah. Well there's some with interesting quirk. And no I could not describe it to you now nerd. Asterisk pout asterisk fine. Anything else? Well, I think you are gonna like my homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuda. Then they chat for a while, typing all the thing that has happened during the day. Brat. Dinner is almost done. Better get your A** down here. Wait for a motherf** king's second hag. Don't call me that. A sigh escapes his lips as he types in. The hag is calling for me to dinner. It's time for your family dinner. We will continue next time then. Okay. Not really wanting to stop chatting right now, but he has to obliged. While he thinks of something to say goodbye, his phone vibrates. I make you something as a gift. Don't worry, it was an assignment, but I made extra for you. I think it will arrive at your house in 1 or 2 days, so looking forward to it. Deku, you shouldn't have. I want Kaken to be the one who first to use my first device. Asterisk blushing emoji asterisk. Asterisk surprised blushing emoji asterisk. Thanks. I will cherish it. Asterisk giggle asterisk I know. Anyway, text you later. Love you green heart emoji. Love you too nerd. Orange heart emoji. Closing his phone, with a soft smile he gently rubs their ring lovingly as his mother's voice once again rings out. Dinner is ready, brat. Get down here. Yeah hag. I'm coming down now. Don't foo asterisk ing call me hag. At Tokyo, the greenette smiles while glancing at his phone. His hands are bandaged heavily as cuts and bruises could be spotted all over his arms. In front of him is a table which is littered with papers, letters, and mechanic stuff. From behind him, a tall figure walks toward him says, Hey, Izuken, you're still up? Ah. Knuckle-sensei. Asterisk, author, borrow name only from Katekyo Hitman Reborn. I want to review and test a few things before going back. The black-hair teacher just chuckles and pats his head. Okay. But you're still young. So you better take care of yourself, okay? Hi. Then the tall dark-haired man wearing black cloth turns around, but before leaving he calls out. Izuken. Yes, sensei? You have a letter. From someone's name Shizenji. The boy shots up from his seat and rushes out of the room, leaving a trail of dust behind him. Chuckle, knuckle whisper screams. Ultimate Izuken. At the beautiful city, the sun is shining with the civilians minding their own business, and a giant A** mouse guy starts crashing the nearby buildings. Everyone there are running and screaming of the new criminal destroying their beloved city. Then they all hear it, the distinctive explosion sound from afar. It's the #1 hero. Explosion Murderer King. He will save the day. Kia. He's so handsome. Not minding the screaming crowd, then a person catches up all the while carrying quite a lots of medical things. Kaken. You distract the villain. I'll assist you after the give the first aid kit to the injured. This 2-bit extra? I will finish with him before you will. Then let's dash. Ring. 2 ruby eyes snap open as the blonde quickly turns off his alarm. That's dream again. I will make it a reality. He smiles determinedly as he gets ready for the day. At High School. Like a good hero in training he is, Bakugou Katsuki arrives to his class 15 minutes early. However, some students were in the same mindset as there are some already in their place. Bakugou goes up to his desk and sits down with his head rests on the desk as his mind slowly draws back to his love. Flashback starts. Kaken, let's cuddle. Let's try this next. If I'm right, it would maximize your attack range. Kaken. You're hurt. Done bein' as asterisk now. Let me see it. Kaken. I love yo dash. Bakubro. Flashback ends. He was startled awake by the loud voice, and the first thing he sees as he opens his eyes is the Y hair. Grumpily he sits upright, faces the dub in his mind, annoying duo. What do you extras want now? Mina twirls around like a little kid, answers cheerfully. Oh, nothing. LOVERBOI. We're just very happy for you and a little shocked at how love could change a person. What the you mean by that? Your attitude changed when talking about your BF. That's right. Just like Kiri said. I could not love could make you went all soft on us like that. OMG! You're gotta let me meet him. A picture is fine too. Yeah bro. Introduce us. Before the boom boom bye could go off on these two idiots, the bell rings as their homeroom teacher walks in. Noon 12 a.m. at the cafeteria. I want to kill those 2B***, thought Katsuki as the two have followed him and dare to sit next to him in the F** cafeteria. Even we are studying to be future hero, we still have to study math and stuff? Whine the pink-haired girl as she sulkily eats her lunch, which is okra and natto cooked by the cooking hero. Lunch rush. The lunch lady of you beside her is the always there redhead with his big bowl of meats over rice. Come on, cheer up, Mina. It's good to have something normal in the school, right? But I do in YotsubaAnna. She whines. Are we forgetting someone? Oh yeah, the angry boy who has to sit there enduring their stupidity, by his words. Shut the F** up. This is the mother ** school, so they teach what must be taught. Stop whining and eat. Or better yet, sit somewhere else. Two pairs of eyes, well more than that but they are the closest, stare at him, then he is attacked with renewed questions about his love's life. Is he study at a different school? Or he is already an adult? Ugh. Shut the foo dash. Katsuki stops in his track as he feels his phone's vibrate. He quickly opens it, it's a message from you-know-who. He presses it and it's a picture. As he opens the picture more fully, he sees his angel with his ring shining brightly on his hand. He is wearing the gift that Bakugou has gifted him last birthday, an all-might jacket. Izuku is holding a mug of something as he smiles brightly into the camera, making the receiver to have a faint blush on his face. Sorry I could not find any suitable pic, so I just put a cute Deku pic. The two chatting self-proclaimed friends with Bakugou stare at him weirdly as the soul girl sneaks a peek at the phone only to scream. Her scream attracts lots of stares but also startled Bakugou as she quickly snaps his phone away to show Kirishima. OM**G. Look Kiri. He is so adorable. Snap out of his shock, Bakugou angrily demands. Give my phone back. Kirishima squints his eyes as his friend particularly shoved the phone into his face. When he finally sees what is it she wanted to him, with a small blushing shock face, Kirishima stands straight up, shouting. You are Midobro's lover? His shout stops the pink alien and angry Pomeranian freeze in their position. With two shock face, they turn, giving the redhead a raised eyebrow. Then as always Mina jumps right in for the tea. Kiri? You knew him? When is it? However, before a single letter could leave his lips, a deadly aura surrounds them all. How did you meet? It is safe to say the rest of the students there just quietly turn around and pretending nothing happened as the two shaken red and pink duo are at the mercy of the merciless and possessive Pomeranian. Kami-sama. Save us. I will ask you again sure *y hair. How did you know him? Bakugou's face is a picture of calmness which doesn't match with the sound of his voice. The asked boy is trembling violently as if there was an earthquake, too scared to speak. Now the furious blonde only an arm away from him. He asks only last time to the spiky red-haired. Don't test my patient sheet hair. If you don't answer now, your life is forbid. How did you know him? Kirishima is scared *tles and his mouth and tongue are frozen in place. I'm going to be killed. Fortunately, just in time the bell rings out, prevent a murder, our shark boy quickly bolts up. Oh! Don't you look at that. It's the bell. We must get back to class. Ejiro then zooms past any obstructions in his path to reach the heaven safety, the classroom. And as you guessed it, our boom boom boy is not happy about it. Mina tries to sneak to class while she loves to have the tea spilled, but this tea is too hot so. Raccoon eye. Yeah? Yeah. Fear, pure fear could be seen on her face as Katsuki turns and faces her. After school, you better make him meet me at the school gate, or else. Gulp oh, okay Bakugou. With that, he walks back to class and Mina is praying for her friend's soul. At class 1A. Hey! Mina. What should I do? He's still giving me that look. Whisper yelled, Kirishima at his pink friend. Sorry Kiri, I didn't know the tea would be this hot. Mina. You have to save me. She dramatically turns her head away with some droplet of tear. Kirishima can only resign his fate and the angry issues still glaring at them. However, all of that was stopped by a loud booming voice. It's me. Through the door, like a normal person. Laugh the number one hero, All Might as he holds on to the door frame and leans his upper body in a quick motion which makes his cape to fly in dramatically. All that is only to encourage the teenagers in class to be even more pump up as well as screaming there as asterisk off at the presence of their idol. OMG! All Might is really gonna be teaching yous? That's design in the Silver Age. It's giving goosebumps. KYA. It's really All Might. He is even bigger than in picture. I'm so lucky. The pro hero walks inside with his signature smile as he is showered by the praises, compliments. When he finally stands in the front of the class and the student has quieted down, he flexes his back muscles to the class as one of his leg raises, all the while saying, "This is the class of Foundation Hero Studies. For this class, we'll be building up your hero foundation through various trails." The students, especially Bakugou, is on the edge of his seat, hanging on each word. With a glance of his eyes, All Might see that he has captured the attention of the whole class. And you'll get tons of credit for it. So let's jump right in with this. Then from out of nowhere, All Might takes out a white card as big as his hand. On it is a big caption word, battle and shouting. The trial of battle. Everyone's face is grinning a wide excited grin at the promised battle with the use of their quirk. Well, most of them. Katsuki's face is like a killer and turns to look at the poor shaken shark. The pro hero continues. And before going to your ever first battle, the teens are confused as All Might suddenly points to the wall on his right. They turn to look to see on the perfect blank wall slowly appears lines, then a mechanic sound rings out as 4 shelves that contain 5 cases which is marked with number from 01 to 18. We've prepared the gears and costume that we had you sent in request which would jibe with your quirk. The blonde hero explained as the students stand up in excitement shouting, "Awesome! Our battle gear." With his smile even wider if that is possible, All Might says, "Get change and gather at ground beta. Remember that the gear you bring to the battlefield is vitally important, students." Some have gone to grab their gear at stop at number 1's next words. And don't forget, from now onward, you're all official heroes. Those words spark something in every one of them, then with the boost of energy they rush to change and become the hero they dream to be. A few minutes later, at ground beta, before the famous hero, standing tall and proud are the 18 young heroes in training in their chosen costume. Katsuki's POV starts. As I look at all the extras, some of their hero costume is just cloth without any special gear or could be useful to aid in difficult situations. But bro. Well, take a look at those 2 annoying idiots. The pink one's just a one-piece jumpsuit with a small fur jacket and a mask to hide her face. There aren't any gears in her suit. Then I look at the sheepish asterisk itty hair behind her. His is even worse. He has no shirt on and has something on his shoulders. His black pants are held by a red belt cape that has no use in any situations. As I'm eyeing the useless costumes, I remember back when he and Aizu came up the design for his. Flashback starts. Aizu. Look at my design. What do you think? Cool, right? I pushed a piece of paper with my hero costume design to Aizu. He didn't say anything as he analyzed the picture. The belt, would you put some pockets on it or making it so it could hold gears for you? No, but it's a good point. I'm noting it down. Liking the improving of the part, I quickly wrote as he continued to scan my paper. Oh, your knees plates, you should make it a little pointy or pyramid shape to maximize you attack power. Oh, that's good. Do you have any more idea? I was right to show it to Aizu first before showing it to my parents. He would always cover my weakness as well as making me even stronger. Lets me think, the gadgets on your hands that shaped like a boom? I think you should make the design for gaps to be a little deeper so if you have to fight someone with a sword, you could easy break or stop his sword. Oh. Writing down. And I am wondering the thing behind your head is a mask? Yeah. I want to be looked just like a human boom so that would indicate the cloud of the explosion. Aside from that, stunned by the question, I answered back with a question. Well, aside making your costume cooler, what its other use? Blushing a little I said. Nothing. Sigh cacken. A hero work is very dangerous and you could lose your life with just one mistake or unluckiness. So you must expect the unexpected. Okay, his mumble-jumbo was out again. Okay. I think that you should make it thicker and bigger to cover your back, with hidden spike in the end of it to counter villains that sneak from behind or to cover your blind spot. After he finished, I smiled slightly as he gave one more look at the paper then nodded in approval at the changed. You are really worried for me, huh? At my teasing, he blushed bright red as he stuttered. Well, of course. I'm gonna be a doctor, but even the greatest doctor could not save the impossible injured or bring back the death. The topic has become more serious, so I stopped my teasing as Deku gently took hold of my hand. Kaken, you need to know that I will always going to chase after you to be with you. I widened my eyes as they indicate. He looked right at me in the eyes and continued. My future is in your hands as yours and mine, you know. So stay safe. Then he sealed my lips. Flashback ends. Katsuki's POV cons. After the memories end, I slowly take a deep breath to calm down and turn to sheet *Y hair. Sure *Y hair. About earlier, you and I will talk after school. Now, I want to focus on the battle and I don't want to fight someone whose mind is not in the game. The face of the two extras annoying as they both rush toward me. That's so manly. Bakugou. Is he crying? The foo *. Yeah. You were so scary earlier. Didn't know you use your brain like that. What the F * you mean by that raccoon eyes? The nerve of the by *H dares to laugh at my threat. The foo off hair is no better. Why do I have to put up with this? Then as everyone has present, All Might starts to say. Let's see what you're made of. Very cool. I like everyone's styles. He said while raising his thumb up which makes everyone feel proud of their costume. Well, of the foo * of course, I'm proud of mine cause Izu and I made it together, but to have a compliment from the #1 hero would make us. Do you? Deku happy. My monologue is interrupted but the motor mouth whose costume is like a freaking robot. How old is he? Sensei. Regarding the performance ground we will be using, is this the mock city from the entrance exam? I watch as Glasses said to the teacher all the while moving his hand up and down in a chopping motion. Is he a Dumba * or something? You'll see. In fact, I'm making you take 2 steps ahead. This is an indoor battle trial. The student is stunned by the statement, hell * even I'm shocked. We've just got here for like 2 days and he's already making us skip a step. Not that I mind. 1 step fast to our goal. I smirk as the rest whisper to each other in both excitement and worry. The older man continues to explain. You guys usually saw the villains clean up on T.V or yourselves, but the most active villainy are committed indoors. Izu has talked my ears off about that. The nerd is really working hard for our future. I secretly smile then smirk as some of the surprised faces of the extras. Example like imprisonment, house invasion, black market, and more. Those are the most common as well as the hardest to find and arrest even in this hero-saturated society. Because the hardest and dangerous villains are the intelligent one. He pauses a little for us to sink in the information or for dramatic effect, I don't know. So, for this test, you'll be separated into 2 groups, hero and villain group. It's a 3-on-3 team battle. Just as he stops talking, the class is booming with questions upon questions. Well, I do have a question in mind, so I ask after hearing some of the extras asks. Sensei, how do we determine the winner and the loser? Said the ponytail whose costume is too little cloth. The F * is the B * wearing? Not that arouse me or anything, Aizu is his workout cloth is way sexier than hers. Anyway, I say my question out loud next. How much damage can I inflict? I can see some flinch at my question. Weakling. I'm asking for their sake cause my quirk ain't shooting out flowers and H*T. I need to know the limit that I can use. While I was berating them, I didn't hear the rest of the question, but I sure it's not important. Then I start to notice that All Might is taking a piece of paper out from behind his back. I'm pretty sure that ain't a pocket or anything on the back of his costume, so how did he do it? He starts reading it like some last-ditch move of students who haven't studied but must speak his part on a presentation. Well, he is the #1 hero, not the #1 teacher, so couldn't blame him. The scenario of this battle will have a team of villains to guard a nuclear weapon while the heroes must stop them. To determine the winner, for the heroes, they either capture all the villains or reach the weapon before time's up. For the villains, they either capture the heroes or safety guard their weapon till the end of time. It's like some cliché sure asterisk of a hero versus villain comic book. And your teammates and opponents will be chosen, asterisk dramatic pause asterisk, by lottery. Author, really guys? I literally wrote down their name, put in a hat, and picked them up. I didn't have any intention or purpose in this setting. Crying laughing face. Then the glasses is off with his mouth the lottery thing. Sensei. Is that how we really doing it? Annoyed at all the time I'm losing because of this lame A asterisk and stupid question. Erg. Is your glasses for decoration? Do you really have the time to foo asterisk and to choose your partners or opponents in a motherfew asterisk crisis? That shut the extra in an instant, but he shouts again much to my irk. Oh. I see. Aside your language. You are right, Bakugou. All Might Sensei, I'm sorry. But my irk drops a little when Sensei says. Anyway. Let's start. Katsuki's POV ends. After a few minutes later, everyone is standing in a group of 3 and the group members are 1. Group A, Aoyama Yuga, Bakugou Katsuki, Kaminari Denki. 2. Group B, Kirishima Ejiro, Ojiro Mashireo, Shoji Mizo. 3. Group C, Yaoyorozu Momo, Uraraka Ochako Koda Koji. 4. Group D, Todoroki Shoto Rikyoka, Hagakure Toro. 5. Group E, Satu Rikido, Azui T. Toshido Mina. 6. Group F, Ida Tenya, Hantasiro, Tokoyami Fumikichi. All Might doesn't let them have the time to get to know each other as he takes out 2 more boxes, one white the other black. And the first 2 groups to do the combat will be on his left a white ball with the letter C, while the other is a black ball with the letter E. Team Hero is Group C and Team Villain is Group E. With the announcement of which team is the hero or villain, All Might explains further the detail for each team as well the class. Now the team has been decided, the villains will enter first and you get 5 minutes to get ready. The villain team nod their head. The hero team will go in after 5 minutes, so use that time to prepare yourselves. Like the villain team, they all nod. And if things get out of hand, I will cut short the battle. With that, he sends Group E in first and the waiting team just outside the door leading to the mock city. As they are waiting, the revealing girl starts introducing herself. Momo's POV starts. I think we should get to know each other as well as our quirk to think up plans for our test. I'll go first. I'm Yaoyorozu Momo, but you could call me Momo, and my quirk is creation. My introduction is greeted warmly by the bubbly girl in a tight space suit with a sweet pink space helmet. That's a great idea, Momo-san. I'm next. I'm Uraraka Ochako and my quirk is zero gravity. Then we look at the only boy in our group. He is wearing a tight yellow suit that reaches to his knees and elbows with the same color shoes. However, it's his face that leaving a long-lasting impact. It takes the form of a rock which is unevenly shaped and pointy at the top with his jaw is square shape. But his image is broke when he blushes and moving his hands. Confused, but then I see a pattern and realize. Oh, are you using Psy language? He immediately nods his head, then Uraraka-san says sheepishly. Oh. Sorry, I don't know it. I wasted no time at all to produce a blank board and a marker for Coda. Hi, I'm Koda Koji and my quirk is Ani voice. He wrote on the board and us girls answer back. Nice to meet you too, Koda. After a little bit of thinking, I think up a plan and voice it to my teammates. 5 minutes later, Uraraka and I creep into the villain's lair, as we walk quietly into the dark hall of the ground floor. Nothing was there. As we walk further toward the stairs, I feel a slight breeze as I quickly jump to the side while screaming, "Look out! Uraraka!" Luckily, she heard me just in time to dodge a blow that would incapacitate them. As the smoke slowly clears out, they could see the only male villain, Saturikido. Before he is quite muscular, but now his muscle is even more defined. Then his eyes are set on me. I widen my eyes as he starts to rush to me. I dodge just in time. Only then, I realize I could not see Uraraka anywhere. "Hero, I shall stop you right here right now." "No, I'm the one who will stop you." As I create my favorite bow, staff, and take my stand, Momo's POV ends. Tako's POV starts. I was separated from Momo and now I'm fighting the frog girl, Azui if I remember correctly. She is a difficult opponent for me as she could hop very far and fast for me to touch her to activate my quirk. Not only that, true to her appearance, she could shoot out her long tongue to capture me. So at the moment, I can only use some ruins and small pebbles to attack and defend myself from her. I hope Momo and Koda will have a better chance than mine. Tako's POV ends. Koda's POV starts. Huff huff huff. I make it, I thought as I hide behind a pillar of a room on the 5th floor. I could see the tip of the weapon that shaped like a boom in the far left of the room. Cautiously, I creep toward and see no one. I sigh in relief, then a loud bang could be heard. Momo-san and Uraraka-san are doing their best down there. I have to hurry and touch the bomb. With that in mind, I rush forward the weapon, not noticing the clear slime surround it. Eep! I fall as my foot slipped on some liquid. Before I could identify what it was, a voice speaks up from behind me. Hee! Oh, one own little hero is trapped. Face paling as I turn around and the only thing I could see is bright yellow irises, then I'm captured. Koda's POV ends. With Ochako versus Tsu. Their cat and mouse chase and attack is stopped when All Might's loud voice sang. The villain team Yayithians. Both girls stop their action as they both breathe heavily, but a smile blooming on both of their faces as Tsuyu says, "It was a good fight. Let's head back, Uraraka-chan." She offers her hand to Uraraka, which is greatly accepted. "Yeah, it was Azui-chan. Call me Tsu-chan." "Okay." With Momo versus Satu. As the fight goes on, Momo has found out that Satu is at his limit as he starts to slow down and weaken, but still stronger than her. When he is weak, but he still has his gasping technique as he rushes in to tackle her. Momo, while tired and out of breath, is very versed in martial arts, so she easily uses her bow as a lever and jumps over Satu and lands gracefully like a cat. She doesn't stop there as she spins her weapon around from left to right to make use of the momentum as an extra boost in strength and hits squarely on the other's face. Not letting the villain any time to compose himself, she spins herself as well as the staff and swifts his legs, making him fall to his back as she jumps up and with the help of gravity to deliver the final blow when they hear the villain team Yayithians. She quickly changes her staff destination, which misses Rikido's face a few inches. They stay in their position trying to cover their breath, then with the use of her weapon, now act as a crane, she stands up straight and reaches out her hand to her downed opponent. "It was a good fight, Satu-san." With a smile, Satu takes the offer and stands up with a teasing voice. "I think I was saved from your beating though. You are really skilled in martial art, Momo-san." With a blush at the praise, Momo smiles shyly. "Thank you." At the observation room. When the 6 of them arrive, everyone gives them an applause as All Might raises his thumb at them. They blush at the attention. When everyone has quieted down, the pro hero asks, "Can anyone tell me who is the MVP of this battle?" The students slowly voice out their opinion, but then a loud explosion shut them up. "Shut it, extras. The MVP is the raccoon eyes over there." The so-called raccoon eyes brighten up, then angrily shouts, "Don't call me raccoon eyes. Bakugo 3. All Might cuts in before they get distracted again. And why is that, young Bakugou? With a sigh and runs his hand through his hair, he breaks it down. True, that ponytail there is smart when she thought up making the round face there make the rock weightless, and he uses his birds or whatever and flew up the top floor to find the weapon, and they themselves went in to distract the villains. Momo and Uraraka look at each other and mouths. Ponytail? Round face? Katsuki continues. But she ain't thought that there would be another villain to guard the bomb. The rock is too relaxed, so no. With the blunt statement making the fragile Koda shivers in fear, paying no mind to them, the blonde continues. The round face could have run out of the room and switch opponents or something. The sugar rush there has quirk and physical that is more lever than his opponents, but he ain't use it right. The frog face is good for making up plans to separate the heroes and has raccoon eyes guard the bomb, but she took too long to fight round face, and she could have lured her to an empty room so she could not have anything to fight with. All Might and as well as everyone is shocked at the level thinking of Bakugou, as they view him as a hothead boy with anger issues. Not someone could calmly analyze the situation like this. Only Raccoon Eyes left. She hid well and took advantage of the dark to make the floor slippery and used the bomb itself as bait. So, MVP is Raccoon Eyes. When he finishes, he finds everyone is looking at him in amazed and shock, which enraged him. What the F** are you 2-bit extras looking at? Oh, he's back. Katsuki then mumbles to himself with a faint flush. Deku! You rubbed your nerdiness over to me. Flashback starts. Two figures were fighting at an empty park. One was rushing toward the smaller one with his hand high ready for a strike, but it was dodged easily. However, he wasn't giving up as he followed up with multiplying punches and kicks, not giving the other any breathing space, much less time to fight back. The small one was dodging, blocking effortlessly while backing up near a flower bed. Then he slowed down, which was a feint of tiredness as a bait for the taller boy to giving his finishing punch. And the taller boy was hooked, lined and snickered. He quickly ducked down, using the bricked steps behind him as a leverage and rocketed forward, making his opponent to lose his bearing and fell flat on his butt star. In those few seconds of shock, the little one was like lighting, got on top with fist ready to strike the K.O punch. After a few seconds, the smaller started to giggle and got up as well as reaching out a hand for the down one. I won this round, he said in a singing voice. The other boy took the offer hand and answered sulkily. Yeah, you got lucky, that's why. No, I almost lost, but I remember there was a flower bed with brick steps, so I lure you to it. You ought to observe your surrounding better. Still want to look cool and angry at the fact he had lost, he retorted. Well, only you could use it to beat me, so I really don't need, as my reflect and reaction time is top-notch. The tall one said arrogantly, only to be chopped hard on the head by the smaller one, who was then puffed off his cheeks in anger. But Kaken, even if you have godlike evasion skill or reaction time, but you could not get out unscratched or getting out at all if the situation is unflavored or unable to dodge. The blonde could not say anything after that, as he remembered all the fights he or Slash and Deku had and the result of the two. Like he was enlightened, he abruptly looked toward Izuku. You could use the knowledge about the surrounding as advantage over your enemies or prepare to overcome it. Katsuki silently walked forward and hugged Deku. Okay, I promise to be more observation and careful from now on. Izuku leaned into the hug as he said, I know a hero's job is charging in danger, but to be a hero, to fight villains and saving people, one must able to protecting themselves. If a hero who could not even protect himself/herself, how can they save anyone else? You're right. I'm glad I have you here with me. I could not think my life without you anymore. Deku's face was burned up in flame as the sweet words. Slowly, he cupping the blonde's face and smiled cutely at him. I will always be here with you, be here to help you in your future, your dream. As you will do for me. Hey, Kaken. I will help you how to look out and analyze your surroundings, so tomorrow let's go hiking. Bakugou's face paled with ghost white, but at the big wide puppy emerald eyes which filled with honest intention, he sighed and gave in. Fine Aizu, but not pushing me off a cliff experiment again. The blonde said with all the pleading and sternness he could muster. The greenette blushed and pouted adorably. That was once time and it worked, didn't it? Flashback ends. Fond memory rushes back to him as Bakugou recalls the time when Deku made him sit from hours to end watching heroes fighting, boxing, matches, or street fight and asked him to comment the advantage, disadvantage of each team, individual, and who is MVP of the fight. After that, they would go hiking and Deku would set up traps beforehand and the blonde has to clear it with the least amount of injuries. Let's just say, another dark time for Bakugou Katsuki. Anyway, with the first battle between Team Momo Ochako Koda, hero, versus Team Tsuyumina, Sata, villain, is done, All Might with his dramatic hero pose once again picked the second match. Now, the second match would be, everyone is holding their breath for the result, then as the hero's hands raise up with 2 balls in each hand. A malicious grin spears across one's face as another is paling rapidly as they see the letter on each ball. Hero Group A versus Villain Group B. The members of Group A, which are boys only and blonde, Aoyama Yuga Bakugou Katsuki, Kaminari Denki, turn to look their enemy, which are Kirishima Ejiro, Ojiro Mashireo, Shoji Mizo. The others, brighter blonde, just smile determined at them while the bleach blonde one is giving the villain team the look of pure evil with promise of pain and suffering. What? Kirishima, right? Ojiro, a blonde boy, has a big tail with same color fur at the top, wearing karate's uniform like for his costume, whispers to the only redhead of the team. Yeah? Ojiro? Could you tell me why Bakugou is looking at us or at you like that? They slowly look back at the one in question and they regret it immediately. The blonde's excitement and anger is too much that it makes it looks like he is a being of darkness surrounding with blood-red aura that reeks of death and pain. Not far from them, a bird-head boy snaps his head toward Bakugou. With widened eyes he says, But, is he the Lord's messenger of darkness? Shut it, chicken head. At the gate of the mock city. What did you say? Merci. The 2 team members of the hero group shout in disbelief at the proposal of their unofficial leader. The last member just grinning sinister as he continues to explain his plan and their individuals' actions. As he presents his plan, the others both awe and terrified at him, with a thought in both of their mind at the end of the talk. I'm glad I'm not his opponent. Not for long, they hear the familiar voice. 5 minutes is up. Hero team onward. The gate slowly opens up as the 3 of the blondes stand up with Katsuki in front and the others flash behind him. Let's get the show in the road. At the villain's base. The 3 boys are standing on the 5th floor, once again confirm their plan one last time. The baby shark says, Okay, so the plan is Ojibro and me will be the attackers while Shojibro will be the defender. A little weirded out by the new nickname, the tail boy continues. Yeah. I will guard the boom and inform you the location of the others with the ear communication. The masked octopus nods his head as one of his tentacles forms a mouth and answers. Okay, and I think if we could separate Bakugou, Kiri and me will tag team and quickly take him out, then we rush back to assist you. Shoji, yeah. With how Bakugou was looking at me earlier, I would be his first priority, so I will act like a bait, said Kiri as he scratches his cheek, and before the others 2 could ask anything, they hear. 5 minutes is up. Hero team onward. Cracking his knuckles and a grin that shows his sharp teeth, Kirishima shouts. Alright, let's do it. At the observation room. All Might and the remain students are watching as the heroes and villains moving in and starting their plan. Suddenly Momo says out loud. This will be quite a pickle situation for both team. Not knowing that she has said it out loud, so she's surprised when All Might turns to her and asks, Why did you think so, young Momo? Blushing at being the center of attention, Momo coughs and answers. Well, both team are only consisted of members that are best for attack rather than defend. So most likely they would be fighting face to face, then sneak in and find the bomb. Everyone is awed at the such detailed explanation of someone that is the same age at them. All Might is shaking internally as the young girl has said all the things he's about to say. That's right, young Momo. So the battle is up to them to think outside the box or outside of their quirk and overcome it. With 12 stars stuck faces of the students, the pro hero turns back to the monitors. In the mock city, in one of the farthest room on the top floor of a building, a boy with tall build, white hair wearing a mask, is raising his multiple tentacles which have transformed into eyes and ears in different angles, tries to locate where is their enemies. He is concentrating, then abruptly, he opens the eyes on his face as an arm lifts to his left ear. Kirishima, Ojiro. At 12 o'clock, I hear explosions, and at 9 o'clock I hear 2 people running. So I assume Bakugou is going solo and the others are on their own. After a second or so, a voice answers him. Roger that, Shojibro. Could you defend the bomb again, those 2? I should be fine. You guys better be fast and restrain Bakugou before he decides to join his team. Ojiro here. Copy that. Kirishima, we are moving out. Okay. Ojibro. Then their communication is cut. Mizo continues to pinpoint the location of the other's 2 heroes and thinking off plan to stall them as long as possible. With Kirishima and Ojiro, they were at the 3rd floor when they got Shoji's message. Not wasting any time, they quickly rush down the 2nd floor to try to ambush the explosive blonde. However, as they turn the corner to reach the stair, a suddenly dark spot covers them and they look up. Looking down at them is Bakugou, in his full hero's gear, using the large grenadier bracers as a stopper on the narrow hallway with a leg out straight, grinning dangerously at them. Fast at lighting, he retracts his arms and brings his leg down to Kirishima's face, while the shark boy is able to harden himself and blocks the kick, but he could not counter the blast of explosion from the blonde's right hand. Luckily that Ojiro was able to dodge, but the upper left side of his costume is burnt from the last blast. Incredible! Bakugou was able to reach to the 3rd floor so quickly and has enough time to lay an ambush for Kirishima and Ojiro. Mina says in amazement as she watches the match, then with a calm with a hint of fear on Momo's face as she continues. Not only that, with the element of surprise and the height of his hiding place, he brought down his foot to Kirishima, and while he was blocked, but he used Kirishima's arms as a pedal and created momentum for his right hand to both deliver hit as well, boosted by his quirk. With that, everyone stays silent and continues to watch the monitors as they see Ojiro rushes forward Bakugou and Kirishima. With his position, he couldn't dodge this. Thought Ojiro as he spins his body to create momentum and brings his tail to Bakugou's side face as the walking bomb man is still in mid-landing with his left sides wide open. The muscular tail is speeding toward the presumed sitting duck Pomeranian, and the injured Kirishima retreats, but not before seeing a smirk of the hero. With his left hand raises at the same place as the oncoming tail and his right lifts at 45 degrees from the round, the smirking hero blasts himself out of harm's way as well as injures and unbalances the tail man. Ojibro! Ejiro shouts in concern when Mashireo skips toward him and his tail is spotted with a reddish-black mark on it. I'm fine, hiss. We need to calm dash. The Karate GI villain's words was cut short as the villains hear the explosion and see the enemy has jumped up and used the blast to rocket himself at them. With his quirk is hardening, Ejiro places himself in front of his teammate and harden his arms as he couldn't harden his whole body yet, ready to take the blow, while Ojiro ready to land an attack as soon as Bakugou hits Kirishima. An explosion is once again heard, but Ejiro could not feel any impact on him as he and his team widen their eyes in surprised. Katsuki has already placed himself perfectly behind them as he spreads both arms as one to keep himself still while the other launching the attack on the 2 villains. Vulnerable and could not defending themselves, they took the full strike of the attack. Not letting them any time to steady themselves, the blonde hero continues with his right hood, bringing his right bracer hit the 2. Kirishima and Ojiro have their breath knocked out of them and their ribs are in pain as the impact. They could not even put off any resistance when Katsuki grabs the red-haired right arm with his right and using his left to let loose an explosion to Ojiro's face as well as helping him to spin the grabbed one in a full circle. Using his right foot as the center of the momentum, he lifts the sharp teeth boy up and brings him down to the floor so hard that it cracked. Then swiftly, he ties both of them off with the handcuffs that was given to them. When he's done, he presses his left ear where the micro transceiver was placed. Oi! Rip off Pikachu, glitter foo asterisk. Where the foo asterisk are you? Chill man. We found the room with is the last door on the right of the 5th floor. Moi and Kaminari Batten are fighting, Shoji. But my stomach is hurting. Ya man. So could you come help us? A sigh escapes his mouth. I will be the foo asterisk ing there in 3 seconds. Lure him to the foo asterisk as asterisk window on the far left. Merci. Roger that. Do it quick Dumba asterisk is. Ending the call, he looks up the building, calculate his next move, then with a feral grin he is off. With all might and the rest. They were all speechless except the cool, cold face of two-color hair boy, Ciro, the black hair teen with two bigger than usual elbows, shouts in shocked. He defeats 2 people in less than 5 minutes? The others start to mumble to themselves. Holy cow! I could not believe it. Poor Kirishima. He is so dead after school. What the hell is he even? The future will be very bright with this type-off rising tide of talented heroes like him. The 2 blondes are running through the street toward their destination, and as they run they could not help but remembering what their unofficial leaders plan. Flashback starts. What did you say? Merci. They were stunned at the ridiculous plan that the angry blonde has thought of. With a deep breath, the blonde with a lighting line on his left bang retold the plan. So, the plan is you will take on both Kirishima and Ojiro while we sneak in the building and find the bomb? With the most deadpan face of humankind, Bakugou said, I know your face is dumb, but I didn't think you are a dumba asterisk. Riff off Pikachu? Hey! Rubbing the space between his eyes, the foul-mouthed blonde said, the octopus can hear you miles away, so you don't need to sneak in as he already knew your location. So, I want you guys to make as much noise as possible while running to the villain's base. The sparkling French teen raised his hand like a student and asked, Why moi? Yeah. Shouldn't we need to be more quiet? Facepalm as Bakugou sighed at the 2 idiots of a teammates. I miss you Aizu. Because dumba asterisk, I need to ambush the other extras so not to be busted by the fuck asterisk and the octopus. You guys need to get his attention. Like light bulbs were lighten, the 2 brighten up. Ooh. Massaging his temper, boom boom boi continued. So, I will fight the 2 extras cause no doubt they want to cut me off before going after the 2 extras like you. Rude much. Just sweet accord. I'm agree. With a glare, they quieted down. Anyway, you 2 will fight the octopus. He has strength, so attack from the distance cause I ain't see a muscle on your scrawny as asterisk. Too scared to vocal their thought, so they settled with pouting instead. You be asterisks better done with him by the time I'm done. Understand? Sir, yes sir. Kaminari said jokingly, and Oyama said in Oyamish way. Oui monsieur, yes sir. With a glance at them, Bakugou sighed again and said, I will contact you when I'm done, so you better answer or else I won't go save your bony asterisk. Then he turned and walked to the gate as the other 2 stared at them and grinned. Kaminari ran toward him and grabbed his shoulder and teased. Oh, so you do have a heart in there. Get off me extra. Sparkles. Flashback ends. Now as instruction, they 2 don't conceal their steps as they run forward the building in question. Then they burst inside and go up each level to find the weapon. As they reach level 3, they hear bombing sounds and with determined in their eyes they run even faster to find Shoji. Only a minute later, they have found it, which is the last door of the top floor of the building. They 2 nod at each other and rush inside only to dodge clumsily as 3 hands speeding toward their faces. Not the face man. Ways. Mon visage est precious? Yeah. My face is precious. The other 2 stare at Aoyama like he is an alien as he flapping his sparkled purple cape around. Shaking his head to snap out of it, Kaminari tries to sneak forward the still confused Shoji to electrifies him, but he fails when Mizo turns to face him and jumps away his reach. That's very smart of you to try distract me like that, heroes. With an expressionless face, Kaminari says. No, that wasn't an act. Huh. That was just Aoyama beat. Aoyamish? I don't know, man. I'm just as weirded out like you. Sweat drop at the furious face of Kaminari, and before the dubbed octopus could say anything, he ducks out a beam of light from his left side. Don't forget moi. Yuga said as he raises both of his arms and places it behind his head while pushing his belly over belt outward. The other 2 look at him as they both thought. Still weird me out every time he does that. By then, Denki's headphone, one of his hero gear, starts to lightly vibrates and Bakugou's voice could be heard. Oi! Rip off Pikachu, glitter foo asterisk. Where the foo asterisk are you? The Sparkles boy then continuously shooting his beam at Shoji to for his teammate communicate with the leader. Chill man. We found the room with is the last door on the right of the 5th floor. Kaminari said then starts to spear lighting to the ground try to zap Mizo but he quickly jumps up out of range but giving Yuga some break time. Moi and Kaminari se batten are fighting, Shoji. But Moi's stomach is hurting. Yeah man. So could you come help us? Denki chirps in as he could feel his brain is starting to stupefied. A sigh escapes could be heard from the micro, as their leader gives out an order. I will be the foo asterisk ing there in 3 seconds. Lure him to the foo asterisk as asterisk window on the far left. Happy for the support, the two blonde cheerfully say. Merci. Roger that. Do it quick Dumba asterisk is. Then the communication is cut. With the last of his strength, Sparkled Boy is shooting more beams at the last villain while his mate is corner him into the left side of the room. When Mizo is directly standing in front of the window, they smirk darkly. Confused, Shoji raises his hands up to tries to defend himself from any more attack and then the lighting teen says something which confused him. Sorry for the late boss? Then a voice answers him. Extras. The only thing he see before blacking out is a pair of blood-red eyes. Hero Team Yeinzens. After a few minutes, like the first round, the whole class gather at the observation room and the same question is asked. Can anyone tell me who is the MVP of this battle? This time, everyone has the same answer. Bakugou. Before the question Mai could left his mouth, All Might is being outspoken by the students. OMG. Man. That was awesome. Yeah. The way how you use your quirk and how you dash. You was like dash. Yeah. He was like riff off Pikachu. The one who is being praised like a god, the only thing in his mind is. Inner mind, Katsuki. A cute green bean runs toward him and giving him a big hug as his eyes would shine brightly. Kaken. It was amazing. The way you ambushed them and how you remember and use the surrounding and you leaded your team. The blonde grins and teasingly says, if I was that amazing would I get some kind of reward? The once excited bean now is blushing bright red and trying to hide his face as he whines. Mua Kaken. Don't tease me. With his right hand sneaks around the other's waist and his left lifting the cute chin, Bakugou says devilishly. Oh baby. I'm not teasing. Young Bakugou? Then his other hand goes up inside of the plain shirt. Young Bakugou. Inner mind, Katsuki-sa. He is rudely interrupted his cough are 18 plus cough, dream by the pro hero who is waving his big meaty hand in front of his face. A tick mark is placed on his face. Yes. What is it, All Might? Sweating a bit at the sudden hostile from the explosive teen. Not knowing what to do in this situation, he just starts to says. I just want to say that the MVP of the match is you, young Bakugou. Thinking up plan while dangerous but excellent done. Using not only your quirk but skill in battle. And helped in your teammates all the while not bring much casualty to the building. With a calm face, the blonde says. Thank you. I will try better next time though. Sweat drop at the reply, All Might just nods and prepares for the last two teams for their battle. I would be happy for the praise but he cut me off. Frown. Deku, I miss you. Okay then. For the last two teams, Team D and Team F. Let's see which would be the hero or villain. All Might once again squeezes his hand in the poor small box and as always, and such a drama queen he is, he draws it out as long as possible. In front of him has already stood the two teams, the left is the members of Team D. A pair of gloves could be seen which is twiddling the thumbs in the air, showing the nervousness of the only invisible girl in the class. Hagakure. Next to her is a goth-style girl with short purple hair and long ears that have earphone jacks at the end. While she doesn't have any outright gestures for her nervousness but with her eyes fixates on the teacher show otherwise. Jarikyoka. The only boy in the group with the most bizarre costume of all, author. Well, Minate isn't here so. His hero costume is a white shirt, white pants and white boots but almost his left side is covered in ice as well as his left face and in place for the covered eye is a creepy red circle. Todoroki Shoto. On the other team, which is an all-boys team which consists of a full-body armor, Ida Tenya who is doing his thing, the BOI movement. Author, XD. Next is a teen in a black with yellow trimmed skin-tight bodysuit complete with a yellow helmet which shaped similarly to a tape dispenser. Hanta Siro who is crossing his arms waiting for the result with a grin. Author, OM*G. This one makes Siro hot as he 11. And finally the last one is the one and only birdhead of the class with a full-body cape hiding his body. Tokoyami Fumikage who is just calmly standing there. With a slight nod as if agree with the built-up tension, All Might pulls out a white ball with the letter T. Then Team F will be the villain. Like the previous, Team Hero waits by the gate and Team Villain please get to your hideout. No need for any more encourage, the teams quickly go to their station. With the heroes, Shoto, Hagakure, Jiro. The three of them sit there waiting for the gate in uncomfortable silence. Then the lively one of the group, Hagakure starts chatting. Hi, I'm Hagakure Toru. What's your? The emo girl answers her politely. My name is Jiro Kyoka. With that they both look at the sole male of the group, but without turning to look at them he says. Todoroki Shoto. The awkward silence continues. Before anyone could speak, the gate has started to open, defeated the girls sigh and walk behind their male teammate. With the villain Tokoyami, Siro. Fellow villains. We should think up a plan and embrace the evilness for this assignment, said the robot theme hero, while the black-yellow tape hero is laughing his asterisk off and the bird hero just stares blankly at them. Please. Concentrate. Ha 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 ha. With a sigh, Tokoyami says. Revelry in the dark. Ida, do you have any suggestion? Before any word could leave his mouth, a crackling sound could be heard. In second, everything is covered in ice, the wall, floor, the bomb and the villains. Ida's legs are frozen in ice and his gas tubes on his calves are blocked, so he can't use the heat when his quirk is activated to free himself. The same could be said to Siro as he is also frozen stiff and unfortunately as well as his elbows so he can't shoot out tapes to swing himself free. As for Tokoyami, he is the same fate as his teammates, frozen stiff. Then they see a shadow is walking toward them. Turns out it was Todoroki who caused all of this. Todoroki gives them a look and walks past them toward the bomb. However, he suddenly dodges at a blackish-purple mass strikes the place he was standing. You may frozen Toko. But I'm still free. The dark and bigger version of Fumikage rushes forward and throwing punches at the hero. But he only looks at the shadow thing like nothing and with a stomp of his feet, columns of ices raise up and trap his attacker in block of ice. Pretty smart of you to ambush me like that, buh? He turns and throws a cold look with his scary red eyes at them, saying, the gap between us is too large. At the observation room, the students even All Might are shivering from the freezing cold from Shoto's quirk. Without harming his ally and immobilize the opponents, he is so strong. Yeah, bro, he is something else. Lots of the girl widen their eyes in admiration and the boys are in awe at the strength of Todoroki Shoto has portrayed. The only one who is not only scowls at the displayed, but also showing a knowing look at how the two color hair boys' action and attitude. Aizu is gonna love to speak with this one. But I'm going to beat him in this. His attitude is pissed me off. Bakugou thought with a devilish grin as he remembers how he once was like the teen and how Deku spoke to him and helped him snap out of it. It was a chilling but heartwarming memory for him. He then looks up to the monitor as the dubbed Candy Cane walks up and touches the bomb, ending the battle in a few seconds. Bakugou sighs as he waits for them to return and the whole who is MVP again but this time he ain't say nothing, cause he is still sulking from the interruption from his La La Land earlier. After school, at Bakugou's household, Katsuki has arrived home and just finished his bath when his mother calls for him. Oi brat. There is a package from Tokyo for you. Okay Hag. URG. What did I tell you about calling Hag? Then don't call me brat, old hag. Like a tennis match the mother and son bouncing insults back and forward till the teen reaches the living room. In there, he sees both of his parents are sitting there, staring at a small brown box which is only a little bigger than his hand. He stomps into there, snatches the box and rushes upstairs before they could say anything. The mother sighs while her husband laughs at the display of their son. I don't know who is he take after? He is so stubborn and hot-head. The father of said child bursts out laughing at his wife is whining about their son's behavior. At Katsuki's room. Because today is a test day for Izuku, so he could not send him a text nor a call throughout the day. What kind of school that has test from morning till night? I want to hear his voice. Sulking as he sits down on his bed, hands still holding the box. Slowly he opens the box. Inside it is a letter and another smaller black box. He curiously picks the black box first and opens it. A black circular thing that is wrapped in plastic. Not knowing what it is, he reaches for the only thing may answers his questions, the letter. Bakugou, UB1T*. He opens the letter and reads, Dear Kaken, remember the last time when I said I have a gift for you? This is it. My very first success invention. It's a mini medical device. It'll constantly monitor the user health and transfer the data to the user family or doctor. Yours is obliviously go to me. And for you, I also added a GPS. So when we are hero and combat doctor, I could come to your aid or you could call me by turning the GPS off. Not only that. I remember your hero costume, so I specially make this one in a circular shape and black so you could put it on your costume. I hope you like it and use it right away. Because I want you to test it immediately. I feels like I will always with you and it'll ease my heart. I miss you anyway. When you put it on, send me a text and I will check when I'm free. P.S. Also, do not forget that you need to upgrade your hearing aids. And you better not slacking on the sign language. Love you. Stay safe. Katsuki's POV starts. I smile happily as I reread the letter and especially the scratched out part of the letter. I miss you was what he tried to hide. My boyfriend is the best. And the last part, it feels like I will always with you and it'll ease my heart. It makes my heart ache painfully but not unwelcome. I quickly turn back to the device, take it out of his prison of plastic. I trail it outside with gentleness like I would to Aizu's cute face, then I flip it to see a small switch at the back. With no hesitation, I pull out my hero costume and stick it on the upper left orange stripe of his top, right on top one of the black dots. And like my lover's request, I send him a text. Deku, I got your gift. I'm loving it. I'm already stick it on my costume and hear the pic. Also, I miss you too. Let's go on a date when we're free? Love you. When I finish texting, I walk downstairs for dinner and get ready for the night. Tomorrow at a gate. I was in a good mood this morning. I got a gift from Deku and later that night he texted back to me and I landed a date this Sunday. And some entities out there have a grudge against me or something? Author, sneeze someone must be taking about me again. Hope it's all good things. What kind of lessons does All Might teach? Give us some thought about having the symbol of peace as a teacher? What do you think about All Might's teaching? Give us some information about how All Might interact with the students and colleagues? Please give All Might a mass of media presses is shoving their mics into everybody's faces and fire bunch of questions. Way to drag down my mood. I continue my walk, never giving them even a look as I push past them and enter the school gate. As I'm walking inside, I see Aizawa-sensei walks out and stands in front of the trapped students and I nearly laugh my A** off when they quickly cut filming as some yells at him. Dude? Try be more presentable. The unkempt teacher just waves his hand like he is shooing dogs away. I would love you to stand by and watch, but it's nearly time for class. Then I walk up to the classroom and sit on my chair. 10 minutes later, Aizawa-sensei walks into the class and briefly talks about yesterday's battle. Nothing major, just remind other extras to take it more seriously and whatnot. I listen on boringly, but then sensei's face grimaced as he says, Now, let's get on with the homeroom notices. And I'm very sorry to have to throw this on you all, but... He pauses as if try to find the appropriate words, but he already has the class on edge at the word sorry. I quickly glance around, everyone faces is pale and shaking in fear for what to come. I just smirk and ready for whatever he's gonna throw at me. We need to pick a class president. I almost facepalm myself, but some of the extras starts to yell. OMG! I thought it was something awful. Finally something school-related. And like the dam is broke, every single one of them raise their hands, shouting their answers like idiots. The teacher is right there. Ain't need for shouting, dumba asterisk. I would have raised my hand also, but even though being a class president of a hero school is very important and useful for your future, however, I don't want to be some hero in someone agency. Oh, he won asterisk no. We are going to open our own agency and be our own boss. Also, the responsibility and workloads that would definitely come with the job would take away any precious time I have to be with my boyfriend. So sign me out of it. With that thought, when the glasses is shouting about voting or something, and papers are passing around, I pay no mind and mark the glasses cause he is loud, wearing glasses and the hell asterisk why not? Then I just glaze into nothingness, imaging how our date would be like and where should we go. Maybe we should go on a movie date again? Or hit the arcade? Maybe go shopping? Or stay home date? This week my annoying co-block old hag and her husband would leave for a business trip till next Friday, so we will have the whole house for ourselves. Let's go with that. Stay home date. Then I start to picture how it would go. Inner mind, Katsuki. Izuku would rush toward his house and he would wait for him and give him a hug. Kaken. I miss you so much. Me too, babe. Babe? Are you hungry, Deku? Ama? I am who hunger? No. I'm hungry. Too embarrassing, he covers his whole head with both of his hands and runs into the house. Chuckling at the cuteness, the blonde boy walks inside as well to get ready to cook a feast full of his lover's favorite food. Congratulations, Bakugou bro. You won the election. Inner mind, Katsuki-sa. Once again, my magical La La Land is cut short when the sure asterisk Y hair yelling something to me. I annoyingly look at him when the pink mass starts yelling as well. OMG! Bakugou! Congrats! Still not understanding what the F asterisk is going on, I look up to the blackboard which is now showing the voting resultant. The F asterisk? How the sure asterisk Y hell of F asterisk? How the mother few asterisk I hell asterisk I got 5 votes? Glasses is shaking in the corner as Ponytail tries to consult him. I got 1 vote. Even though it's only 1, but someone in the class believe in me, he said with tears gushing out of his damn asterisk glasses. So he is happy? Whatever, I need to fuck asterisk and fix this B asterisk, teach up. I want my time with Deku, not with these F asterisk curs. I'm pushed to the board with Ponytail by the annoying red-pink duo, and then the useless sensei slips in of his cocoon while saying, so then, Bakugou Katsuki is the president and the vice is Yaoyoro Zumomo. Oi? I ain't accept this. Pick someone else. But the damn asterisk teacher just foo asterisk and he zips up his sleeping bag and says, it's lunchtime, go and complain to your friends. Lets me sleep. Author. Ignore the broccoli on the right side. Free. With that the cocoon close all the way as a snore could be heard from it. Not having much of choice, I drag my feet to the cafeteria along with the annoying idiot extras which has multiplied with the riff-off Pikachu and Soy Face. Planning to talk reasons to these idiots would take all day. I sigh at the bleached future but still try cause I would not give up on my Deku time. However, I didn't know what will happen next would seal my fate as the class president. Katsuki's POV Kant. With my meal for the day, spicy kastuden, I'm missing my Deku okay? And the other extras sitting around me chatting. My tick mark grows bigger each minute I have to listen to them. But who the F asterisk vote for me? I know I'm awesome and whatnot, but I ain't leader material. The riff-off Pikachu laughs hard at that, but for the sake of abandoning the job, I will endure it. For now. Bwah! You got that right. Your language is the most red flag, all right. Then soy sauce adds. But I have to admit, even though you don't look like it, but you are cool, level-headed and pretty smart when you giving the cough advice cough on everyone. That's why I vote for you. IT was you, soy sauce? Soy sauce? The oldest annoyances just laugh at the foo asterisk as they say. Welcome to the club. Bakugou bro ain't say your name club, Zero. said Raccoon Eyes. Oh, can I join too? He called my Pikachu. But I'm not. I called you Riff OFF Pikachu. The group laughing at the dejected face of that riff-off Pikachu, and the sure asterisk Y hair welcomes him with big open arms. You are in. Cammy bro. The sure asterisk Y hair said, well, even though after our talk, he isn't a threat, for now, but I still don't like him. Flashback starts. I was standing at the meeting place, waiting for sure asterisk Y hair, and I finally saw him being dragged by Raccoon Eyes. Right when they stood in front of me, I immediately said, start speaking or else. Okay. The asterisk hole was stuttering. Impatiently I raised my hand up that had little explosions to threaten him, and like a pu asterisk y that he started to spit out everything. 1 year ago, I went to Tokyo to visit relatives, and one night there I was going out for a snack, but 4 gang members tried to mug me. Raccoon Eyes gasped in shock and fear for him, but as an emotionless prick that I was to everyone except for Deku, I just crossed my arms and waited. I tried to fight back, of course. But the law doesn't allow civilians to use their quirk without a license. No! They were trying to hurt you. You had to protect yourself. I think the police wouldn't arrest you, Kiri. Yeah. I thought so too. But one of them had a quirk that when he touches someone, their quirk won't work for 5 minutes. And yeah, he touched me. Oh my G-dash. Shut up, Raccoon Eyes. He's alive and here, right? So shut up and let him finish. The bi asterisk H dared to stick the foo asterisk and tongue out at me, but I let it go as sheet asterisk hair continued. Then, as their leader who had a quirk that made his hands sharp like knives were rushing at me, a voice called out. Flashback in flashback of Kiri starts. Stop. The mugger startled and turned around only for the leader to be punched so hard that his tooth flew out. He was out cold on the ground next to Kirishima. The other 3 were enraged and focused their attacks on the newcomer. You will pay for that. But as fast as lightning, he swiftly defeated every single one of them in no time at all. Then the figure walked up to the red-haired teen, gently said, Are you okay? Hurt anywhere? Too stunned to speak, he could only shake his head as a no. The newcomer smiled softly. Okay, but if there is something wrong, just tell me, okay? I'm a doctor in training, but I'm on my last year. Even more shocked at the new information, Ejiro yelled. You are an university student? But you look so young, even younger than me. Giggled the saver. He opened his emerald eyes that twinkled with amusement. I about 14 years old and I skipped some grades and I'm good in the medical field, so the university let me studied early. The greenette said happily and introduced himself. Hi. I'm Midoriya Izuku. What's yours? Kikirishima Ejiro. Flashback in flashback of Kiri-uns. Then Midobro and I talked and traded our contact to stay connected. And that's all. Feeling proud as to how strong my baby cake has been, but still wary at sure asterisk Y hair's claim as who would not fall in love with him? As I was giving a death glare, sure asterisk tie hair continued. And all he said was how he missed his lover and how awesome he was. Satisfied with that, I turned and walked home saying, Okay, you are clear sure asterisk Y hair, but that's not mean you are safe. Stay away from him. With that, I stomped home in a lighter mood. Flashback ends. With a sigh of how ridiculous this situation is, I ask. Besides that soy sauce, anyone here, who else vote for me? Me. I got your back, Baku bro. Me leader. I almost slam my face to the table as I glare at them, which must be confusing to them. Then H asterisk TY hair's brain finally works for once. Baku bro? You don't want to be the president? Really? Why? Then questions are asked, and before I could explore them all away, Raccoon Eyes yell out. Oh, I know why. They quiet down quickly and look to the pink by asterisk H. Really? Spill the tea, girl. The damn asterisk by asterisks looks at me and grins slyly. Oh, he doesn't want to be president so he could spend more time with his lover. And the reaction is even more ridiculous. The newly annoyances shout. You have a lover? Who is the unfortunate girl? While the oldest annoyance. That is so manly, Bakubro. Sure asterisk T asterisk hair said as a tear rolls down his face. And the by asterisk H who spilled the tea is grinning proudly about herself. I stand up and about to explode their F asterisk gang faces off. A loud sound of a siren is heard as a robotic female voice said, "Security level 3 has been breached. Students, please promptly evacuate." The voice repeats itself 2 more times, then silent. The older students quickly rush out of the room and some of the first years ask what was going on. They reply is, "It means someone has infiltrated the school which hasn't happened in 3 years. I really don't foo asterisk gang need the last information. I thought when a sea of people pushes and shovels each other, with a swift jump and land on top of the table I was sitting and look at the mass of students with disappointment. On the corner of my vision, mine gang is also been pushed shoveled, and hit by the panicking students. While they are annoying but they still stick by me when I showed nothing but hostility toward them. When I see raccoon eyes and soy sauce fall and that is, taking a deep breath and shout with all my might. My scream was loud enough to make the panicking students stop what they were doing. Oi you FUC asterisk heirs? Who that foo asterisk you are trying to be? FUC asterisk NG civilians? I can see some of them are disapproving of my language but I don't foo asterisk I care. Even if there's someone got inside the school illegally, how many pro the foo asterisk gang heroes are there in you today? And even if you are studied to be a 3rd grade hero or some sure asterisk, at least act like it. With a huff, I jump down gratefully and pull the down raccoon eyes and soy sauce up gently. What? Broke anything? As I'm asking them that, I could see some guilt and shame of the other students. Some others try to help the down students and walk calmly out of the room. When I look back at the gang of annoyances I could see they stare at me with shocked and teasing eyes. What? The soy face answers. Well, I didn't think you would do that and save us. Yeah. That was so bada asterisk. Baku bro is it Sundara? Shut it. I flush a little and mumble. Even if you extras are the pain in the A asterisk but you are my pain in the A asterisk. I always take care of my properties. After I finish my little speech, the 4 of them look at me with teary eyes as they pull me into a group hug and of course, I curse, scream, and kick them but they only hug tighter so I give up. Just this once, I said to save face as I'm answered by 4 cheeky grinning faces. Class 1 it. Bakugou, that was amazing. Putting your language aside. You did great, Bakugou. I did not waste my vote on you. Hearing that I whip my head around. You voted for me? Glasses dares to look proud as he gives a thumb up at me. SH asterisk T. Now I'm stuck with this motherf asterisk gang job. I sigh and resign to just accept it. But on the bright side, Deku would be happy for me and maybe I try to weasel a prize out of him. I grin slyly. That the thought. Katsuki's POV ends. At the gate where the reporters have broken through, the gate which was thick and made of the toughest metal on earth is having a gaping hole and there is none of any debris surrounding it. Inspecting the gate is a small toddler-sized mouse hybrid and behind him is several teachers/pro heroes. The white hybrid says, "This is a declaration of war. Prepare yourselves." Yes, Principal Nedza. Wednesday at U.A High School. As usual, the students go to school. When the bell rings they prepare for the next subjects, just like any normal day. Lunchtime. Once again, the angry Pomeranian is surrounded by his gang which he dubbed as Gang of Annoyances. After the incident yesterday, they are even clinging tighter than before with make the blonde both angry and embarrassed. Hey. Bakugou. Who is your lover? Kaminari asked, still curious from yesterday. Ya man. Spill the tea. Siro chirps in also very curious but surprisingly they are stopped by Mina, the queen of gossip and love story. Guys. Don't pressure Bakugou. Why? They both ask, without missing a beat. Mina points to the slightly pale face of the sharp teeth boy. 'Cause that was what happened. They start to get scared as the normally happy-go-lucky hard boy is trembling as he steals glances at the blonde. They look at each other and with a nod, they make a motion as zipping their lips and throw away the key. Yeah. He is one overprotective and jelly boyfriend. Mina whispers to them as their lunchtime ends. At Class 1A, 12:50 p.m. For the foundation skills of heroics, Mr. Aizawa says with the most deadpan voice ever but still able to captures the attention of the whole class. You will be supervised by me, All Might, and a special guest. Hanta quickly raises his hand high and not waiting to be called, he asks. Sensei, what will we do? Aizawa just looks him dead in the eyes, then he sweeps his glaze through the whole class, then he says, to be the hero that everyone needs. Just with that phrase, the class is on the edge of their seats. With swift of his hand, Aizawa shows them the same card All Might has shown them on the second day, but with the word rescue. Whether it's a flood, fire, or any other disaster, a hero's job is to save people. You will take part in the trial of rescue. As always, the class is now a mess of noises that mostly talking about the new trial. With a sigh, the unkempt pro-hero once again brings fear into his students' heart. Don't get head on yourselves. The lesson will teach you how to save lives while protecting your own. To protect and save lives, first, you must alive and well. The class once again stays silent and rethink how they look at life. However, one already has his earful of them. Aizu, you're really the best. Bakugou sneaks a glance down on his ring, which is still on his left ring finger, gently rubs it with a soft smile. Miss you? Then just like All Might, Aizawa takes out a device to presses it and the students' costumes slide out. Anyway, this time, it is entirely up to you if you wish to whether or not to wear your hero costume. Some are not suitable for a rescue mission and you need to add or improve your costume after this trial. Everyone nods at the advice, then Aizawa looks at the clock. Okay, the training area is quite far away, so we must take a bus there. I give you 10 minutes to prepare. Now go. No need to waste time. Everyone rushes forward their suits and go to prepare themselves. 10 minutes later, 18 students resemble in front of their sensei. As the dead-tired hero goes in, the class serious boy, Ida, starts yelling. Bakugou-san. You need to give out order to dash. Without missing a beat, Katsuki walks past the yelling robot. It's a full-throttle bus, Dumba asterisk, and he gets on the bus as others fill in as well, leaving a sulking robot hero behind. On the bus, the students are chatting merrily with each other while their teacher is sleeping on the front seat and their president is glazing out on the street. Aizu, today I will use your invention for the first time for rescue mission. He chuckles a bit as he absent-mindedly touches the small medical device on his suit. I was only put my mind on fighting villains when I become a hero, but it was you who teach me the true meaning of being a hero. I miss you. After an hour later, when the students flood out of the bus, their eyes widen at the sight before them. The place is as big as a small city, with each part of it was divided and different setting. On their left is an earthquake scenario with rocks, debris, and collapsed buildings everywhere. Near it is a mudslide with brownish dirt over the buildings there. Then they hear a waterfall on their right, where a big lake that has a waterfall, flood wreck, and typhoon. Near it is a city that is up in flame. Could not withhold their excitement, they shout out, "Amazing! Is this USJ, Universal Studio Japan, or something?" A muffled voice answers them. This is a practical training area that I personally created to simulate all kinds of accidents, disasters, and alike. It is called... The voice paused for dramatic effect. The ultimate space for jams. So it really is USJ. Shout internally of almost every student there. But then a squeak of excitement rings out. OMG! OMG! It's Space Hero, number 13. He's the gentlemanly hero who does phenomenal work helping with disaster relief. Kaya. Oi! Shut up, round face. Let's him speak, will ya? Yelled the ever-angry class president. When the students are talking among themselves, Bakugou sees Aizawa and number 13 whisper something to each other and number 13 raises 3 of his fingers up. Puzzled at the gesture but not wanting to get involved, he turns back just as someone was saying something about him and he is off. With a cough, the black suit hero has brought the students' attention back to them. The spacesuit hero steps forward to introduce himself. Hello, students. I'm number 13 and you all know my quirk is black hole, right? Everyone gives a small nod at that. Number 13 continues. While I use my quirk on rescuing and helping disaster relief, but it is also very dangerous if used on a human being. Almost everyone is paling as they picture what would happen to a human's body if they get sucked into a black hole. Before I let you start, there are 1. No 2. The foo asterisk. / they keep increasing? The space hero coughs and says, what I mean is you need to know that a quirk could be powerful and useful but dangerous as well. One wrong step is all it needs to end a life. His voice has taken on a serious tone as everyone stands up straight. During Mr. Aizawa's physical test, you have learned your quirk at their fullest power. And during All Might's battle trial, you learned how to use your quirk to fight and hurt your opponents. However, in this trial, the trial of rescue, I will teach you how your quirk, no matter how dangerous or powerful is it, could be used to save people. Because quirk exists is not to hurt people but to help and save them. Then he gives a bow and joyfully says, that's all. Thank you for listening so patiently and intently. The students are hyper at the speech as they're clapping and shouting praises at him. A little annoyed at the over-the-top cheer, Aizawa lazily says, alright class. First thing for dash. He cuts off as he feels something wrong in the air, something dark and sinister. He turns to look at the general area where he feels it, which is at the fountain of the center of the USJ. Because of the far distance, he can only see something black is swirling around, but then his eyes widen as a hand comes out of the misty black thing. But what he sees next is what that even brings fear to him, the senior hero. Face that is covered by a severed hand, and the only thing he can see is an eye filled with menacing, hatred, and madness staring straight at him. Huddle together. And don't move. Aizawa shouts out, which startled the students. Then he yells for number 13 as he unwraps his scarf. Number 13, protect the students. Bakugou Katsuki has encountered many bad guys or bad bullies throughout his childhood with Izuku, so he recognizes right away the people who are coming out of the black mist are evil. However, his classmates clueless about it as Kirishima asks, who are they? Are they a pardo dash? Shut it sure asterisk y hair. Those F asterisk curs are villains. Bakugou is right. I'm leaving you in charge of the class. Whatever. Don't die, old man. Heh. Then the mist molds into a human shape with 2 yellow eyes as it says, only Eraserhead and number 13? According to the teacher's curriculum we got, Mr. All Might should be here? Aizawa, who has pulled his yellow goggles over his eyes, hisses. So it is you yesterday. Then the thin with many severed hands on his body says darkly and madly with his head held high. Where is he? I have got so many gifts for him, don't tell me. Then he titles his head to a side creepily. Don't you dare tell me he ain't here. Before anyone could say anything, the madman starts to crackle. Ha ha ha. I wonder if he will show up if we kill the kids. With that, Aizawa Shoda, the famous underground hero, activates his quirk. The villains? There's no way. Why they could able to just waltz into the hero home base? Some of the students yell out in disbelief. However, one of them with the Big Mama's brain, Momo, asks number 13. Sensei, are there any intruder alarm sensors? As if offended by the question, the pro-hero answers. Of course we have some. But Katsuki shouts to Kaminari, who is putting one of his hand on his headphone. Fake Pikachu. Try F asterisk King call for help. I'm trying, man. But I can't get through. With an air of calmness as if this is everyday things, Todoroki says. If the sensors aren't responding, then either they have a device or someone with a quirk to interfere with the signal to prevent us to contact or alarm others outside. Aizawa starts to speak. An isolated campus away from the school at the time when there are only one class is attending. I must give you villains some credits. The creepy hand man grins behind a hand and says back in a proud tone. Well, thank you to be able to see through my carefully planned scheme. Then his tone turns murderous. But singing praises won't save you, attack them. The bunches of villains of different shapes and sizes rush up the stair toward the heroes. With full and authority voice, Shota barks out orders. Number 13, evacuate the students and try to call the school. Kaminari, Startled, the blonde lighting teen points to himself. You try to contact U.A with your quirk again. But sense dash. Aizawa crouches down in a stand for jumping down the advanced villains when Ochako shouts out, "Sensei? You are gonna fight them alone?" Before he jumps, he turns toward his students giving them a smirk saying, "No hero has one trick up their sleeves. Number 13, I'm counting on you." Then he is off, whips his scarf out with his cross hands. He jumps toward a group of villains that are laughing at him. Who is the F***er? Aren't there only All Might and number 13? Maybe some no-name bis**D, jumping by himself like that toward us? Then the leader of the squad gleeful shouts, "Firing squad! Prepare to fur dash." Not able to finish his sentence, his transformed guns turn to normal fingers. Still confused why his quirk isn't working, something gray snakes around him, then he sees only darkness. With an elegant jump and a flick of his wrists, Aizawa has brought down 2 villains in a blink of an eye. Then a slightly more intelligent villain shouts out, "Dumba**." That's Eraserhead. He could erase quirks. A villain with a mutant quirk, making him had 4 arms and rock-hard body. However, without even a flinch, Eraserhead punches him square into the face so hard that the bad guy's feet left the ground and a gentle tucks of his scarf to send his opponent flying backward. Only use his hearing that the underground hero ducks a punch on his blind spot from behind like a cat. With the same trick, the villain is sent back and falls upon his comrades. True that my quirk only works on emitter and transformation class quirk, but that doesn't mean I can't deal with you weaklings. Eraserhead, his hand-to-hand combat skill is too good. Furthermore, we could not guess whose quirk or when he would activate his quirk since his goggles hide his eyes. Monotoned, the scratching villain. That's why even with a mass of villains against him, but he's still superior. Scratching even more on his neck, the light blue hair villain mumbles darkly, "That's why I hate Pro Hero. They are such a pain in the A**." Back to the students and number 13. "Damn** that Aizawa-sensei is so manly," Kirishima said in awe at the level of skill that Aizawa is displaying. "Oi! Hair for brain. Wanna die for what?" The ever-angry blonde yells out as Ida scolds him as well. "That's right. This is no time for admiration, Kirishima. We need to evacuate now." However, the evacuation has stopped as a large amount of black mist in front of their path and a voice within the mist rings out. "I'm afraid I can't allow it to happen. **T. He's already, and only a blink of an eye too. The dangerous one is him. Hope number 13 is able to pass him." The black hair hero is brought out of his thought as he is attacked once again. Then on the very top of the mist cloud, 2 yellow holes for eyes are formed, and a device or some sort floating just below the eyes. None could see his mouth, but a polite and gentleman voice reaches their ears. "Greetings. We are the Villain Alliance. And I apologize for the presumption, but we took upon ourselves to enter YotsubaAnna Academy, which is the base of heroes, in order to..." While the misty villain said all that, everyone has moved closer to each other and number 13 is secretly opening his suit's finger, ready to use as his quirk, but a hand places on top of it, stopping him from doing so. He could teleport a group of extras to here, so there isn't far-fetched that he could direct your quirk against us, whispers Bakugou as he never moves his eyes away from the black mist. And before any words could leave the pro-hero lips, the villain continues. "In order to engage with Mr. All Might, the symbol of peace, and may be able to extinguish him at the same time, you see." Everyone there who could hear that sentence, their eyes widen in disbelief and anger. Paying them no mind at all, the mist continues. "Could you tell me why Mr. All Might not present? Or he never meant to attend at this juncture? Or rather, has something been altered?" The villain chuckles softly to himself as his yellow eyes narrows. "Well, putting that aside, it's nothing personal, but I have work to do dash." He is interrupted when 2 figures suddenly appear in a blink and attack him. "Like hell**, we will just sitting there and let you doing whatever." "This Kirishima yelled in anger as he stays in his stand with his left arm hardened while Bakugou, who exploded the mist's seemly face, stands just behind him. The villain just reforms and giving out praises. That was quite perilous. Well, It is to expect, even though you just mere students, you are also the hero world's golden eggs. But now, run away you too. A rush of black mist surround everyone, making a dome of darkness. Some students rush toward each other, while some retreat themselves or some pick up others to run away. The misty villain's voice once again rings out, but now it feels like he is speaking everywhere. You will be scattered and tortured, then slain the worst way possible. At debris area. A formed mist hole and dropping 3U. Students on the destroyed room of one of the buildings there. That F***er is so gonna get it when I get my hand on his mist A**. Calm down Baku bro. Yeah Blasty. Quiet down, you are hurting my ears and I also hear lots of footsteps near here, said the punky rock girl of the group, which the blonde quiet down immediately and asks. How near and how many? The red-haired boy and purple girl stare at him in surprise, but Jairu still answers. They would get here in 3 minutes and more than 10. Cracking his knuckles, Pomerania smirks. Let's get some A** whipping. Debris Bakugou Katsugi Kirishima Edro Jiro Kyoka. At landslides area. The same mist hole drops 3 figures on the brown ground, but unlike the first group, they are immediately surrounded by a mass of villains. Do you guys need any weapon? Momo asks as she creates a metal staff for herself. It's okay Momo, Lighting Boy says with thumb up, while the other boy asks. Could you make me some iron knuckle? Without a beat, 2 iron knuckles are chugged at him. Here you go Sato. Sato smirk and takes out a cube of sugar and eat it. Landslides Yairozu Momo, Kaminari Denki Rikido. At flood area. What Tokoyami sees first when the mist covered him is a weird sparkling human being who is falling beside him into the body of water below. Not far from them, a cute frog girl croaks softly. Carol. Flood, Ajuiti, Tokoyami Fumikage, Aoyama Yuga. At Inferno area. A burning city with many lizard-like skin villains who see the mists dropping something. As per the order, they rush toward to deal with whatever is thrown in here, but did they not know that they should be the one who has to run away? Todoroki stares at the flames surrounding him as his ice-cold rage rises each minute. With a stomp of his leg, the whole place is now covered in ice cold, as well the villains who have become ice cubes. He is so strong, Hagakure said to the mute classmate as he's just nodding his head in agreement. Inferno Todoroki Shoto, Hagakure to Koda Koji. Back at the gate. Is everyone all right? Yelled number 13 in worried as he looks at the remaining 6 students. Ida with Uraraka and Ojiro in his arms, and Mizo is carrying Siro and Mina in his arms. Sorry sir. But I could only hold on to them. The robot boy said, then Mizo perks up saying. I could try to find them, but I need someone to protect me. Number 13 nods and the rest answer. We will. Focusing on finding them. Gate number 13 Uraraka Ochako Idatenya Ojiro Mashareo, Shoji Mizo, Ashido Mina. On a street toward USJ facility. A teenage boy who is riding a motorbike speedy up to nearly illegally. He is wearing a long sleeves white shirt with black legging with a multiplied leg holster on either of his thighs and calves. He also has a military bag strap on his back. Please God. Please let me make there in time. At the gate. I found them. They are scattered around the facilities. Shoji shouted out after a minute, spreading his tentacles that end with his eyes and ears. The rest sigh in relief, but then number 13 suddenly calls out for Ida. Ida-kun, right? Yes, sir. I know your brother, so your quirk is engine, right? Yes, sir. As the pro-hero and Ida talk, the rest huddle together covering them. I entrust you to run out and inform the school as soon as you find an opportunity. Shocked at the suggestion, the brunette denies. I couldn't just abandon dash. You should go Ida, you are the fastest one out of all of us. Shoji said as he readies his stand as the tail boy nods. That's right Ida-san. They are trying to isolate us here, so you must inform the outsider and bring help. With a loud smash of his tail, Ojiro is too ready for a fight. Yeah. Go Ida. I can back them up, so don't worry about us. Go and get help as fast as possible, okay? Uraraka said with a nervous but determined smile as Mina nodding beside her with the same smile. With his back to the speedy hero in training, the pro-hero, number 13 says. Use your quirk, Ida, and save everyone. The engine on his calves flares fire as he wipes his tears and ready for a run of his and his classmates' life. A little sweat drop at the talk in front of him, the faceless villain says. I may or may not able to stop him, but, he chuckles a bit, that you guys would spout out all your plan while your enemy is within hearing range. Raising his hands which already opened, Space Hero uses his quirk while loudly claim. Isn't IT obvious? We let you hear because IT won't be a problem even if you know about it. Then the air is sucked inside his open suit at a fast rate. At the flood area. With the help of Tsuchan, both Tokoyami and Aoyama are safely on a boat while the Marines-like villains are below in the water looking up at them. Karo, what should we do now? Revelry in the darkness. Could you jump far with the two of us, Aji? Not very far, and call me Tsuchan. As the two animal mutant quirk students are busy cooking up a plan to escape, the other one only sits there and sparkles at them. Aoiman, can you fire your beam to push yourself over the lake? The French boy looks at the distance of the lake in his stomach and with the damn asterisk proudest face he could make and says, no, facepalm. With a sigh to calm his nerve, Tokoyami asks, how about Asuchan carries me over the lake first and you, shiny human, the same time use your beam to shoot yourself across. Wherever you fall I will catch you with my shadow. How about that? Brilliant. Karo, good plan, but what should we do if they follow us? Well, at least we would unite with our class and fight them together. Besides, then we will on land so we will have more advances. Okay, Karo. Sparkly plan. At the debris area. Huh? No. The foo asterisk. These F asterisk curs are weak as he asterisk. Others sweat drop as bodies upon bodies littering around him. They too have bodies but not as many as the Boom Boom Boy. Is this all? With a sigh, the only girl in the group says, the name is Jiro, and, yeah, that's, no. There is one more. She said as her ear jacks are buried deep on the ground. With the plan for ambush has been blown, the chameleon quirk villain jumps down from the ceiling aiming at the strongest, Bakugou. I kill you. Kirishima and Jiro are too far to do anything even if it was to make a sound, but without turning around, Katsuki dodges and slams the villain's head onto the ground with the help of his blast. Okay, with that's done. Let's get back and help our senseis and classmates. Yeah. With the most passive face ever, Bakugou refuses. I will go back, but I will fight the rap gate bit asterisk. Huh? The others yell with only get a raised eyebrow in return. Why bro? You are really hair for brain. If we take out their F asterisk ing escape ticket, then they can't escape or call enforcement. Looking at the surprised and understanding face of the two making him sighs sadly. I miss eyes. Landslide. Ha. Hiya. Eep. With the two main attack forces which are Sato and Momo saving the dame in distress, Denki once again. Furious, Sato shouts. Kaminari. Be a man and fight man. I can't. I need weapon or else I gonna elect you too. A brilliant plan come to mind as Momo shouts. Satu. Cover me. Satu is doing what she asked as she is a smart girl, so maybe she has thought up a plan or some sort. He starts fighting and sometimes uses Denki as a human stunned gun. And in no time is all, Momo rushes toward the sugarman and her top is ripped open and a big, thick blanket pops out covering them. Denki! Let's lose your quirk. This is insulator blanket. We'll be fine. With that, Kaminari raises his hands upward then down, spreading lighting throughout the area, firing most of the villain and turn to Satama with hair version. Lifting the blanket, well, Momo wraps a part of it around her naked part while Sata lifting it and looking aside with a bright red face. Lets me make a shirt and we go back with others. Okay. At Inferno area. Two shivering students, Koda and Hagakure, are looking at Todoroki as he emotionless interrogates the villains for information. At the fountain, Aizawa is still fighting a mass of villains when the handsman rushes forward and catches his scarf, gratefully ducks a punch. The hero runs toward him and pulls his scarf with unbalance the villain, making his body falls full force onto his incoming elbow. Yet, Not a wincing sound as the young villain starts to speak. You keep jumping around so it's hard to tell, but he softly places his hand and all 5 fingers on the other's elbow. When your hair falls is when your quirk deactivates and the time between and getting shorter and shorter. Eraserhead's elbow-covered cloth quickly decay as the villain grins creepily. Don't bite off more than you can chew, hero. Not showing any sight of pain, Aizawa punches the villain away. Successful frees his elbow, but it has already broken. As he jumps back, other villains rush in. However, even with a broken elbow, he still elegantly dodges and fights multi-opponents. The down villain slowly stands up as he speaks praises for Eraserhead. Your quirk is not suitable for fighting masses or a long period of time. And your specialty is short-length sneak attack. He now fully stands up looking down on the kneeling Aizawa and continues. So the reason you jump down an open battle like this is to give your students some peace of mind? OMG! For an NPC, you are really cool. So cool. But suddenly the area around Aizawa is shaken as a dark shadow looming over him. I'm not the last boss. Back at the gate. Number 13. Sensei. Nu. You could hear the heartbroken scream of the students and the cracking sound of something is breaking. Mr. Number 13, as expectations of a hero who specializes in rescuing? The rap villain's mist body is spread out in front of the proher and looking down at him mockingly says, "Your battle experience is lacking." Before him is the space hero with arms out sketched and a black hole behind his back destroying his back entirely. With a weak voice, the weakened hero says, "Jigo Heda go?" Snapping out of his shock, Ida with all his might rushes toward the door. "I will not let your sacrificed go to waste, sensei." However, a black hole of mist appears right in his path. Despair and hopelessness are the only things he feels as inches and inches he gets closer to it. Suddenly Mizo jumps out from behind him and wraps all his arms around the floating mist with one tentacle of a mouth. He shouts, "Quickly! ****!" He dashes forward the door again as he feels the villain is upon him ready to use his rap quirk on him. But he is stopped and Ida doesn't look back as he trusts his friends as he reaches the door which automatically opens from inside. In his mad dash, he misses something, or someone dashes inside as the door is closing in. A few minutes earlier, "What are doing you, Raraka?" shouted the pink girl who was kneeling beside her injured sensei as her friend rushed toward the black mass of a villain. Without saying anything, Ochako pinned point the white floating metal thing and touched it which activated her quirk, making it floated and missed Ida. "I don't know what is this thing, but if you are wearing it then it must be your body." Then with all her might, she threw the villain upward, far away from her robot friend. Got a good idea of what she meant. Ciro quickly shot out his tape snaked around the thing, and kept it in place not for long but enough for their speedy friend to escape and called help. The villain watched as the engine teen disappeared behind the closing door as he said to himself, "If he calls for help then?" His body was shrinking and gone. Now, at the gate, Azui, Tokoyami, and Aoyama have succeeded carry out their plan and now they are running toward the gate where one of their sensei is there and maybe someone their classmates. However, just as Tsuchan said, even though they evaded fighting numerous marine villains, they still be chased by them. "Tokoyami? Tsuchan? Aoyama?" shouted out the remaining students at the gate. They're all happy to see their friends are well and fine, but their smile falls as they see a mass of villains that are running after them. When those 3 reach them, they are all in their fighting stand and readied themselves for battle, but a voice startled them. "If you fight them like this, you will lose." Everyone snaps back their neck to see a teenager, a stranger kneeling beside their teacher, looking at the injured with experienced eyes. "Who are dash? Sorry, but this isn't the time for a pleasant introduction. Just know that I'm on your side." Then the teen looks up at them and could tell the sincerity in the stranger's eyes as they start giving out orders. "You two will be frontline fighters," the newcomer said while pointing at Mizo and Wajiro, then looking at the 2 animal-like students. "You two will be a mid-range fighter and the last 2 girls will be the sniper. You with round face float as many rocks or petals as you can, and you with pink skin try to cover the rock with strong acid, then use them as bullets firing at the villains." Shocked at how the teen who looked like their age could think up all that and how could they know about their quirks to plan? However, the loud yell of the villain giving them no choice but to roll with it. Mr. Number 13, sir, are you conscious? I will perform the first kit and it will her dash. The heroes in training hear the teen talk softly to the injured hero and see treating his injuries with swift hands. He is on our side, but who is he? With the thought, they focus back on the task at hand. SPOV starts. OMG! The wound is deep and almost destroyed his back. While speaking reassurance words at the hero, I'm looking at the injuries to find the best way to stabilize his condition while my hands expertly take out all the necessary things for him. First, injecting anesthetize into his back to lessen the pain. Second, taking the emergency needles and threads for surgery and sew the gaping wound of his inside as well as slightly close the back for bandaging to stop the bleeding. Of course, lastly is bandaging. The whole process only takes 10 minutes. After stabled the pro hero number 13, I stand up with my bang covers the eyes as I take out a short sword from the bag, unsheath it, and my other hand takes out a gun filled with BB bullets. Then I charge forward. Author. Teehee mysterious guy. With a vertical slash, I cut the water bullet in half from an enemy which saving the pink with horns girl which rewarded with big. Thanks. I smile back at her and continue. A villain slips past the two front fighters and attacks the frog girl who is showing a sign of tiredness as I, without stopping, shoot a bullet right at his chest's pressure point making him instant out cold. With a click on one of my left thigh holders, I toss her a candy saying, "Energy refilled pill. Thank you, Carol." Now, I'm at the front line with the two boys who are spotting with cuts, bruises and breathing hard, so the same with frog girl, I toss them the pills and shout, "Energy pill." Not waiting for a reply, I throw my sword upward as I take out another gun. With two guns, I'm firing repeatedly at the oncoming villains, successfully nailing their chest or head pressure points that will reduce them paralyzed all the while my sword spins dangerously on top of my head. Click, click, click. Out of ammo. Quickly discard the guns as I catch the falling sword just inches from impaling my head, which I use to attack the remaining villains. With years of practice, I expertly use the back of the sword hitting just enough force to their neck making them drop like flies. When there aren't any more enemies, I start to observe other places as I try to find someone as I feel eyes bored into my back. Oh yeah, I need to explain myself. Then I turn to face 7 awe and confused faces. The frog girl is the first to ask, "Who are you, Caro?" Suddenly feeling embarrassed, I blush a little and scratch my neck as I answer. Sorry, my name is Dash. Okay. A terrible squeak is heard through all the USJ interrupting me as I turn back at the center of the park, then without a single hesitation, I speed toward it. SPOV ends. At the fountain. Aizawa's POV starts. Just as I get away from the hand villain, a looming figure appears right in the path I am heading, and I don't know if I could call it human. It is a large and black humanoid monster with a ridiculous amount of muscles covered in scars. Its brain is exposed complete with a bird's beak for a mouth that is filled with rock-sharp teeth. It also possesses immense speed. I try my hardest to dodge to run to erase its quirk for a quick breath, but ha ha ha. Eraserhead tell the symbol of peace that he's wanted by an artificial human, Nomo. The likely leader of the villain said mockingly down at my broken body with his being pushed down by the Nomith thing. Without mercy. Of course, if they have any, they would not be villains. Then the mist guy appears in midair beside the hand villain saying something about letting one escape. Good job. Now, I have to hold on as long as possible till help arrives. If you weren't our escape ticket, I would have ended you myself. The mist villain stays silent as his leader vents how his plan is ruined, then he looks at me with an evil mad grin. With a nod of his head toward the thing, it takes hold of my decayed elbow and gives a squeeze. I could feel my bones cracked at the pressure. This level of pain is nothing. I have to hold on until help arrives. If I fall now, he will definably go after the students. As I try to think up a plan while saving my strength, the light-haired villain is saying something. Face. Nothing. Face with pure strength. Useless. Because of the pains messing up my senses, I couldn't hear what the villain was saying as I feel the thing on top of me is placing his big palm onto my good arm. Mentally prepare me for the incoming pain, yet I feel nothing. bang, bang, bang. Even with my messed up ears, I could still hear the sound of the gun loud and clear. Then the pressure of the thing on my body suddenly disappears. Before I or the villains could understand what was happening, an unknown voice yells out to me. Eraser head. Open mouth. Startled at the yell, I automatically open my mouth as I feel something is shot into it as I swallow it. A rush of energy fills my whole body and the pain is almost gone. With the renewed energy, I stand up and create distance from the thing and its leader. Who the hell are you? The childlike villain yells out, infurious as the same unknown answers. Just a doctor passing by. His answer makes the villain and me both baffled. The foo asterisk? Doctor? Doctor? I thought as I sneak a glance at him, and my eyes widen as a teenager that could be the same age as my students or maybe even younger is standing there with a gun in his hand and a sword nearby. What the heck asterisk is that getup? Ain't like a doctor at all. The villain shouts out my thought. The foo asterisk, you're a doctor. They're no doctor with a gun and a sword like a damn asterisk player. The kid gets a ball to laugh at that and turns serious as he says, I don't need to explain it to you. Then he lets loose bullets after bullets at the thing and occasionally the hand villain. Each shot is precise and nails its target, which is the exposed brain. I stand there in awe. Even Snipe could not get that level of preciseness like the kid. Eraser head. The kid shouts to me over the bullets he's shooting. The thing I shot you is only temporarily, so get out of there before you collapse again. Hearing that, I quickly retreat by a voice stops me. Enemy. Stop him. The thing appears right in front of my face and once again slam my face hard onto the ground as the new kid hisses. And you? The hand villain sets his sight onto the kid doctor and rushes toward him with incredible speed with his hand out, sketches reaching for the kid's face. With all the strength left in me, I push back again the monster to use cancel the villain's quirk, but with its fingers pressing nearly over my eyes with the energy boost is losing its effect, and the fact that the kid's eyes show no nervousness or scared, only calculated. When the hand of the villain only a step away from his face, with a flip of his right wrist, the villain yells bloody murder. You mod character. What did you do to me? Without leaving, the villain regains his cool. The kid kicks him square on the face, then swift his legs, making the villain falls, and as he is falling, the child with both hands on the ground as leverage and using his two legs and kicks hard in the other's chest, which making him flies back down. I don't care who he is, I want him. I will make him my student after we survive this mess. When all energy left me, I hear a bang and a deep loud voice rings out as I slowly smile and close my eyes as I know my students are in good hands. Have no fear, for I am here. Aizawa's POV ends. Have you guessed who I am yet? No. Then let me extend our tongue. Bakugou, tied up and gaped. No spoiler now, Katsuki. Anyway, do you want some hints? Humming song. Bakugou. MMFFFFFFFFMFMFMFMFMF. Oh, for Author-chan, love him. Let's say I Lethier take a well-deserved break. Giggle, aren't I nice? So let's continue our game. At the gate, with number 13 is treated and laying on his stomach, the students stand shocked still at what they are watching. Who is that guy? Whispered Shoji as he watches how the smaller teen effectively takes down multiple enemies at once. His movement is precise without any unnecessary movements. Not to mention how elegant and effective his battle instinct is. Ojiro said in awe at his savior once again takes down an enemy twice as big in one move and free their sensei. Others remain silent as they continue to observe the unknown, but one person is thinking hard on why is that person feels so familiar. Then she remembers how he was looking for someone while they were walking toward him. I get it. He is Bakugou's dash. She is cut short by the loud bang at the door. The thick and nearly impenetrable is carved in and busted as a tall muscular figure walks in, which fill the students and teachers in hope and despair for the villains as he says, "Have no fear. I am here." He said his famous catchphrase. However, it was not accompanied with his big reassurance smile but with a frown showing how angry the number one hero is. His yellow suit is dropped on the ground and with a tug of his meaty hand, the tie is ripped apart as he crouches and zooms right to the down figure of Aizawa and the lone boy a few feet away. He grabs them and like magic, he appears near the gate where the injured space hero is laid. "Young man, are you Midoriya Izuku?" All Might asked the new kid as he sets them down. Not wasting a second, the greenette tends Aizawa right away as he starts to report. "Yes, sir. I have taken down the small flies. You're only focusing on those 3. The misty one has a wrap quirk so you can't touch him, but maybe the white device. The handman's quirk involved placing all 5 of his fingers of his hand. The inhuman thing has strength and speed quirk, but it's also possible that it has multiple quirks. Everyone there is shocked at the number of details of the enemies that Midoriya Izuku is providing even if he's just got here a while ago." All Might stares at the small teen as a quick flashback plays in his mind. Flashback starts. At the nurse office in the Yuta High School, a shrink-up figure in a baggy yellow suit was sitting on one of the beds as he tried yet again a failed connection to his 2 colleagues at the USJ. "I think I still have like 20 minutes left." In a blink of an eye, replaced the skinny half-dead man was the symbol of peace, All Might, yelling, "Yes, I will be there." However, he was stopped as a squeaky voice said, "Hold on your horses, Tashinari." Prink cough Principal Nedzu. All Might was once again skinny as he coughed out blood as the appearance of the toddle-size mouse. "Yes, it is I. Who you can't quite get if I a mouse, a dog or a bear. But I am the U.A's principal." The shrink-up hero crouched down to the same level as the intelligent animal. "Your fur is excellent today as well, sir." Nedzu, the hybrid, smiled and started to speak. "Well, thank you. It's quite hard to maintain my fur to be this lovely. But the reason I'm meeting you today is not for pleasantries talk." Pulling out a pad from his back, Nedzu was showing the number 1 hero the news in a bold letter of how All Might has solved 3 cases in 1 hour. With a shook of his head, the principal began to scold him like a bad child. "Tashinori, your injury is too much on your body to continue doing hero's work, and that is why Recovery Girl has set out a time limit for you." The guilty hero tried to defend himself, but he was cut off. "Yes, you are the symbol of peace, but you are also a human, which will soon end. You have to let other heroes do their jobs. What would you do when you are longer able to fight? Then who will succeed you in saving the innocents?" The blonde hero sighed and resigned his fate as his boss was starting to make tea for them. However, it was all cut short when Recovery Girl busted inside the room with a paled face. "Nedzu! Impact all the pro heroes to USJ immediately." Nedzu sat straight up with a serious aura. He asked, "Why? I have just taken in an apprentice who is very good with the medical field and medical medicine and devices invention. He has given his friend in class 1 a medical device with have a GPS that would never break or malfunction unless it is jammed. Also, the fact that I could not contact Aizawa or number 13 or any of the cameras in USJ. Are you sure about this information?" The old lady was getting ready as the principal asked. She turned and looked dead into the hybrid's beady eyes. "I trust that boy more than anything, as he is never wrong and he is as smart as you, Nedzu, even without a quirk." At that sentence, Nedzu's eyes sparkled in interest as the short woman continued. "He contacted me when he could not contact his friend or the device. He is on his way there dash. Hey! Is that dangerous?" With a huff, Recovery Girl turned to the worried All Might. "He is not weak, Yagi. The class you that teach, he would most likely be in the top 5 strongest students if he studied here." Shocked could be seen on the 2 pro heroes' faces at what she had claimed. "What are you waiting for? Let's get a move on." Then buff All Might once more as he speeded up and rushed to USJ first as the others gathered more heroes. Flashback ends. "So this is Recovery Girl's prize apprentice?" The blonde hero looks back to Aizawa and the kid. To his surprise, Aizawa has seen better than before and it's been only a few minutes or 2. Smiling at the boy, All Might turns back to the 3 villains that he has mentioned and ready for a fight. At the fountain, when the number 1 hero saved his injured colleague, the speed he used only was enough to unbalance the thin black cloth villain, which made him drop a severed hand that was covered his face down. The villain is like having a panic attack as he shakenly picks up the hand while mumbling, "I'm sorry, father. I'm sorry, father. I'm sorry, father. I'm sorry, father." With 4 fingers on the dropped hand, he places it back to its original place, then with a sly grin he says, "He was fast. Very fast that I could not follow him at all, but," with a mad glaze in his eyes as he says teasingly, "Have you gotten weak?" Just as he finishes the sentence, All Might's already a few feet away from them, with his arms crossed forming the letter X, like some America's wrestling, yelling, "Carolina!" Without an ounce of concern, the leader simply says, "Any smash." Like a switch has been flipped, the monstrous thing comes back to life and takes the full forces of the blow. The blow which normally could destroy a metal wall yet not leaving a scratch on it as it fasts like lightning tries to grab the hero but miss as he has bent his legs low and using his left leg as a pillar to boost his upper body giving out a right hook into his abdomen. None of my blow work? All the while, the leader just stands on the side watching and bragging about his Nomo. Why none my attack work? Is that what you are thinking? Crazy laugh because Nomu here is having the best shock absorption quirk. The only way to damage it is to scoop out pieces by pieces of his guts. Thou, if he lets you do it, is another story. The students who are present there turn deadly pales as the new information as they watch intently as the fight proceeds. That's why they didn't notice their green ally with a fast pace sneaks toward the battleground. Then the shouting begins. It's the sound of cheer as All Might takes hold of the thing's back and backdrop its head first into the ground. However, the happy sound soon is replaced as horror when they see the place where the thing's head should be smashed is a black hole of mist and right under the number one's back is its head and arms which have grabbed hold of his waist and the sharp fingers are digging into his body. *T. Right where my old injuries. All Might thought in pain as he coughs out blood. The mist villain appears near the injured and trapped hero saying gentlemanly, "I certainly hate gut and blood in my gait, but..." The hole under his back starts to widen taking the hero's feet door slowly. "I would honor to have yours and mine." The handman continues, "Noma's job isn't to defeat or kill you, All Might, symbol of peace. Its job is to immobilize you while Kurogiri will finish you off." Then the portal slowly swallows up the hero as the light blue villain says in a singing voice, "We win." Izuku's POV starts. After All Might drops Aizawa-san and me at the gate with the others, I quickly drop down on my knee and ready my equipment to tend the injuries of Eraserhead at the same time informing the pro hero about any of the information of the villains that I have gathered. When All Might is off to fight the villains, I'm still looking at the black hair hero try to diagnose which one is the most life-threatening injury that needs to be treated immediately, and the most dangerous injury would be his broken and bend odd angle right elbow. I softly press around his gapping elbow to feel the bones and I find out that both of his radius and ulna has nearly shattered along with his right joint as well as the missing skin and tissue of the unconscious hero. Luckily the nerves are fine or else the arm would only be a block of flesh that would never be used ever again. Wanting to start right away, taking out a scalpel, I quickly cut open his arm from below the armpit till the midsection of the arm. Then I carefully open up his tissue with my, "What are you doing?" "Hey! What the heck are you doing to sensei?" Some of the students start to yell out and I can hear some of them is rushing toward to stop me but I can't stop now, with his arm which is already opened up and if I'm wasting any more time then Aizawa-san's life would be in danger. So, with the most forcible voice I could manage I say out loud, "I'm a doctor and you could see I have treated number 13 so either watching the fight or doing something useful like finding your other classmates and let me do my work." Already have been working on the misplaced bones and the broken pieces of Aizawa's arm. I'm pleased at totally silent as I continue on with the surgeon. Wearing a clean doctor's rubber gloves, I emotionlessly stick my hand in the mass of goo, meat, and blood to relocate the ulna while the other clean hand is holding the forceps to pick out any of the broken pieces of bone. Do not want any infection or more damages to the tissue and muscle if just leave the pieces there. Because of the swelling from the hurt muscles when the thing grabbed him so it slows down the blood flow enough for me to not using any clamps to stop the pumping of blood. When done, my gloves which were creamy white has dyed blood red. I quickly sew his tissue back as well as his skin then I secure it in a thick cocoon of bandages and 2 wooden planks on hand to immobilize the injured. Then I inject and anesthetize into his arm for good measure. Okay. That's done. He won't be wake up from pain when he regains his conscious. Tossing the bloody gloves away, I start to observe the fight below. The black creature is dangerous and I think it's brain dead or being mind controlled by the hand boi there. I try to think up any plans to defeat the thing but I could not, as I'm frowning, Bakugou, whisper pouting. In frustration I hear the handyman says, "Why none my attack work? Is that what you are thinking?" Crazy laugh because Nomu here is having the best shock absorption quirk. The only way to damage it is to scoop out pieces by pieces of his guts, though if he lets you do it is another story. Shocked at the quirk but pleased as my guess was right that the creature is possessing multiple quirks. Shock absorption quirk? With a smirk and a newly formed plan, I quietly sneak away, trying to find the perfect spot to proceed with my plan. Izuku's POV ends. Back at Villains vs. All Might. We win. Just as the hand villain finishes that, a loud bang rings out. Silence everyone, then repeated banging continues to ring out at every single place. The two smaller villains cannot pinpoint where the sound is coming from as it is shooting at different angles as if they were surrounded. Suddenly, Nomu starts screaming its inhuman squeak as a storm of bullets rain down onto its brain and eyes, making it blind and loosen a bit of its grip on All Might's wound, but the blonde hero is still too much pain to break free. Then simultaneously a loud explosive sound and ice cracking sound start. The students who are up at the gate with their two injured senseis call out in glee as two of their strongest of the class have come. Todoroki. Bakugou. Then they see a flash of red rushes toward the handman but is missed. Kirishima. Bakugou, true to his words, is instant attacking the missed villain, right at the floating device with a devilishly grin. Heck, just that I thought. Try anything and I would blow your A** to kingdom come. He found out about my weakness. The thought of the threatened villain as Kirishima, who after the failed ambush, is standing near his bro, sweat drop at the threat. The Bakugou said to the villain, "Bro, that is not heroic. Shut it." As for Todoroki, he has calculatedly angled his ice to only frozen the Nomu thing, not hitting All Might at all, which further loosen its grip, and now the pro hero can free himself out of the trap with a hard kick in the frozen part of the creature. Like always, with an air of coldness to him, Todoroki says while glaring at the villains, "The symbol of peace won't go down that easily by the like of you clowns." Behind a rock not far from them is a figure who is grinning ear to ear. "Kaken. You're okay?" Izuku wants to let him know that he is here but not wanting to expose his location to the enemy. He smiles as he raises his left hand. "No funny business you to *** shadow A***. One move and you are dead meat." While the blonde teen is threatening the villain and tries to cover the device with his sweat in case, his eyes catch a beam of light that has a pattern to it. "This is our language." With a click of his tongue, a feral grin spread onto his face as he shouts to All Might. "Oi! All Might! Stay still." A little startled and confused at the suddenness of it all, the number one hero stays still and two loud bangs ring out. None dare to move as their brain could not process what just happened. Then All Might starts screaming in agony as his wound on his left abdomen is letting out smoke and he is brought down to his knees. Everyone, and I mean every single one of them, even the villains, are frozen stiff in shock at the down number one hero. Then all he one * break through as screaming and wailing call out, "All Might! Why? No. It can't be real. All Might sensei!" Screamed Mina as she sees the unmoving figure of her strongest sensei. "No! Can't. It's not real!" chanted the bird-head student. "What the? No! Stand up, sensei!" One by one, the students scream out, yell out for their sensei, for their hero, for their hope to stand up and fight in despair. However, there is one more scream of despair, desperate, that drown out all of their pleas. "No! How?" The leader of the villain is screaming in anger and hatred as he's scratching his already bleeding neck. "Don't you dare die! No one, not some mode have the right to kill you. Don't you foo *** and dare die. I and sensei are the only one who has the right." the villains claim, making the despair of the students into fear, pure fear. Then the maddened villain shouts to his creation, "Enemy! Kill him! Kill All Might now! Kill him before it's too late!" The half-frozen black monster slowly but surely rises up with the frozen part broke apart into pieces. Twitching his body, a bit and only mere second new limbs sprout out replacing the lost ones. What? Tisis. I knew it. That thing has more quirk. Looking at the shocked faces of the future heroes, the handman spreads his arms out still in his maddened voice says. Like always, it blindly does what it was told as it rushes to the down figure as its fist raised high for a finishing blow. With a swipe of his arm, it has created a shocking wave and wind pressure that make most trees uprooted and the ground cracked at his path. Most of the girls too scared to see the gruesome sight of the mangled body of the symbol of peace, so they close their eyes while others widen their eyes to witness the moment that one of the greatest heroes in history has laid down his life for them. What? How can it be? You cheated. Cheater. At the outraged cry of the villain, eyes are opened filled with hope, then a cheer erupts as they see their sensei with a hand grabs the nearly as big black hand of the creature. With a smirk, he crooks his other fist back and sends a plus ultra smash in its chest, making it skips several feet back. Ha ha ha. I always save the day, villains. Phew. Whoever fired those bullets saved my hind. Not only it closed my side's wounds but giving me an energy boost. Well, it would be better if it wasn't hurt so much at the beginning. Smirking at the shocked faces, Bakugou, who still traps the villain's only escape route, enjoys the show fully. Not only that, but he also enjoys the fight between that inhuman thing with All Might. As he continues to watch, he doesn't aware that he has been targeted. With the villain, Shigaraki is becoming angrier and angrier at what he's seeing. You cheater! How can he recover? Sure asterisk. I need Kurogiri. Then he stops looking at the punches which are exchanged between the two buff figures as he sets his sight at the teen whose costume makes him look like a human bomb. Loosen his stand. In a second he runs toward him, catching the blonde off guard as his hand only inches from the other's face. Bakugou! Young Bakugou! Tihith. 4 of 5 of his fingers have touched the bewildered face. Only a few more inches then he would have killed the mod and free his man, but once again that blessing/curses loud bang rings out. The bullet hits right at the blonde knee, making his body slide left, avoiding the incoming hand, and with a fast reflect, he makes an explosion on his right to blast the villain on the face as well to create distance between them. I'm so dead after this. Kaken, you are so dead. Just as both of the villains stand up, the familiar sound rings out yet again, and accompany it is shouting of pains of the remaining villains at different areas. Sorry, we're a little late. A cute squeaky voice said as all the attention is at a group of people at the destroyed gate. Ida! The students shout in glee as they see their friend who is in tears yelling. I have complete the mission. Next to the sobbing boys are multiple pro heroes. At the first row center is Snipe, the one who has fired those last shots. Next to him are the two of the trio of Yui, Present Mike, and Midnight. Then right behind the teen is a tall, mean-looking hero, Vlad King, and on his shoulder is the famous Principal Nedzu. Behind them are a lot more pro heroes as they are all ready to fight and protect their students and their colleagues. Tisis. It's really game over now. Kurogiri, let's go. Before Kurogiri could have said or done anything, a yell startles everyone. Ultra Smash. With a mighty punch, the #1 hero has sent Nomo flying that it hit the dome-like ceiling and then break through it like it hasn't made out of the toughest material on Earth. The students and other heroes look in awe at the power the blonde hero is displaying. Withhold a cough of blood, All Might, whose appearance is disheveled by the incident, stands tall and proud, saying to the last two villains, "You lose," as he rushes forward the villains in order to arrest them, but he's one step too late as they both disappear into the mist with parting words. We may have failed here, symbol of peace, but next time we meet, you are dead, All Might. Then nothing except for silence as the students who finally have a taste of what the pros have to bite and chew on a daily basis. Some are disheartened, some are ashamed of themselves, and some are filled with determination to be even stronger so they would not be this helpless like this. Hidden at the back of all the looming pros, out come Recovery Girl with her nurse-like costume. With critical eyes she scans the group of students and sees only the two teachers are the one that has serious injury. Quickly she rushes down there all the while yelling, "Mito-chan! Quit hiding and come help me, dear." Confusing can be seen on everyone's faces well except for one as they nearly yell out in shock as a green-haired teenager pops out from his hiding place which was behind a big rock on the far left side of the fountain. "Hi, Oba-chan," he replies as he runs back to the gate. However, as he passes by All Might, he whispers softly, "All Might, sir, my pill only gave you extra 20 minutes so you only have about 5 more minutes till you change. You should properly leave." Almost spit out blood, he watches as the quirkless young boy dashes back to help Recovery Girl with questionable eyes as he readies himself for a big leap. "All Might? Where are you going? Aren't you need to treat too?" shouted out the baby shark teeth. The blonde hero just gives him a smile and says in his joyful voice, "Those injuries are nothing, my boy. A hero's work is never end, so I must be going now." With that, he jumps through the hole he punched Noma thinking, how did he know? Back with Deku and Recovery Girl. As the two doctors tend the injuries of the teachers, the rest of the scattered students have gathered and joined everyone at the gate. "Okay, dearies. Everyone who is injured come forward so Mito-chan and I could treat you," the brunette with pink cheeks asks. "But, what about senseis?" "Oh, they are fine. Mito-chan has performed perfect treatment for them and also giving them an energy boost so I could use my quirk on them right away so they will be fine." With a sigh of relief, a short line has formed as the school nurse and the mystery boy check up on them. When the last person is checked and is done with, Bakugou walks toward the greenette as he is putting back his stuff while bathing in the curiosity of every student and teacher. "Bakugou, you are injured." Not answering the redhead as he continues till he is looming over the crouched teen. Noticing the shadow, the green teen turns to face the blonde with a gorgeous smile which makes some girls squeak at the cuteness. "Kakin." And the new boy does something that shocked everyone out of their mind and cracks Ida's glasses. He hugs the hot temper boys tight and nuzzles into his chest. "OMFG. WTF? He is dead." "Bakugou, who is he?" "None of your goad da asterisk business as asterisk hole." As Katsuki argues with the entire class, he never lets go of his cute giggling angel. "I miss you too, Kakin, but you won't escape training." A shiver runs on his back as the blonde already knew what will happen to him. He just sighs and smiles into the fluffy mass of hair of his love. "I love you no matter what, eyes." Everyone is brought out of their thought as Present Mike and Midnight shout out while pointing at the couples. 14, 15, 17, 18. A police with a cat face counted, saying to the gathered heroes in training. Seem like all of the students are pretty much unharmed. Class 1 is still standing tall and proud even after what they have been through. Then a detective in a brownish coat and a fedora walks toward them. "Hello. I know you are all tired and drained after what happened, so we hope after a nice day of rest and you will provide us the information of what has happened tomorrow." They all nod their heads. Then the older man turns to the principal to ask for permission to investigate the facility as well as the information regarding the ambush. As the adults are talking, the students are too, but not so much about the experience they have lived through, more about the relationship of their hothead president with the new cute boy, Midoriya Izuku. "Hey! They really did hug?" "Yeah, bro. I saw it with my own eyes." "Yeah. That was so adorable." "Yeah. It was like watching a wolf taking care of a rabbit." "Lucky you." "Merci. Wonder what their relationship is. Let's ask them." "Yeah. Let's go." As the pack of wolves set their glaze on the juicy meat, right before they could pound on them, Recovery Girl calls out, "Mito-chan. Come on." The green-head teen reluctantly leaves the blonde's place with a sad smile. "I need to go now, we will see each other later." Bakugou's eyes are covered by his bang as his angel becomes smaller and smaller with each step he took. With a swift of his hand, Katsuki takes out his phone. Ring ring ring. Katsuki! Are you okay? I heard from Izukin and the school dash. Stop screaming, hag. I'm foo ***, I fine. The extras couldn't even scratch me. Deku is here too, but he has to go healing and stuff. And you want to go with him? Fine. I'm not raising a puss ***, why so do whatever you want. Thanks. I will drag his **** for dinner, invite auntie too. Okay. It has been quite long since we last have a meal together anyway. I will call when we finish. Bye brat. Leave by hag. With that, he power walks toward Midoriya, who is in mid climbing onto a car with the youthful hero. I'm coming with you. Kaken? Startled at the voice, Izuku turns only to see a close-up chest of his lover who is trapping him at the car's door. The old lady shakes her head at the request. I cannot allow it, dearie. With fire burning fierce in his eyes, the bomb hero says in a calm and collected voice. Please, if it is something classified then I will stay outside or even standing guard for your secret, but please lets me be there with eyes. At the last part, he bows down showing his sincere only to feel two small wrinkled hands on his shoulders. Ha ha. You have me at please. Bakugou, you can come but later could not step even 1 foot in the infirmary, get it? Even with a frown still presents on his face but his eyes show gracefulness as well as happiness at what has been said. You got yourself a deal. Then the three sit comfortably in the car and drive to Yuta school in a completely quiet but comforting aura. Minutes later, at the infirmary of Yuta school. Just like he has promised, Bakugou stands outside the room and guards it against any busybody or spies or whatever. Hope it's not something dangerous, but knowing Deku, it probably will be. The blonde gives out a tired sigh for the dreading near future would bestow to them. Not long after, the same man with the fedora walks up to him with a pleasant smile asking, Excuse me, I need to go inside, Bakugou? The blonde doesn't say anything, only yells, Oi! Gramps. The detective wants to see you. Then an endearing grandmotherly voice answers. Is that so? Let's him in, Bakugou. With a huff, he steps aside and the detective walks in with a graceful smile that only receives back with, hurry up. In the infirmary. As the detective walks in, he is greeted with two kind smiles and a surprised yell of an injured man. Hello there. Oh, hello Tsukachi-san. Coming to see Tashinori? Hello Mr. Detective. Tsukachi. You show up too? Tsukachi smiles at them and with a show of taking off his fedora as a greeting. Greeting. Recovery girl, all might. And you must be. After giving his greeting to the two adults, he turns to the only teenager in the room. Midoriya Izuku, right? The green beam grins in confirmation as he continues with inspecting the wounds of the pro hero. Then the short doctor of the room asks, So, I think Nedzu has already told you everything about the attack, right? Why do you come here? The easygoing atmosphere quickly replaced by seriousness right away. Midoriya Izuku, can you give me your testimony on how you knew the attack and the event after that? Tightening the bandage knot on All Might's stomach, Izuku turns around equally severe and starts to speak. Very well, then Mr. Detective, it was like this dash. After an hour. Thank you so much for your cooperation, Izuku. It's nothing, Naomasa-san. I'm happy to be of help. Only an hour, but the green beam has already enslaved all the adults there in the room by his bright and lovable personality, his intelligence, as well as his iron will. Oh dear. It has gotten late. Mito-chan, you can go home now. Don't let the hothead waits too long. With a giant blush on his face, Midoriya shudders. Sigh yes, thank you recovery girl. Bowing to the other two men for goodbye, Izuku takes his things and rushes out of the door. Wow! She knew! Just as he opens the door, his eyes caught sight of a tall figure standing alone right next to the infirmary's door with a faraway look. Kaken. Then the almost empty eyes turn bright red as they lock to his mesmerized forest green ones. Aizu. The taller teen watches carefully at the other as Midoriya walks toward him and them only a few inches apart. Katsuki's POV starts. As I look at the disgusting sight of our parents, I tighten my grip on the smaller trembling hand and once again the old hag just has to block me by saying something. When? How long? I could only hear a bit of what she's trying to say, and before I could say anything back or yell her to speak up, she gets up to my face spitting her saliva everywhere. I said, "How long have you been dating?" As her wonderful son, I reply. Right before he moved to Tokyo. The three adults stare widen eyes at us, and of course I stare back just as much while my angel is blushing into his hands. Then the old hag with her ugly pissed-off face turns to me specially and asks, "Who confessed first?" Huh? Who confessed first, your brat? Why the CK you need to know? The mother of my angel cuts in before we could get into an hour-long insult. "Oh, we just want to know, that's all, Katsuki-kun. Could you tell us?" Message ***. If Auntie asked then, I sigh in defeat and answer. It was Deku, Aizu who said it first, but at a farewell. I quickly add in angrily. I the one to connect us together. Even if you guys object, I don't care. The only one for me is Aizu. In mid-sentence, I have stood up at some point and looked into their eyes, silently challenged them. They with bangs cover their eyes, don't say a thing to us as they sit still, then their shoulders are slightly trembling and finally they bust out in laughter. Ha ha ha. You should have looked your face. It's pure comedy gold. Ha ha ha. Hi hee hee hee. What's in the world? We are bewildered as the laughing parents with confusion. After 5 minutes or so, they finally calm down enough for conversation. This time, Deku takes the lead. Why, you guys knew? His mother giggles. Well, more like we sensed it. We didn't know. That you two have already dating, however, we knew that you two have a thing for each other. It was so adorable. Inko is right. We even have photos as proof. Like magic, the two mothers produce 2 thigh albums and start picking pic after pic. Look at this one. It was you two only 5 years old. Auntie takes out a picture. In it there are Deku and I. Flashback starts. I was playing with my toys when I heard a loud thump behind me. As a future #1 hero, I quickly investigate. It was Deku who was face first into the ground. He started to cry as soon as he sat up. I hurried over him as he was wailing away. What happened, Deku? I hiccup, I tripped. I tried petting his hair to calm him, but he continued to cry. Out of choice, I closed in on him. Here go nothing. Why my face feels so hot? And in my stomach is like something is in there? And my legs and hands feel so weak. Am I sick? Flashback ends. Not letting us recover from the embarrassment, my hag starts gusting about another picture. Look, this is the time when they were still in kindergarten. I glance over to see in the photo, there are 4-person, Auntie, old hag and us. That time, and Inko was slime while the hag ain't changing as they both bend down toward the 2 children. The smaller with bushy green hair is on the left while I was on the right with our respected mother. It looks innocent, so what the F*** the hag is saying? I should have shut my brain, as old lady says. Katsuki always got up early just to wait outside for Azukin. There was time, I had business and got to go right then. He would still insist to stay and wait for his future lover. That was also the reason he wanted to able to walk from to school alone. What the foo ***. I know you dash. I could not even say anything to her as she smirks confidently. Deku is trying to transform into a tomato while the rest are laughing at us. Flashback starts. Cloth check. Toys for me and Aizu. Shoes check. I did a mental checklist in my head as I satisfied with everything. I yelled out. I'm off, hag. Old man. Be careful and don't call your parents that, brat. I didn't care as I rushed outside and walked the opposite side of the school, toward Aizu's house. I wonder if he's up? I'm big and strong now. I will take Aizu to school. I thought in happiness as I took a stick and pressed the bell right under a nameplate, Midoriya's household, yelling. I see you. Let's go. Or else we will be late for school. A soft, cute voice rang out to reply to him, which was and will be enough as a reward for all the troubles. I smiled in happiness. Flashback ends. I foo asterisk asterisk I hate this foo asterisk asterisk up family. I thought as I plop down next to Aizu, who is still very embarrassed as I sketch my arm and pull him into a hug. Deep, slight smirking at the cute squeak, but it's quick replaced by irritation as the mothers have already had their phone taking multiples shoot at us. Ki-ya-ya. Stay still Izuken. Hold him tighter you brat. Grow a ball or two. Crack crack crack. Oh. Could you send it to me later? I promise to send some back to you. You got yourself a deal. That would be lovely, stranger-san. Thank you. Sparkling heart now on with the story. What story? Never mind. The weird girl disappears and the black hole where she climbed out also gone with her. That is weird. Suddenly, I just realized something. Why hag? If you knew our feeling then why? I trail off as she has a confused face. Why what brat? What? Why you co asterisk asterisk? Block your son. Twice I told you. Kaken. And Katsuki's POV ends. After hours upon hours of embarrassing pictures of them, the couples finally be released into the wild with a warning. Flashback starts. Katsuki. Not hentai things in the house and before 18 years old, mister. Oh. Thank you so much Auntie Mitsuki. Thank you for putting up with that son of mine. And call me mama or mom is fine now cause it's already official. Hag. Hehe. I'm looking forward for grandchildren but not before 18 years old you hear. Very unique. Flashback ends. As they lay next to each other in Katsuki's bed, cuddling. I never knew that a human could blush more than an hour and why did you tell them without confirm with me? Not that I don't want to but, why? Flashback starts. After Mitsuki teased the boys, her face frowned as she looked at her BFF. Inko smiled like a little devil from hell. Katsuki better watch out. Izuken ought to have his mother's, not so angelic side. Her husband was no better than her as he was laughing with sweats dropping like rain. Inko, oh sweet kind heart Inko, the mother of the cinnamon roll and the cinnamon roll herself, smirked dangerously with one hand outstretched toward the Bakugou. The betting was about how long till they realized their feeling and who would confess first. And I believe you guys own me 10,000 yen. The female Midoriya said while swaying a paper which is the contract of the bet. The Bakugou didn't dare to disobey her cause even if she is sweet and cuddling but she isn't the best lawyer of 3 cities from that alone. Remember her husband, Izuku's father? No, right? Because she took him to court and sued his as asterisk so hard that he will never breathe free air ever again. And the only reason why she did it was. He dares to leave Izuken and me for 3 years only to come home asking what his quirk is. Then when knowing Izuken is quirkless, he tried to blame me, tried to abuse mentally Izuken, and want a divorce. So, I just give it to him never cross paths with the Midoriya. Their brains are no joke as well as their faces which scream, I'm cute and innocent. I couldn't hurt anyone or be evil. Even if it's mean your death, you better make them happy. Flashback ends. A little terrified at last night incident and pissed at the lost money, the blonde beauty with all her weight, smashes down hard on her son's side, effectively waking him up with a bonus. Motherf asterisk 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 I bit asterisk asterisk. Smirking to herself, she whispers. Ain't want Izuken to wake up all scared right? Breakfast in 20 minutes and your school's just called saying you have a break today. So better take Izuken out for a date, hey brat. Her son just huffs at her but she knows he is planning where to go for the date. Gently close the door, she goes downstairs where her friend and husband are taking merrily. Back to Katsuki. As he continues cuddles with his now official and public boyfriend, he really is planning all the places that they both love to go for the date. He is so focused on it that he didn't realize his sleeping beauty has awakened and glazing at him. Choo. Shook out of his train of thought by a soft perk on his cheek, he looks down to the culprit and with a sly grin, Bakugou flips his body on top of his prey. Who was the little devil dare to interrupt my thought? The greenette erupts in a fit of giggles as the other tickles him as punishment. Hehehe. Stop kissing. Hi hehehe. Oh, giving up already? The blonde tickles the giggling teen more furiously. Hi hehehe. I give. The mischievous hands stop as their owner lower himself to the breathless teen below him, whispers seductively. Only you go on a date today with me. And poop. The strawberry roll has appeared as Deku shyly hides the lower half of his face and gives a cute nod. Can't resist the cuteness overflow. After breakfast, at the Bakugou household. We just have breakfast, so let's go to the first generation of Heroes Museum, then I take him to the nearby restaurant where they serve the best katsudon. Maybe a movie after and dinner at the cafe where they make all-might cake that the nerd love. Finally a walk in the park to end the date. With the most murderous expression possible, Katsuki is giving the most murderous stare a human could give to the poor pot of plant in front of him. You can see the tree is shivering in fear. His father is confused and a little worried at the healthy way of relaxing his beloved child. However, he hears a chuckle from his beautiful wife, so he whispers to her, "Honey? Why Katsuki look like he planning a murder at our decorate plant?" His wife can't contain her laughter anymore, so she bursts out laughing. "Shut it, old hag. SH11. I don't care anymore. I'm going." Pissed off by his blood mother, the youngest Bakugou stomps off and a door slams can be heard. "Ha ha 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 ha. Honey, can you fill me in? Ha 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 ha." Masaru sighs in defeat as he starts to help washing the dishes while Mitsuki is dying in laughter. At Midoriya's household, Inko, a proud single mother, is enjoying her time watching some soap romance drama show on TV while her son is frantically searching for clothes for his date. Ring 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 ring. The sound of the table phone cuts through the semi-silent of the house. Pausing the drama, Inko power walks toward the ringing phone. "Oh, Midoriya's resident here. Hello, Mrs. Midoriya Inko. I'm Nedzu, principal of U.A High School." "Well, why did you call?" "Please calm down, madam. As you knew that Midoriya Izuku, your son is admitted into the school infirmary as an apprentice for recovery girl." "That's right. However, after the USJ incident, one of the teacher who was presented there and myself wished to be able to take him under our wings." "Oh my. So that?" "Yes, madam. I wish to enroll Midoriya Izuku into our school as a student in the heroic department." Asterisk sobbing asterisk. "Mrs. Could I meet Izuku-kun today?" "I will call him right away." Is dash. "Mrs. Midoriya. I wish to meet him face to face, please. And I only 5 minutes away from your house." "Let's me ask him. Please wait a minute, Mr. Nedzu." "Just call me Nedzu, Mrs. Midoriya." "Then Nedzu, excuse me." With that, the green-haired lady places the phone down without hanging up, then calling out for her son. "Thuria's Juivilaptun. Wawawawawawa." Hurry footsteps are running down the stair, and around the corner is her son half-naked as he rushes to her asking, "Mama, what's wrong? Something wrong?" No. It's a good no great news." The mother shouts in glee, making her son even more confused. At Katsuki's room, the excited explosive Pomerania is in the middle of choosing the best of the best outfit for his date with an angel. Ring ring ring. He quickly picks up his phone as he hears the special tune just for Deku. "What's up?" I'm sorry. I can't go out today with you, Kakin, but maybe next time?" Like the whole world is crashing down on him, Katsuki takes a deep breath to calm down and answers, "I understand. You have to do what go to do. Any next time then?" "Thank you for understanding. Love you. Love you more." Then they hang up, but the boom boy's face darkens as he stomps out of the house, much for the confusion of his parents. "What's so important that he has to cancel our date?" "I know it's important, but..." With a sigh, he starts to wandering around, but his feet have a mind of their own as a few minutes later, he is standing in front of the Midoriya's household. Shaking his head a bit, he turns to walk away, but a car stops right at the entrance of the house, and at the same time, the front door opens. It's the Midoriya, they both wearing a fancy suit, especially the younger one, which makes the blonde's mouth watering. Then a lean tall blonde man comes out of the car and escorts the two into the car. What the he asterisk asterisk? Jelly mode is activated. A robotic voice rings out as a girl with a deadpan face says right behind him, "The foo asterisk asterisk are you?" With the calmest face, she looks into his eyes while saying, "You never see me." Then she disappears, leaving a bewildered Bakugou behind. Late of the night, at UA's conference room. The conference room in the UA is very spacious that could hold more than all the pro-heroes teachers of the school as well as half of the police forces. In the middle of that room is a big rectangular desk with space in the middle section, which enough space for more than 25 people, and in those seats are packed with multiple pro-heroes teachers and some policemen. They are all waiting for the principal of the UA, President Mike, Detective Tsukachi, and a special guest to arrive so they could start the meeting. Just then, the door is opened and a squeaky sound of feet rings out as a toddler-sized mouse, bear, dog and It's Nedzu, the UA's principal, who walks in, and follows are the previously mentioned members. Sorry we are late, everyone. Please take a seat. The White Mouse hero says as he jumps into the arms of the special guest as they both sit down at the seat next to the shirked All Might. When everyone is seated, the detective starts the meeting. I did a thorough background check of the so-called Shigaraki as well as the detail of his quirk into the database both in local and international, but end up nothing. No birth certificate nor registration form or anything, and the same could say to the Black Mist Warpgate guy too. Tsukachi says as he looks at the stack of papers he is holding as he continues. It's most likely that are their code names or they changed their name without informed us, and for their quirk, it seems likely they have never handed in their quirk registration too. At the far right corner, a pro-hero with a dark red wine cape with a brown cowboy's hat speaks up. So, long story short, we got nothing on them. Then when the ringleader, Shigaraki was it? Heals from the gunshot, he would once again cause more incidents like this once and we could not even prevent it. Right? With his animal-like hearing, Nedzu could pick up two mutterings, one on his side and the other is from the one holding him. Wanting to see what to show off his soon-to-be apprentice, he addresses the special guest. So, as one of a few that witnessed and experienced the entire incident, would you share some of your thought? Almost every single eyes in the room shifted to look at the lots younger and smaller body which is being addressed, but Nedzu. Midoriya Izuku? The green eyes and hair teen smiles shyly at the attention and begin to speak. Well, first of all, I don't think that the handman is the real ringleader dash. The next day, at Bakugou's household, Kaken, Midoriya's green irises become dull and none of the usual loving glazes is present are staring at Bakugou's bright red irises which still full of love. What Deku? Aizu. Panicking, the blonde teen rushes toward the other but he is stopped by some kind of invisible force or something. He starts banging on it, kicking it, however nothing happens, and his lover, his everything, just looks him with dead eyes. Aizu. Baby. Despite all of his effort of shouting, banging, kicking, his love, his other half is still staring at him blankly, void of any of the warmth it usually held. Slowly, Deku opens his mouth to say the words that Bakugou is dreading to. I have once loved you but now. No. No baby, don't. I love you. I can change. Don't leave me. His pleases are fall on deaf ears as Izuku, his once lover, is hugging and gazing lovingly at another man. The other man is none other than the tall man with shoulder-length bright blonde hair that he has seen that afternoon. Shaking as the truth in front of his eyes, he could not deny it any longer as the emotionless voice says. The two are embracing each other in a loving embrace, the one they used to do. As the other two's faces are getting closer and closer, the beautiful emerald eyes stare at him with a smirk. His forest fairy says, "Let's break up, Bakugou-san." Nu-u. A loud scream escapes the sweating Katsuki's lips at the terrifying nightmare which shook him awake. The clock which is next to his bed is showing the blinking red digits of the number 4 a.m. but he doesn't care as he then anxiously looking for his phone. He has been calling Aizu about 20 plus times from yesterday and none of it was answered, which making his anxiety going through the roof. Why he did cancel our date? Who is the blonde ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** I thought anti-INKO approves of US? The he ***. Millions, billions of questions are swirling in his head, then the phone vibrates, indicates a message has arrived. With little to no time at all, the blonde snatches it and opens the message, which only brings disappointment. Let's just say, Today Bakugo Katsuki is going to be extra explosive than normal. At Class 1A. As everyone is chatting happily and a little curious about the green-haired teen who helped them last time, the door slams open loudly and walks in is their class president, the Boom Boom Boy. None says anything as they just stare at him. His eyes have bags under them. His mood is worsened as every second pass. They too scared to even ask why when Katsuki all but body slams onto his seat and then releasing a murderous aura, well, extra murderous aura. Before the usual annoyance duo could do the suicidal mission of trying to talk to him, the door slides opened as a little over-bandaged Aizawa with one of his hand in a sling walks in like a Bada's asterisk he is. Sensei, you're already up and about. You are too cool. That's beyond pro. Nearly the whole class shouts in shock as their bandaged teacher walks in and stands in front of the class with the biggest grin on his face. Settle down. The class at once settled down at the cough of their injured but still scary teacher while their class prez is still sulking in a corner of the classroom. With his usual deadpan voice, Aizawa says, "Anyway, you kids better concern about yourselves, not me." Everyone is confused at the statement, even the sulking Pomerania. Seeing that he gets everyone full attention, the teacher continues. After all, your battles haven't ended yet. Like a broken spell, the class once again filled with noises as questions upon questions are flying all around. Only one of them realizes what's going on and with a grinning face, he thinks, "Perfect. I will impress Aizu with my strength and growth that I will make him fall for me again." Without missing a beat, with the most serious face that could make villains p** themselves, Aizawa-sensei says, "UA's sports festival is near. OM**G. This is a school." Pop head in, a girl with dark eyes looking at them making everyone jump out of their seat and take a stand. With the most dead fish's eyes, she says, "You're all wrong. This ain't a school." Confusing, the students losing their stand and look at the newcomer with interest as she shouts out, "It's a a nursery." Then she gone. Well, she's not wrong. Sensei. Meh. At Class 1A. A sports festival? Shouted most of the class, like the previous chapter, author. Yeah, fourth wall, yar days. The room is filled with questions and excited cheers of the students. However, it's all stopped as one raises a question. But wait! That would be another opportunity for the villains to once again infiltrate here, isn't it? You're right. Will it be okay? Despite being injured, Aizawa Shoyuta can still insert fear into his students no matter how rowdy they are. With a look of his, everyone quiets down, then he starts to speak. On the contrary, we will continue with the festival to show our school as well as your confidence as the future of the new generation of heroes that we won't back down in any crisis and we are stronger than ever. At those words with an underline of encouragement, the fear, worry in the students' eyes has dissolved and replaced with excitement and determination for the incoming festival. Hidden his smile in his scarf, Aizawa continues. Besides, the security will be extra tight with 5 times the police forces will present. So you don't need to worry about being attacked by villains. Some of the weak-minded students release a sigh of relief at that. But what you should be worrying about is how to use the opportunity of the sports festival to its fullest for your future. The newest member of the soon-to-be-formed Baku Squad, Riff-Off Pikachu, or also known as Kaminari, wonders out loud. Why is that? What opportunity? And our ever-so-caring class leader rolls his eyes. Dunce's face. Hey! Without missing a beat, Dadzawa explains for his dumb kids. Our sports festival is the biggest event in Japan. In the past, the Olympic was also a sports festival that captured all countries around the world's attention, and even just able to participate would be a great honor for their country. However, because of the increasing of quirks which makes the interest in the art of training one's body became dulled and forgotten, he pauses to look in the eyes of each and everyone in the class, showing how important this information is. And take its place in Japan is UA's sports festival. The country's top of the top heroes will be watching your performance to find the perfect sidekick for their agency. The eyes of the whole classroom are sparkling just like Aoyama, some even bouncing on their seats in excitement. Naturally, you will gain more valuable experiences and popularity if you're picked by a big-name hero. However, there is always a limit on how many opportunities you could get. Aizawa closes his eyes as a fond memory comes back in his mind of a younger him standing on the top 5 in his year's sports festival. With that limited time, you have to show the pros, the teachers, and the world what you are made of. What will your future be like? You only have 3 chances as they only happen once a year. Smirking under his scarf as he sees the fire in each of the students burns brightly like a sun. If you want to be a hero, then this is the event you cannot miss. At the end of the inspirational speech, he walks out of the class. The students are shocked and deeply motivated by Aizawa-sensei, but the most motivated of all is none other than the class's leader. Aizu, just wait for me. I will make you fall for me all over again. After school, outside class 1A. The short brunette with a cute round face is happily walking out of the classroom with her new friends who are also hyper about the soon-to-be festival. However, they are stopped by a sea of students stand outside their class's door. What? What's with the crowd? Why are they here? Class 1A students start questioning about the human wall at their exit. Then their realizable class president swoops in to save the day. Dumba ***. They're here to scout out the competition. Bakugou Katsuki strolls out to the front like a king as he continues. They're checking the class who went head-to-head with real-life villains. So, they're trying to measure our strength to theirs before the battle. His classmates are speechless at the nonchalant attitude of their president, and when the blonde stands directly at the crowd, he smirks. Anyway, it's pointless to even try, so why don't you extras foo *** off? With the swearing, our class's robot stands up straight and does his BOI hand movement. Bakugou! Don't call other extras just because you don't know them. And no swearing. Then from behind the crowd, a mob of straight-up purple hair can be seen walking toward the arrogant blonde. Oh, I came to see the infamous Class 1A, but I didn't think you'd be this arrogant. Iya. With the already pissed-off mood from the get-go, tick marks appear more on Katsuki's face while the students behind him desperately shaking their heads. I'm a bit disappointed. Are all the kids enrolled in the department of heroic like you? The purple guy finally reveals himself to the blonde and his schoolmates. He is a tall boy, a bit taller than Bakugou, and the hair is playing a big part in it. His build is average but more on the lanky side, with a face that could rival Aizawa's as he rubs his neck and continues with the same monotone of his. Did you know? There are lots of kids who winded up in the general department because of the favoritism of flashing quirk in the heroic department's test. And the UA's sports festival is the chance for them to transfer to heroic class, and as well as the reversal. In the last sentence, Class 1A remember back on their first day at the heroic class when one of them, the perv, who was kicked out by Aizawa-sensei mercilessly as they gulp. Taking the silence as fear of his words, the purple-haired teen deepened his voice saying, "Then why don't I try pulling the rugs from you while you're on your high horses? Consider this is a declaration of war." Then with a smirk, he left, leaving everyone speechless, but not for long as another voice breaks the silence. The heck? Hey you! Over here! 1 trillion shillings. Another one. Language. Author, Sweatdrop Ida-kun. I'm from Class 1B. Heard that you knocked out some puny villains or whatever, so I came to confirm, but I don't like you punks. Don't you dare embarrass us, the heroic department in the festival, you hear? Like that, he stomps away, making 17 students of Class 1A pale dramatically. And the culprit starts all of that is indifferent and shoves his way out of the class. Wait for a second, Bakubro. Why did you do that? Everyone is gonna hate us now. Screamed the redhead teen, yet the reply he gets to leave him stunned. Doesn't matter. Once you at the top, everything and everyone can't do or say H1T. Then he coolly walks away with a simple thought. Once I'm the number one, I will swift you off your feet, Deku. But first, I need to get stronger. At the leaving figure of the blonde, the rest couldn't deny his words. He does have a point, though. The top, so manly. And so, For the past 2 weeks, everyone concentrates on their strategy for the sports festival. Some do training on their quirk, some train their physical strength, some train their mental strength, and some are training? Also in those weeks, in between breaks of his workout, Bakugou sometimes looks at his phone only to be disappointed by no new messages or phone calls from his beloved. No! Don't think about it. Continues to train, and then I will come to you, Aizu. 2 more weeks. UA's Sports Festival Day. At the gate of the UA High School, crowds of people who are from different media companies, parents of the students, employees of different engineer companies form lines after lines, waiting to get inside the school after the extreme security check, yet none dares to complain. Inside the school's ground are multiple stalls selling foods, drinks, or merchandise of the school or the popular students of the school. And walking leisurely between them are different pro-heroes who arrived early and in a different passage to avoid the paparazzi or fans. A few minutes later, when the main event of the festival about to start, everyone has gathered at the stadium, then the famous radio hero starts the event with his replied enthusiastically by the crowd. Yaiwa. Gather around everyone. This year, all your favorite high school kids will let their youth run wild once again. Why? Because the UA's sports festival has begun. Everybody. Ready, Then let's welcome the freshmen of this year. The crowd roars in excitement as the metal door opens and out steps the students. At the UA's stadium, as the freshman of this year walks out the tunnel, the crowd goes wild with cheering and screaming. To maintain the hype of the audience, Present Mike introduces the class that has caused a storm within a few days in school. This is it, folks. UA's Sports Festival, where the hero world's hatchlings raise and showcase their power. Seeing most of the heroic department's classes have come near the center, the loud hero gives out a big and grand introduction. And lets me guess. All of you, listeners, came to see them, right? Of course you are. The freshly formed miracle stars that stood heads to heads with a mass of villains assault with the will of steel. Give it up for Heroic Department, Class 1A. The audience goes wild as the students in Class 1A start flowing out. With their president in the front, walking confidently with no trace of flutter or nervousness like the rest of the class or extras in his mind. And following them is Class 1B, and here come Classes C, D, and E from General Department. Then those are Classes F, G, and H of Support Department. From here is Business Department. Present Mike then starts introducing the rest of the departments in the school with less enthusiasm, in which bring out lots of displeasing to them. Man, are we their foil or something? What a bunch of SH1T. As the students stand in line and whisper hateful words toward the special treatment for Class 1A, on the stand in front of them, a tall, curvaceous, and beautiful woman appears. She wears a breastless, black leather leotard, similar in style to a corset, over a thin, skin-tight flesh-colored bodysuit, which accentuates her voluptuous figure. The center strip of her leotard is embellished with red gemstone-like accessories in a vertical pattern, extending from her collar to her midriff, combines with translucent, black, thigh-high garter stockings, which are attached to a burgundy utility belt decorated with gold studs around her hips, a matching pentagonal buckle in its center, and black knee boots, which not only useful in carrying her equipment but brings out her charm. She also has a small red mask outlining her eyes as a mask or something, and a handcuff on each wrist for what purpose only she knew. Now, fair play only. Her sweet, seductive voice stops any harsh remark on the oblivious favoritism and draws attention to her. The major of the male audiences whistle at her figure, some drool. Where is the principal? In the third-year tournament as usual. The same conversation can be heard in the crowd of students as well. I have a crush right now. Is that outfit appropriate in school? Like I care if it's not. She's hot in those clothes. Boys, not minding the lewd looks or the jealous glares, Midnight whips her whip and the rein of the show. Silence. Now before we start. Bakugou Katsuki as the representative of the freshmen, come up here and give a speech. The whole class 1A starts to turn white with their souls leaving their bodies with each steps Bakugou takes. As he's walking to the stage, his eyes start wandering the crowd till they land on the group of cheering blonde woman with a brown hair man beside her and a crying greenette. Flashback starts. Bakugou stared at a ticket to the UA's sports festival in his hand as he was standing at the Midoriya's household. Taking a deep breath, he rang the bell. Oh, Katsuki-kun. What are you doing here? Auntie, is Aizu home? Oh dear. He's just left 20 minutes ago. Is that so? When will he be back? I really don't know, Katsuki-kun, but I could deliver your message if you want. Then he gave her the ticket. I brought an extra ticket so I thought of giving it to Aizu so? Oh. He's gonna love it. I will give him right away. Giving a soft rare smile to his auntie, Katsuki said his thanks and went back home. When the next morning came, a day before the festival, he received a text from his lover. Kaken. Thank you so much for the ticket. Hearts emoji but, crying face emoji I can't use it so I give it to mama. Hope you don't mind. I promise to give you a big surprise later, okay? Yeah whatever, nerd. Miss you. I miss you too, Kaken. Flashback ends. With more determined burning in his eyes, the blonde stands behind the mic which has been preparing for him and says, I pledge. Everyone is on the edge of their seats, wondering what the best of the freshmen will say. To be number one. To say class 1A is facepalming is an understatement of the year. I knew he's gonna pull that H1T. The rest, well they all feel the same emotion which is, well you can guess. F asterisk 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 U. As asterisk whole. U co asterisk KY bast asterisk asterisk D. Don't push your luck. Not batting an eye at the insult, the hothead continues. My homeroom teacher once taught me a lesson, life is unfair and the heroes are the ones who fight it, or some SH1T like that. Just a week ago, some extras came crying about the luck we had to be able to fight some villains on the first few days in school, yet they didn't and still don't care about what we have experienced, what we actually have to face and how close to death's door we were. Mutters, whispers can be heard from the audience and when the ruby orbs pierce down at the students before him, his classmates are shocked at what he is saying. The other classes, some questioning, some look away in guilt and shame, some shake their heads in disappointment. I don't know or do I care what life is giving you, bad childhood, bullying, power, wealth or some other SH1T, I only care how strong are you now. You can have a lame as asterisk quirk or none at all. A flash of a smiling freckled face of his cute yet strong as he 11 angel. In his mind, he smirks. It doesn't matter, a quirk is just a tool, leverage but not something to determine who you are. Some said I have a flashy quirk and yeah, they're right. The crowd was motivated and moved by his words yet quick to angered at the last part. Yet he continues. But it wasn't what makes me strong, it's the training combines with all the blood, sweat, and tears that make me strong. And I bet most of you stepping stones only trained your quirk and at the most, just only start training your body now. Heh. I have started since I was 6, that's why I will win. Then he walks down to his original place. His speeches not only inspired but also triggered the others' fighting spirits. That was so manly Baku bro. Yeah. Never knew you could give a pep talk like that. Though the last part isn't needed. Pissing off with all the teasing and crying from his group, the blonde doesn't the only thing which he is good at is yelling. You extras, shut the F asterisk 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 up. Little did he know, on the boost, next to present mic, a figure is smiling softly and proudly at him. When Bakugou Katsuki has arrived at his station, Midnight, like a professional host she is, brings everyone's attention back to her. With that delight talk, let's get right into the first course of this event. Then a scene appears behind her which is showing like multiple words, letters mumbo-jumbo each other making it impossible to read. Midnight starts to whip her sadist whip which slows down the letters while she starts talking. These are the courses, events and it will be chose randomly. However, They all have at least once sent home dozen of crying students every year. So the fateful first event this year is this. The scene stops and on it is 3 words. Obstacle course race. Present Mike takes it up from there as he starts to explain the course while pressing a button in his boost. Yeah. This is a race between every student of all 11 classes, every man/woman for themselves now. The course is a 4-kilometer lap around the stadium. The white wall in front of the student starts to unfold itself like Lego pieces and on top spurts out a broad with horizontal light traffic on it. Our school's motto is, Freedom Indiana all things hee. The voice hero laughs a little too creepy for the students as he continues. Susu, as long as you don't go off the course, then everything is a fair game. Without further ado, racers to your position. The students quickly ready themselves as a blinking sound of the red light turns on then off. They look up to the road ahead as fire burns brightly on each of their eyes. As the yellow light turns off to make way for the green light, they are off. However, as they reach the gate, they finally realize the gate itself is an obstacle. The F******. The gate is too narrow. Get out of the way. Many students have squished aside or some even being shoveled back the row. But the lucky few who are in the front barely make a way out of the gate, then a crackling sound can be heard as a cold voice accompany it. Freeze. The ground starts to turn snow white and freezing the legs and arms of the students. And the one who responds for it is a boy whose hair is divided perfectly in half, one white and one red as he has frozen the ground with each step. Youch. I can't move. Colduled. Ba******. I'm frozen. Sh1t. As the furious cry of the students, Present Mike, who is in his cozy boost, looks over to his side smirking. So, little listener, ready for our first time ever live's coverage and commentary? Ask in exciting, which makes some of the curious audiences and some of the students who are from the business department to look up in curiosity. Ain't he usually is by himself, or some heroes or something? He never calls anyone little listeners unless they are younger than him or his students. Who is it? However, they are quickly distracted as a scream rings out combined with a loud explosion. You ain't gonna get rid of me that easily half ba******. Right behind the boom boy is the rest of the cold boy's classmates using their quirk or quick thinking to avoid being frozen. Still, with a perfect poker face, Todoroki just glances at them. Then continue running, but a monotone voice stops him. Target detected, multiple. The students who have taken the hero's exam start to shake as before their very eyes stand tall and proud are the villain robots from the entrance exam from hell. OM***G. They even have the Zero Bot. The heroic students have to fight that to get in? Sh1t. The foo*****. The heroic students, even if they have faced those once, but it still brings fear in their eyes. However, a selected few didn't stop dead in their track but calculate the best and fastest way possible to bypass them. In the boost. The first round's obstacle course is underway, folks. Look like the competitors are firing up. I could feel the heat where I sit. Shout in the mic as the blonde-hair hero, excitedly commenting about the event much to their seatmates' ears. Seriously, why am I here? While the poor mystery person rants on their mind, Present Mike continues to narrate the course. Look like one Todoroki Shoto has forged away then blocked it in one fell swoop. That kid is cold. I start to hate Nedza-sensei very much right now. I thought we have a connection. Neither he doesn't know nor he pays no mind to the suffering of his partner next to him. Present Mike continues. Incredible. He's removed himself from the rest of his peers. Then at the frozen down 0-pointers, shot out 2 students who were unfortunately crushed earlier. Like the hell I'll die. If it wasn't me then someone could have died dash. If it wasn't me then someone could have died dash. The 2 boys stare at each other, noticing the similarity and slight differences of their quirk while Present Mix shouting. Yeah. Class 1A Kirishima Ejiro and Class 1B Tetsu, who both got crush but turn out fine like wine. Fine wine? Really? I rather am down there than be here right now. Someone save me. As usual, the mystery person whines inside their head, but then multiple explosions are heard as they quickly find the source of the noise. And 1A Bakugou Katsuki has taken a higher ground for better maneuver. Clever! Suddenly, the loudmouth stands up in realization and yelling. Not only that, most of the leading students are from 1A. They did not disappoint your expectation. Finally, the mystery person speaks softly to himself but can be heard by the audience. It isn't that the students from Class 1B or other departments are weak. It's just that the mindset of Class 1A is clearly different. Like you all knew, they have a taste of what the real world is like. They know what is it to be instilled true fear of death. They look down at the course as the students are too focused to hear them talking, but the rest is hanging on each word. A small but genius smile blooms on their face as they continue. Yet, they did not back down, they accepted it, coped with it, and came out in one piece. And with that, their worst experiences have become their strength, their encouragement which drowns out their fear, their doubt, and their hesitation. Strangely motivated by those words, the audience starts to scream and cheer more wildly, and the pro-heroes they're nodding their heads in agreement as well as the rest of the teachers. Turning down his volume to a whisper, Present Mike gives a thumb up for the newcomer. Little listener, that was super cool. We better be on a show together more often. The little listener can only sweat drop and smiles. If the chance arise, Present Mike-san, oh, it's definitively done. They both stop at the scene showing some of the students who have reached the second obstacle. Quickly turns up his voice. Present Mike starts to introduce the next obstacle. Well, then folks, the second obstacle is here. If the first is a barrier, then whatcha think of this one? You fall, you owe it. If you scared of it, you could always crawl. It is dramatic pause. At the boost. Heck yeah. The students don't stop for anything, do they? As usual, Present Mike is yelling to the poor microphone and his partner is still cursing his life choices. Well, if they stop there and just standing around cause their quirks are ill-equipped for this course, then they are idiots. Oh! Did you see that? Hatsum May from Class 1H has crossed the fall with her invention. The pink hair girl down below screams back at him, nearly as loud as him. It's my baby. Anyway, look at that. The player in the lead is keeping it comfortably. The crowd turns their eyes toward the half-and-half teen who just jumps down the rope to the other side gracefully. The audience, especially the heroes, start to whisper to themselves about the information they got about the boy. Holy! The kid in the first place is on a whole different level. His quirk is powerful indeed. He's also got a good head on his shoulders and good base physical capabilities. You're right. He's actually the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Oh, then that's explained it. He's got the blood of the top hero in his veins, so no wonder he's so good. The pros would practically beg him to get him to be their sidekick. Don't talk like you're not one of them, man. Haha. You've got me. However, their laughter is cut short by a loud booming noise. Like a bomb, it draws, or more like demands, the attention of everyone. Not far from behind Todoroki, you can see the mad face of an angry Pomeranian. Canada's flag. The arrogant teen from the earlier speech is catching up fast. He crosses the fall with his quirk as well as his body's movement. My God! The arrogant kid from earlier, he's got some skills too. Using his quirk, explosion, to push himself upward but at an angle where he could move forward. Look! He sometimes drops down to the rope to increase his momentum. The asterisk, he is a strategy alright, though he ain't got the look. Yeah. He lands exactly on the rope and not stopping at all. His physical capabilities are great too, maybe even better than Todoroki. At a higher and more secured place where the top pro heroes sit, They share the same conversation and opinion about the two most desirable sidekicks. So, the blonde brat isn't just all talk, huh? Yeah. He couldn't score the highest in the entrance exam from bragging alone, you know. Whatever. But between the two, I still can't tell which one is better. Just wait for the next ground. Yeah. Back to the boost. Now wow. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the hidden final battle of this course. Present Mike squeaks as Todoroki and Bakugou rush to the final obstacle, much to his partner's dismay. He can get even louder? We have arrived at the minefield right out of Rambo 3. Lucky for our contestants, the landmines are set up so you could see them but only if you strain your eyes. Then the long blonde hair hero laughs like a madman. Well, in any cases, the landmines, although they would explode and strong enough to knock you off your feet but not lethal enough to kill ya. What did I sign myself up to? His partner is entering depression mode the more time they spend with each other. Suddenly, a nudge at his side accompanied with a sly grin on Present Mike's face with his eyebrows going up and down, really start making him wants to yeet himself out of this situation. Come on, little listener. Say something. Or else you're gonna be like Eraserhead no. 2. Pouting at the teasing, the mystery person just softly nods his head and looks down at the contestants. At the mines land. Todoroki's running on the minefield while peering his eyes out for the mines. I could just freeze the whole field, but that would give the rest an advantage. Continues dodging, evading the mines, and listening to the booming sound of the activated mines behind him, even though he has been slowed down a lot by it but still put a great distance between him and the rest. However, because many students either couldn't avoid all the mines or just head straight toward them, activating them creating explosion noises which mask the sound of a real booming quirk of one student. While Todoroki Shoto is focusing on his path and avoiding the mines, he can't react quick enough to the looming shadow from above. Back to the boost. OMG! Bakugou Katsuki has used the mines for his advantage, hiding his explosion sound and using the mine's shock wave to boost his speed. Present Mike is standing up in excitement and nearly jumping up and down like a kid on a live broadcast. His partner just smiles and says softly to his microphone, enough for the audience to hear but not enough for the contestants in the mines field. Sometimes the obstacle could be your advantage, and sometimes to move forward you need to dash. At the race, step back and think, Candy Crane. Taunted Katsuki as he explodes the nearest mines in front of him, then using his explosion as a boost to bring himself over the shock wave of those mines and shot forward and passes the surprised Todoroki. Pissed at being overrun, the two-color hair teen starts to freeze the ground, not caring if that would leave behind a trail for others, 'cause on his mind is only about how to catch up to the booming boy and win. Seeing the pissed-off expression on the usually emotionless face, Bakugou smirks evilly and continues using one of his hands to create explosions and jumps down on every mine in his path, activating them to increase his speed as well as slow down his opponent. Gritting his teeth, Todoroki raises his right hand, which is leaking cold hair, to launch an attack on the leading blonde, but he's stopped short as Bakugou suddenly turns his back to face him with an animal-like grin on his face. Didn't I say it already? I will be number one. Then Bakugou throws something to the bewildered teen in which the Scarface boy blocks with his arms. However, he widens his eyes in shock as his skin feels the metallic of it and the familiar tick-tick sound of the mine which is being activated. Back to the DJ boost. Oi my epic goodness. Eraserhead. What have you been teaching these kids? The blonde pro-hero can't help it but shouts out in amazement at what is actually happening right before his eyes. His partner's now gone, the depressing face replaces with eyes shining brightly like jewelry answers. I don't think it's something you could teach, Present Mike-san. Those are the fruits that the students get from their training, experiences, and will to overcome and be the best. Everybody in the stadium is holding on their breath both at the excellent performance of the freshman as well as the comment of the mystery person. By now, Bakugou has passed the mines area and into the final tunnel. He nearly falls flat on his face when he hears the voice of the mystery partner of Present Mike for the first time. And that is what we want. No need from the future heroes generation, as well as uphold the UA's motto in life. Bakugou Katsuki doesn't once stop his legs. In fact, he pushes them even harder as a smile is blooming on his face as he races toward the finish line. The audience is even more hyper at the sentence as their hope for a better future is being reassured by a few words. His once loud partner beside him is in awe as to how those words are spoken, though through a soft voice, but with certainty has swayed the crowd even more than his hyper, loud voice. At the end of the tunnel, run out is the only Bakugou Katsuki, yet none is cheering for him as he quickly looks up to the boost and his two red orbs meet with brightly emerald orbs. The owners of those give him the most beautiful smile and continues. Plus ultra. Only then the crowd cheers so loud that it shook the stadium and chanting the phrase, plus ultra. Plus ultra. Katsuki is nearly falling to his knees as his love, his angel, is here, watching him all by himself, which he nearly bursts out tears of joy. Then with the same soft and loving voice, his lover says, "Congratulations, Bakugou Katsuki, you have kept your school's motto alive and shouted out your name into the world. Plus ultra." With the last of the 42 fastest students to pass the course, the tunnel closes and Midnight once again appears on stage. Congratulations! The top 42 have earned their right to advance to the next stage. The R18+ heroine gives them applauses, then gives a soft smile to the camera saying, "Also sorry for those who failed, but don't take it to heart. There is still plenty more side course to showcase your skills." She ends it with a wink, then the familiar scene pops out beside her with scribbles of words, and with a whip which she takes out of somewhere from her tight suit, she whips it in front of her, earning a few catcalls from the audience, and says, "Now then, on to today's next heart-pounding course. The suspense is killing me. What will it be?" The scene finally stops at the word, human cavalry battle. The 42 students start to whisper to themselves, more like 41, as one is still enchanted to the one in the boost. Midnight's pausing to give the students some extra break before their next battle, and Bakugou uses it to stare dazedly at the green beauty while having a mask covering the upper part of his face, but the emerald eyes and the sweet mouth that form the smile that could bring him to his knees, Bakugou could recognize them everywhere. All the exhaustion, tiredness is magically gone from his body and mind as those eyes, unlike in his dream, filled with love, locking with his own loving ruby eyes. Surprised? Blast them dead. With a feral grin of his own, the blonde raises his fist up in agreement, then he quickly turns his attention, unwillingly of course, to Midnight, who is about to explain the rule of the second course. In this game, you must form a team, either 2 to 4 members each, and form a horseback configuration. And the rule is as basic as they can be. You must swipe the enemy's headband while guarding your own. And remember, the headband must not be any lower than your neck. Of course, quirk usage is allowed, so run wild. However, if you attack the other group with the intent of breaking them up, then you are out too. As her description, the scene is showing 4 heroes who have been chibified: All Might, number 13, Present Mike, and Hound Dog, with All Might as a rider and the rest as the horses. Well, there is one tiny difference. Everyone here will be given points based on which rank you are on in the first course. Oh. So is that means the point value of each team will change based on who is in it, right? A floating UA sports uniform says in an excited voice. However, Midnight is not happy with that. Flapping her whip wildly, she screams, "How dare you steal my thunder?" But yes. Cough, that's right. From the lowest will be given 5 points and 10 if you are ranked 41 and so forth. The students then try to evaluate their points from their ranks, but before they could finish counting, like Mina and Kaminari, Midnight then smirks devilishly. With the exception, of course. First place will be given special treatment with a point worth of 10 million. Despite himself, the Pomeranian starts to sweat a little as nearly 41 pairs of eyes stare at him. Kukukuku. This battle is the chance for the low to surpass the strong. Welcome to our Survive Gamil. The crowd once again cheer for the sheer madness of the oncoming battle. Present Mike can't stop himself from saying, "Poor kid, eh? Try to survive, kiddo. Haha. However, this time, Midoriya's also commenting about the situation. I think Kabakugo Katsuki is very lucky. The audience as well as the rest of the students widens their eyes at the last comment of the younger teen, and one is in shock as his lover called his full name. Why did you think that, little listener? Well, the higher you raise, the harder and unfair the world would be. At the top, not only it's a lonely place but the harshest place to be. Not everyone is able to be there, much less stay there for long. To stay on top, you must fight for it, bleed for it, just like any top pro heroes. And UA's sports festival is able to provide that, which is a blessing in disguise. The crowd doesn't cheer this time but quiet down and mumbles to themselves about what they just learned. The heroes is nodding their head in agreement and putting the little listener in a higher place in their mind. All the while Nedzu is laughing like a madman. Mouse, dog, bear? That is. Bakugou is smirking, H1T eating smirk as the realization and understanding shows in the rest of the extras. Be glad, extras. I've already said it, none of you have the balls to stand in the top, and that's why I will be number one. Some is intimidated while other is angered or motivated at the declaration of the blonde. Grinning at the heated atmosphere, Midnight sways her hip and states, "Oh my! All fire up like that is turning me on." The students are blushing cherry red while the blonde teen just gives her an uninteresting glare. Silent laughing, Midnight continues, "All right. Jokes aside, you now have 15 minutes to negotiate, beg or bribe to form your very own team." What? Only 15 minutes? At the pro heroes' seats. Well, ain't this interesting? Yeah. The first round is the perfect representation of the need of a hero to sometimes steal the spotlight to showcase themselves as a mean of making a living. Aha. Just like what you did to me last week. Motherfew *** you. Hee. Anyway, the second round is to represent the situation where you must cooperate with other heroes, even if they are business rivals or someone you hate. Yeah. They must understand and grasp their partner's strengths and weaknesses to complete the case. A give some take some relationship. Let's see what will the two golden eggs do in this situation. As for me, they look like the lone wolf type. You don't say. Just as Midnight announces the time limit, the students have already formed groups or running like a headless chicken to find a group. And as always, the loner of a Pomeranian stands there where everyone is avoiding him like a plague. Weaklings. I would have been fine by myself if not for the stupid as * rule. When he makes up his mind and starts to raise his hands up ready to threaten one of the extras to be his horse. Author, really? Bakakin? Really? An arm is put around his shoulders instead, which he has to help back the reflex of hitting it. Looking to the side, Bakugou sees the familiar stupid flaming red hair. Yo Bakubro. You're looking quite lonely there. Might if we join? Katsuki's POV starts. Eyebrows raise a little at the statement. I turn fully to look at my side. Stand there are sure 11Y hair, raccoon eyes, and soy sauce, the annoyance duos and their new member. Squinting my eyes as I only barely remember their quirks, well, if not for the constant begging of my cute little nerd, I would not even bother to know. Smiling a little as the thought, I quickly call out their quirks. Sure 11Y hair is rock hard, raccoon eyes is dissolve sweat, and soy sauce is tape dispenser, right? Judging by the look on their faces, I know I am right. Bakubro, my quirk does make my body harder but it's called hardening. The sure 11Y hair yells with his face as red as his fake as * hair. Sweat? It's acid. ACID. The pink raccoon eyes starts yelling next with her lips form a pout which is so ugly that I just want to explode her face. Only Deku's pouty face is cute and acceptable. Then the last extra's just rubbing his head and says, well, you're not wrong. Officially the soy sauce has become my least hated person. Anyway, Bakubro, it isn't manly to leave a bro behind. So we will be your very own unbeatable horses. What do you say? Ready to defend our points? Not gonna lie, I am very surprised by what the stupid hair is saying that I couldn't rein in my mad grin. Fine. You, extras better be unbeatable, or else you're out. The extras start to cheering and dancing as my threat. Itchem. Just this once. I glance at the digital clock on the scene which is showing that I only have 9 minutes left. I let out and explode to snap those idiots out of their la-la land. Listen here, you horses. I'm gonna be the rider and you better listen and remember my command. You hear? Aye, Captain. Then I start to whisper my ingenious plan to them. We will be doing like so dash. Katsuki's POV ends. 15 minutes of forming teams is up. The loud hero starts yelling at the microphone even though his hero's equipment is a freaking pair of speakers. 15 minutes is up. Students, start your human cavalry, which led to an angry blonde Pomeranian. Quiet down, will ya? You are hurting Izu's ears. And the ever-kind heart-soul of Midoriya Izuku doesn't complain or show discomfort signs on his face. Author, or more like he already gets himself a pair of earplugs during the 15 minutes break, sneaky Izuku. And whoa folks, there are 13 warhorses. And many interesting lineup too. When all the 42 students have formed their teams and ready in places, Present Mike once again shouts as loudly as he can. Let's me hear your war COIY. The crowd starts to yell loudly in response to the request. That's right. Now, may the blood be dropped and washed away with even more blood. Now is the time for UA's deadly feud. The audience has gone wild as Present Mike starts the countdown. 3. Every team on the battle all look at the big fat points on the alone team. 2. Nearly every rider of each team has directed their horses on the straight path to the 10 million points. But, despite all the disadvantage, the same lone rider with a headband of 10 million points smirks smugly at them, making their blood boiled. Start. They all rush forward to Bakugou Katsuki's team yelling insults or threats at him. I'm coming for you, 10 million. Time to kick you down your high horse. Literary. Yet the assaulted team just stands there, unmoving and a quick motion. The rider starts to rid off his own 10,465 points much to the shock of everyone including the audiences, except for one. Kakin. I think I rub off on you a little too much. Whisper quietly the greenette at the booth with a gentle and pleasing smile. Then with a crazy grin, Bakugou Katsuki with the rest of his members' darkened faces, he, OMFG. Did I see it right? Little listener, did you see that? Did Bakugou Katsuki freaking throw his team's point to the advancing teams? The voice-based hero screams in shock and disbelief at what's just happened as well as everybody who is watching the event unfolded. Just wait and see, Present Mike-san. You know what is Bakugou's plan? Little listener? The Emerald Eyes teen just smiles mysteriously and teasingly answers. Can't spoil the surprise so soon, right? At the teasing of the mystery greenette, the crowd gets even more hyper and at the edge of their seat with anticipation of what to come. Back to the battle. 38 pair of eyes are glued on the thrown headband, and with one thought in their mind. That headband is mine. They abandon the now pointless team and pursue the now ownerless headband. All the while not noticing the madness on the once owner of the 100,465 points. After 5 minutes pass. As Team Hagakure tries to think of a plan to take the 10+ million points, one of the members yells out, OMG! Kodai! Where is the headband? What the? The headband is gone? The team starts to panic at the mysteriously disappear of their 330 points. Another team has the same reaction as them. Oi! Kendo, where's the headband? Then another. Tetsu? Headband? And another. Fu****. Yuroko. Then Present Mike finally shouting out the situation to them. OMG! The previous action of madness, throwing his 10+ million points as bait, Bakugou's team has taken points of other teams one by one. Unexpectable. The 0-point teams turn to look at the forgotten team right from the start as the rider is holding their points with a lazy smirk. Later extras. at the center of the stage. Alright folks. Team Todoroki has taken the 10+ million points and now is face to face with an unexpected team of Monoma from Class 1B. Right after Present Mic finished, Todoroki, with a good strategy of using the strength of each of his teammates, and has incapacitated other teams with Kaminari's electric quirk, Momoi's protection, and his own, freezing the others by their feet. Looking around with the announcement of only 1 minute left, he snaps the headband from Monoma's head with Ida's special move. Reciprocating Broost. Nearly at the end, once again Present Mic starts yelling in excitement. Not only Todoroki has able to snap the 10+ million points and even added more points to his team from his opponents. And with only 15 seconds left. Come on everyone. Let's do the countdown. With that remark, Todoroki's and himself have left their guard down just a little bit, but that is all he needs as Present Mic and the audience start the countdown. 10. A line of white tape shots out right next to Todoroki's team. 9. The loud booming voice rings out. Black eyes. Fluid as well as cut off their escape. Mina. A.shi.domi.na. As a large puddle of mid-acid fluid surrounds the first-place team, they are stuck and too surprised to react in time. With his strong arms, Siro retracts his tape, which makes the team slides forward with increasing speed, and with the help of 2 explosions from his rider, they nearly make a replica of Ida's special move. 7. Mismatched eyes widen in shock as they look directly into 2 intense red ones, then they quickly shut as a bright yet violently light from a short distance explosion. 6. Todoroki knows with his eyes forcefully closed then he will lose all of the points, so fear and panic overtake him. 5. Todoroki's right side suddenly burst aflame the second he closes his eyes. 4. However, unlucky for him, Bakugou Katsuki is a human bomb, so he has to adapt to heat, strained his ears to withstand his own explosions, trained his eyes to able to at least see in a bright light environment, as well kicked out of the fear of being burned. 3. Fearlessly, the blonde targets spot on one of the headbands hanging on the other's neck and reach in. 2. Finally, with his calves have recovered, Ida once again uses his special move to escape the blonde's team. But they have escaped with most of their points. However, in the distance they could see on Bakugou's sketched arm a lone headband swaying in the wind. Time up. Opening his ruby red eyes, Bakugou Katsuki gives a feral grin to the opposite team and slowly starts to show the stolen headband. Mmyyyygoogooed. The headband, in the end, has returned to its original owner. First place team Bakugou Katsuki Thai. The crowd cheers wildly at the turn of event, nearly drown out the announcement of the other 3 teams. In second place, Team Todoroki. Third is Team Shinso. Well, that was odd. I thought it was Tetsu. Anyway, fourth place is Team Tokoyami. All of the students of those in the top 4 are brimming with joy as they secure their place in the third course of the event. However, one student in particular is swirling with emotions. I said I would never use it. I made that promise myself, but then, when drove into a corner, clenching his fist, the mismatch boy whispers to himself, I can't let it goes on like this. I won't let him. Then his drama self-talk is cut short by the shout of his English teacher, Present Mic. So, little listener, lay the knowledge on me. What has happened at the first few minutes? Usually, by now, most of the students would be too exhausted to care, or the audience would not have the patience to stay back and listen to any more instruction. Nonetheless, today they are as the familiar soft sweet voice of the unknown Greenette rings out. Yes, Present Mic-san. Kadash, Bakugou's team, or more like Bakugou, himself didn't have the mindset of guarding or defending their point at the beginning. Mumbles and whispers break out of the stadium as they recall the event. He used his points as bait to make a distraction to lower the guard of other teams, so it will be easier to steal their headbands later on. But then don't they fear of not able to reclaim it back? On the ground, the blonde with ruby eyes grins at the question and his angel answers for him. Isn't that why they take others' points as a backup plan? A cute giggle rings out which makes few people blush at the cuteness as well as an activated jelly mode Bakugou. Besides, Bakugou used his shackle to his advantage just like in the first course. With the points as bait, not only he lowered the other team's guard and focus on his team which gave him the temporary invisibility to able to learn other team's strategy. Like how Shoji hides his rider on his back or Todoroki would use Kaminari's quirk to immobilize the rest of the team. Everyone who is watching and listening to this is in shock and awe by the daring but brilliant strategy of Team Bakugou, and some pros are paying deep respect to this little listener's insight and intelligence. Back to the students. Oi! Extras! You foo asterisk asterisk, I know it beforehand, so what the F asterisk 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 are those faces for? The members of the first place team just look at each other and whistle as their leader is getting angrier as seconds pass. Well, I didn't think the plan would dash. The shark BOI is cut short by the bubbly girl. I thought it would. Fail. And her comment is confirmed by the last member of the team. Yeah, me too. Tick marks appear on his face that his eyes and nose have to make way for it. That's it. Soy sauce is so out of the least hate list. The foo asterisk asterisk, did you foo asterisk asterisk airs said. With his quirk activated, Kirishima stands before him with a nervous chuckle. Well, you don't look like the types to think up a plan beforehand. Jumping up and down, the pink blur of a girl is agreeing to her friend. Yeah. Nodding proudly to himself as Siro states. What he said. A twitch of the eyes is all they need as a signal to zip their big fat mouth up. With a sigh, the angry Pomeranian says, well, I'm not used to it, but to be the best of the best, I need it. The now newly formed trio of the Bakuga squad stare at him in admiration. That is so manly. Diesel. Well, I have to, or else Aizu would murder me in every battle section. Recalling the nightmarish memory brings a shiver down his spine. At the commentator's booth. Achoo. Bless you. And that is it, folks. The event will continues after an hour lunch break. See you soon then. Taking a tissue to wipe his nose, Izuku is wondering if someone is talking about him. Anyway, let's go see Kaken. At a deserted hallway. So, what a foo asterisk asterisk, or like you want something from me. The silent red and white hair teen just stands there not doing nor saying anything. At the silent sketches on, the angry blonde teen has had enough. You foo asterisk asterisk here. If you want to waste my time then eat H1T. I oughta her dash. When, ? When you blindside me, you made me broken my pledge. Once again, they are plunging into the silence, which only serves as irritation for the already annoying boom boom boi. And what that has any foo asterisk asterisk with me? You must know about my father dash. No, I don't, and I can live with it. And don't be all like a drama queen and cry out your soap childhood's hardship to me. Todoroki is frozen at the unusual response of the weird blonde teen in front of him. As Bakugou turns his back, he says, you could be a child from God for all I know. I don't care if you have trained since you were born or live in a mountain or some sure one. What I care about is, at the exact moment, he spins around and grabs the teen's collar. That you only used half of your Goda asterisk asterisk power to fight me. Either quit or death, cause you are the disgrace for the Heroes Society, Candy Crane. Then Bakugou releases him and walks away. When he passes the corner, he lets out a big sigh and says, I'm gonna grab food so you have 5 minutes. Confused at the sudden command, Todoroki turns to look at the corner, expect to see the angry blonde, but instead his mismatched eyes catch sight of the beautiful forest green. Hello, Todoroki Shoto. Todoroki's POV starts. Before my eyes stand a short and quite soft-looking teen about my age. Judging by his soft, I think I'm looking at the mystery co-commentator of Present Mic. Why is he here? Does Bakugou know him? I thought as those clear emerald eyes stare straight at me, then he walks to the opposite place to face me as he leans against the wall. Once again, Todoroki-kun. Nice to meet you, I'm Midoriya Izuku. He says with a gentle smile at me, making me recall the same gentle smile that mother once gave. Lost in thought, I forgot about Midoriya for a moment as the image of my mother at the time when she can still smile, can still love me. Todoroki-kun? I'm brought out of my thought as the mesmerizing green eyes are looking into my blue and gray irises. With the same smile, he continues. Todoroki-kun, from your reaction and a previous question about your father, I think you and your other family members are in a toxic relationship with your father, Todoroki NG, right? My perfectly emotionless mask is broken as those words leave the other's lips. Before I could retort back or any reaction at all, he carries on. Your mother, Todoroki Rei, is suffering from a mental illness from all the abuses she had to endure as well as the inability to protect her children from the same abuser. Yo-Yu-How dash. He doesn't let me any time to even breathe, much less to process what is going on. Like a machine gun, he fires again. That's not all. Because of the envy of the ranking with all might that your father, or more accurately the abuser, engages in an illegal marriage, which is quirk marriage, to create a weapon, not a person, to compete with all might. I just dumbly nod at that, as the rest of my brain cells are trying hard to keep me conscious. When you were born, with the perfect combination of the two quirks, he separates you from the rest of the family and started or began to train you for the future, right? I have given up trying to make sense of what is going on as I nod at the question. Then when your mother gave you that burnt, you started to rebel and refuse using your left side, which led us to today's problem. Who are you? How did you dash? The small greenette smiles sheepishly and reintroduce himself. Oops. Let's try again. Hello, Todoroki-kun. I'm Midoriya Izuku, your mother's newest assistant psychologist and the one who helped her clear her name as an abuser of the Todoroki's household 2 months ago. My eyes widen at that as the reveal. Yo, you are Dr. Midoriya? A soft giggle is the only response he gets. Todoroki's POV ends. Bakugou's POV starts. As I'm stomping toward the crowd with 5 boxes of food, I see a group of 3 which are Auntie, the old hag, and old man are sitting and talking to each other. However, as I get closer, I see they are talking to someone, a familiar someone. The straight foo *** up blonde hair and body covered in leather, he easily identical his English teacher, present Mike. What is he doing? What the foo *** did he want? When I only a few feet away from them, I hear something that makes me stop dead in my track. Oh! Present Mike-san. Thank you so much for the lovely lunch the other day. It's my pleasure, madam. Besides, we were and still are very interested in you, lovely and smart son, after all. My hands start to sweat as my whole body starts to tremble, and lucky the old hag sees me and quickly takes the food away. Oi brat! What are you foo *** I stand there for? Her loud, annoying voice can't reach my ears as I once again give a better look at my teacher. The image of the long hair, bright blonde bast *** and his overlap each other, and before I or the old hag could say or do anything, Auntie says some things which confirm my suspicious. Anyway, present Mike-san, when you let your hair down, you give a whole different aura. Which is very handsome. Oh, you're making me blush. That is it. It confirms everything. Then the last thing I see is red. Bakugou's POV ends. Back to Todoroki. The once stands tall and arrogant has reduced to a tearing mess as he knees down in front of the smaller teenager, and words of gratitude and happiness flow out of his mouth like his tears. Midoriya just smiles, gentle hugs him, and pats his head. Just lets it all out, Todoroki. After a short consoled session, Todoroki has regained his poker face as he starts to fire his own set of questions. Why are you here, sensei? 'Cause your principal is a sneaky mouse. Izuku answers with a cheerful smile. Oh, okay. But why are you looking for me? With that, the easygoing aura fades as Izuku looks up at Shoto with seriousness. Todoroki-kun, after the 2 courses you have been taking part in, I could see that you need help. The mismatch. Color boy flinches at the remark. I know you won't go to a professional psychologist or your school council, so I want you to put your trust in me. Let me help you. However, Shoto backs away from him in fright. No! No! My dad must have bought you and tricked me into using his power. Pissed at being accused as an accomplice with that abuser, Midoriya hardens his eyes and shouts back. I'm the one who helped your mother and knew the best of how corrupted your father is. So how, pray tell, did you think I would be siding with him? Seeing the logic in the statement, Shoto stops accusing him but still backing away and starts shaking violently. And Midoriya, a student with some experience with traumatic attack and a degree in psychology under his belt, he calmly goes toward Todoroki and give him a B** slap on the face. With a hand still raises, Izuku says, "Quit that. You are a hero in training. Do you know how many people want a quirk like you? Can you look in the eyes of a father, a mother or a child and say that you couldn't save them or their family because of your own pledge of only using half of your strength? It is true that your quirk is from your mother and father, but do you need permission from them to use it? Can they, your mother, your father, command your quirk to come out?" At each word, each phrase like a hammer into his heart and mind. "It's your power, Todoroki." Just like that, his left side starts to get warmer, and a gust of fire spurt out. With a soft smile, Todoroki says, "Thank you, Dr. Midoriya. It's nothing big." But confusion is written on all of his face as Izuku continues. "You are only at the stage of acceptance, but to fully able to use it like normal is still far. So, you better attend to all of my appointment, you hear?" With renewed determination, Shoto stands up even straighter than before as if a huge rock has lifted from his shoulders. "Yes, sensei." On the other hand, at the audience's seats, "Let's me at him." "Jia. Down, boy. Down." After saying goodbye to each other, Izuku makes his way to the stadium's seats where his family, his love are waiting for him. Cause of the lunch break, the stadium is very empty except for a select few. Just round the corner, the sparkle emerald eyes able to see his mother, the Bakugous and his, "Let me at him." "Let go." "Jia. Down, boy. Down." "Brat, what the F*** is wrong with you? Calm down, Katsuki. That's your teacher, right?" In front of his eyes is a mess. His mother is hiding someone behind her back while that same person is shouting at the barking dog of a teen. The Bakugous is holding their Pomeranian of a son back from biting the hiding person's head off. Just what have happened? Then quickly he races toward the mess. Deku's pui starts. "Kaken! What are you doing?" With just my voice, Kaken stops dead on his track, or more like in his father's hold. Shook my head a little at the silly sight. I reach them only then Masaru releases his son and the person who is hiding behind my sweet mother reveals himself. With my arms crossed in front of me and one foot tapping the ground I ask, "So, what happened?" Before Kaken could have spoken, Present Mike starts blabbering. "I don't know. I was talking to your then Bakugou-kun started to attack me out of nowhere. Then his parents re-stained him and finally, you came. Savii me." With a deep breath, I start to speak. "Okay, Present Mike-san. You are a pro-hero for many years and you just have to hide behind my mother to save yourself?" Yamada is now poking his index fingers together and whistling. Sighing again, I turn to the pouting Kaken on my side. "And why did you attack Present Mike-san? The event is still ongoing and you don't want to lose now, right? Besides, he is your teacher, you don't want a bad grade in your report, right?" I can see his lower lip trembles, which is his way of a pout. And it is so adorable. Slight flushing, I cough and whisper in his ear. "I know you won't attack anyone without reason, so let's eat and we will talk later in private, okay?" With a glance of his ruby eyes and a gentle rub on my head, I know the answer. Hi. "What are you laughing at, nerd?" Kaken yells while his ears are bright red. "So cute." After lunch, right after we finish lunch, Kaken suddenly stands up, looks at his family and my mother, saying, "We're leaving." And much to their credit, their responses are, "Good luck out there, Katsuki-chan. Better be number one, you hear? Brat. Have fun out there, guys." Then before I could say or do anything, Kaken holds my hand and drags me out of there. When we are in a quiet desert hallway, he quickly spins around and hugs me. Embarrassed, I try getting out of his hold with a red face. "K Kaken? What? He here is? Aizu, I miss you." Shakily hugging him back, I shout out, I miss YUT too." "Yeep? I said 2 to 2? I know, nerd." Too ashamed to show my face, I bury my face into his chest as the smoke is coming out of my ears. "Hey Aizu." "Yes?" My voice is muffled by his chest. Clothed chest when I answer. "The day when you cancelled our date?" The memory of that time flow back to my mind, as well as the reason why I have hidden from him till now also resurface. "Where did you go? Why did you and your mother go with him?" I recall there were at least 3 or 4 more people there, Nedzu, Present Mike, and Eraserhead. The driver too. But who is he talking about? His hold becomes tighter as he asks, "Did you fall for that thing?" "Present Mike?" he asks in such a pitiful voice that breaks my soul, and with a burst of unknown strength, I break out of his hold and now caved on him to the nearby wall. Listen here and listen well, Bakugou Katsuki. Rage is coursing in my vein as I am once again being judged and accused of something I didn't do. I am Midoriya Izuku. From when we were 4 till now and until we're dead. You are the only one for me. My heart is in your hand and I will never be someone else as long as I live. Why I didn't see the anxiety, the suffering in those beautiful eyes. Why did I make him suffer like this? I thought as those eyes widen in shock, staring at me. I love you and only you. Dumb blonde. Then I break down crying. As I'm sliding down to the floor. Sorry for doubting you, babe. I'm so sorry. I should have put more trust in you. I should have believed in our love. I cut him off with a lip lock as I'm fighting for dominate, but of course I lost. You know, you could have asked, I would have stopped, nerd. Kaken teasingly says it to me with a smug but handsome smirk. Blushing bright red, I once again hide my face in his arms. Haha, I'm not complaining though. Mao, Kaken. If this carries on any longer, I bet I would never unhook my face ever again. In any way. That day, Principal Nedzu, Present Mike, and your homeroom teacher, Eraserhead asked for a meet-up, so I have to cancel our date. And what is the meeting about? Grinning evilly, I playful say, "It is a secret." Glaring at me, Kaken gives up and says, "You are lucky that I love you so much, nerd. Love you too." Deku's POV ends. Soon the lunch break is over and the audience starts to fill up the stadium once again, as well as the 2 lovebirds have to part way again. "See you later, Kaken." The greenette smiles cutely at his lover as they're parting. However, Katsuki has other plans. "Hey Deku, if I get first place, you better reward me after." The naive teen innocently titles his head saying, "Okay. What do you want, Kaken?" With a real devilish grin on his face, he answers, "Oh, something that involves us in bed is fine." Kaken. Hey. Before we start with the final event, there will be game sub-events. Which is a good news for those who failed. The music starts to play as a group of American cheerleaders is dancing, which captures lots of the males' attention. But let's talk a little about the final event. As always, IT will be the battle 1-on-1 tournament. From the previous 4 teams, 16 individual that made through the second course. We will pitting them against each other in 1-on-1 combat. The crowd roars in excitement, then Midnight appears among the surprised students, holds a box saying, "Now we're going to draw lots to determine the pairing dash." As the heroine explains why they need to do the drawing and the like, Bakugou is looking, or more like glaring, at the booth where his lover and Present Mike are sitting. I know that they aren't like that, but look at him. The blonde blushes a little as his eyes trace the form of his other half. Fluffy green hair that you couldn't help but run your fingers through, even with a mask. His eyes shine brightly, his small cute mouth, and not to forget his cute freckles. 1 trillion shillings. Who wouldn't fall for him? Ajiru. Don't think like that. Yeah. Shouda. You deserve to be their man. Yeah. Don't think like that. The foo asterisk asterisk? While Bakugou was daydreaming about Izuku, there have been 2 students who wish to drop out of the competition because of some incidents. Bakugou bro. You are our class prez? Say something. Nearly every student's turn to him, wait for his response, which makes him more pissing off and not really knowing what's going on. Bakugou explodes as usual. Ain't I've already said? I will be number 1. And I will not let something even if it's you extras to get in my way. So what if to you, sure 11Y extras think that they should be here? If they, themselves don't think so then let them be. You are not them so you can't say it's 11. Everyone is silent at the outburst but with well-thought logic from the resident boom boom by then the familiar voice says. It seems there have been some commotions with the students. However, knowing your strength, weakness is also a strength. You don't really need to win all the fights to show you are the best, but what you really need to do is showing to all how capable you are. Besides, what is a man who won't be protective of their pride, right? But the last saying will be Midnightson's. Smiling a bit at the secreted praise Deku is giving him, Bakugou once again lost to the world as well as the process of replacing Ojiro, Shouda with Tetsu and Shiozaki, then only regains his consciousness when it is time to draw the lot. With 16 lots have been drawn and the pairings have been decided, Midnight shows the board to everyone. Let's see the pairing. On the board showing ladder type of tournament and the name from left to right are Todoroki vs Azui, Momoi vs Siro, Shinso vs Denki, Aoyama vs Shiozaki, Tetsu vs Ida, Tokoyami vs Bakugou, Kirishima vs Uraraka, Mina vs Mei. And that is it, folks. Now those 16 students, please go to your station to rest or cook up some mad plan while the rest will attend the subside events. With that, those students walk back into the tunnel and up to their classes' seats to cheer their fellow classmates. While waiting for the main events to start, Present Mike and as well as the rest of the school's staff members recall their first meeting with the Greenette. Yamada's POV starts. Flashback starts. Why did I have to escort the little listener to the meeting between the pros and detective? I was thinking about that question while leading the young Greenette who was behind me to the meeting room. Well, an order is an order. Swear to God, never know what is going on in Nedzu's high-tech brain. Later into the meeting, Nedzu finally called out to the little listener and asked for his opinion. What's the world become? My face paled as the gleam in his eyes, but then, the small listener answered. Well, first of all, I don't think that Handman is the real ringleader dash. Wait. Why did you ask the child about that, Nedzu? With perfect calmness, the said child replied with a business's smile. Greeting Vlad King-san, as Nedzu-san has said, my name is Midoriya Izuku while I'm a 14-years-old teenager but I have graduated from the University of Tokyo in medication and doctor. Everyone including myself was holding onto our jaws as the teen dropped the bomb. However, he hasn't finished. Oh. I also did get some detective degree with some political, heroes law degrees. So you could reassurance I will be able to help with the investigation as I was present there as well. My head starts to hurt so bad. What will all the stuff? My eyes were swirling and smoke was coming out of my ears. Snipe asked in a shaky voice. What is your quirk, Midoriya-kun? The teen started grinning with a twinkle in his eyes and said, I'm quirkless, sir. Gasps could be heard all over the room as disbelieved and amazed glances were thrown at the boy who was half their ages could achieve so many things without any help of a quirk. Seriously? Yes, present Mike-san. I'm serious and I'm currently an apprentice for Recovery Girl so you could ask her for more information. But how dash? Ectoplasm-san, I know I'm a rare case of achieving amazing things without quirk but this meeting isn't about me, is it? The Greenette said gently yet you could hear the displeased radiant from him. Then the **rat finally clapped his paws and said, we will discuss Midoriya here in a second so let's focus on the case first. I could see the confused look in the Freckles boy as Nedzu just smirked creepily. With a cough, the little listener said, As I was saying, the Handman or Shirigaki guy is not the real ringleader of the villains. I personally engaged with him and he while smarted for not revealing his quirk but bladder away when the creature, which is the quota ultimate weapon, Nomu is winning or losing. Not only that, but he was also having many actions which let me think he is mentally unstable. First, he referred to everyone as mod/NPC, while himself and All Might as players. This showed how childish he views the world or how the world was created to be that childish for him. As he paused for a second, I realized everyone and myself have been listening intently at every word he said, the cause of how he phrased it, giving out examples for his logical conclusions. That boy. He needs to be a hero. Then he continued. Second, the number of severed hands on his face, head, and body, with the fear, guilt, and desperate in his eyes as one of the hands fell off, and he screamed, "Father." So we could conclude that either a crossed fire between heroes versus villains killed his family, his father, or maybe his quirk activated and killed his own father and the only thing he could save was the hand. The last one could explain the obsession of him with hands. Detective Neo Mesa wrote down furiously all the new details from the young teen as he continued to list more and more of the mental health of the villain and the theory of someone else as being manipulated behind the scene and used the man-child as a scarecrow. Flashback ends. Not to forget the detail of the fight that he provided was even better than some of the witnesses' information. I give a side glance to the adorable little listening as he intensely looks down at the students. Midoriya Izuku? I totally agree on having him in our school. I give a small grin as I scream into the microphone. And that's the last of sub-events. Let's get on with the main event now, shall we? Present mix POV ends. On the playing field of the stadium, Cementos, with the help of Powerhead's invention, he creates a wide arena with stairs and the school's logo on each side. Not only that, at each of the corner there is a column of red fire which only enhance the fighting spirit of the students as well as the excitement of the crowd. Thanks, Cementos. As always, Present Mike takes the reign and shouts out. The audience cheers loudly and some answers the call. Yeah. Smirking at the reaction he gets, the blonde hero yells. After so many events, we finally at the one-on-one battles. Yeah. In this round, the only one you could count on from now on is yourself. Your will, ability, resistance, and a little justice are the only thing you could fall back on and crawl your way up to victory. However, even as a normal housewife, you still have to face many situations like this, right? At the comment, lots of the women cheer as some chuckles in agreement. Deku also smiles a little at the comment as he remembers the time when he went shopping with his mother and let's just say, he made it an extremely hard workout for him and Bakugou. Never underestimate a housewife. They could smile, look pretty and kind all the while performing the act of stealing, manipulating, information gathering, and coming out on top at each bargain at each store. I have learned so much from them. Midoriya thinks back fondly as his mother/mentor for the skills she taught him. Then Present Mike starts talking again, which brings him out of his thought. The rules are simple. If your opponent leaves the ring, can't move, or say, "I give up," then you whine. And don't worry about injuring yourself. Recovery Girl is on standby. So let's run wild. The short old woman on the side starts waving her crane yelling, "Mike, you are dead." Not knowing or ignoring the angry shout of Recovery Girl, the blonde hero continues. And for the cheating and putting others' life at risk is not permitted. If you do, then you will immediately disqualified. Heroes attack mercilessly is only when facing a villain after all. The crowd cheers even more as the rules are said and Cementos uses his quirk to create himself a stone chair. Suddenly, Present Mike addresses Izuku, making him nearly jumps out of his seat. And for today's special, the little listener of Nedzu's will giving out comments about the fight and the student's strategy at the end just like him. Two brightly emerald eyes nearly pop out in shock as the crowd cheer even louder. My words! Nedzu finally takes in an apprentice. That child or teen must be very smart or have a similar quirk to Nedzu. Yeah. His comments are always spot on, and he even predicts the plan that the blonde boom boy will do. The audience and pros are discussing Izuku, making him embarrassed as well, angry at the plot twist that Netsu has hinted at yesterday. I don't like this. Why? Well, if it was me, I would do the same, but only I the one who do it. Breath in and out to calm himself, Izuku says. I'm a little good at making strategy, that's all, and I'm not Netsu-san's apprentice dash. Yet, present Mike-san. Cough anyway, let's focus on the first match, shall we? With a gentle reminder, everyone's attention is shifted to the two students who are walking in the arena. Good crowd control. I'm so gonna get him into my shows more. Present Mike, you are so dead. Present Mike thinks with a sly smile, then continues, not really knowing the boy next to him is plotting his death with a smile. Okay. Then let's start our very first match for today. Both are classmates, but now they are enemy, hot and cold guy, but will he is a yes then no guy? From Class 1A Todoroki Shuto. The crowd laughs at the reference of Kate Perry while cheers loudly for the white and red hair boy as he emotionless walks onto the arena. Against the human frog girl with Mayowad's tongue skill from Class 1A Suihu. The crowd is also cheering for her, but not as loud as for Todoroki, and in some minds of the male population. Your words are susu blush. With a cough, Cementos gives a nod to each of the contestants, so when they are both in their position, present Mike screams, "Ready, begin!" Instantly, Azui crouches down, readies herself to launch at her opponent. However, with a flick of his hand, the air around her drops rapidly, making her shiver. Then Todoroki raises his right hand up to clenches it into a fist, and ice starts to form around her body. Who already captured his opponent in an instant. With no way out and the cold has started making her sleepy, Tsuchan says in a shaken voice. I give you up? Azui has given up. Todoroki wins. Midnight announces as the crowd roars with praises and cheer for the winner. I can't believe it, folks. Todoroki definitively dominated the match with his sheer power. Present Mike cheers as he nudges the green bean, and with a tired sigh, Deku continues. Yes, it was a bad matchup from the start, as Azuitsuyu's quirk is frog, which making her appearance more frog-like as well as her habit. As a frog is naturally weaker against the cold, which makes them sleepy and inactive, so the outcome is oblivious. Some whisper about how her luck was terrible and how unlucky Azui was. However, they are stopped as Izuku keeps going. After this matchup, she has gotten more knowledge about what is her weakness, which she could either train to overcome it or design her hero costume to resist the cold. Then the pity whispers start to change to encouragement and ideas for the girl as she turns to the booth and gives a bow of thanks to the greenette. Smiling at the scene in front of him, Mike ruffles Midoriya's fluffy hair and calls out the next pairs, not knowing an angry Pomeranian's noise from afar. Beautiful fight out there, boy and girl. Let's give them a big clap. Now we won't let you wait for long for the next pair. The audience who is out for blood claps their hands and shouting out loudly for the next pair to begin. From the tunnel, walk out on each side, a tall girl with long dark ponytail hair. Other is a boy who is also tall and slim with huge elbows and dark straight hair. They walk onto the arena as their nervousness drown out all noise, even present Nick's introduction, as they focus on each other. Akuk. Next up is these two. He has excellent performance so far, but a little plain on the side. Hanta Siro from Class 1A. Versus. Siro starts to sketch his arms as he is ready for the fight with his class vice pres. A creative girl, she can make everything and anything from thin air like a god. Yayorozu Momo. Momo is also ready for her stand as a part of her arm is lighting up, ready to create any weapon or equipment for the fight. Both are tense as they are waiting for the signal to start. Just as present Mike ends his sentence, Siro quickly whips his elbows and shoots out tape heading straight toward his opponent, trying to capture them. However, unlucky for him, Momo has been well trained in close combat with excellent reaction speed. She elegantly dodges his attack to the side. Still keeping his composure, Siro cuts off the tape and creates a new one faster and shorter than the first, making Yaoyorozu on her toes without any break. He is keeping me from staying still as well as not enough time to create anything. I know you need to think of compose and stuff to create, so I won't let you. Hanta shouts as he recklessly shouting out tape after tape at Momo. Well, don't cha look at that. The battle has become the battle of endurance. Yes, present Mike-san, it is either Shirokuin's quirk's drawback kicks in first or Momo-chan's stamina falls first. However, before present Mike could ask anything, Hanta Shiro has screamed out in pain as his skin dried up like a dried squid. Grabbing the chance presents for her, Momo creates a long bow staff and rushes toward the down Shiro. Look like Hanta Shiro is down first. And his opponent is going in for the kill lol. Just like the blonde hero described, Momo raises her weapon high in the sky ready to swipe Shiro outside the ring. But suddenly, the useless tapes on the ground suddenly rise up and trap her. Phew! That was a close one. Shiro from the ground stands up, perfectly fine with two tapes still connect with his elbows. One has wrapped around the upper half of Momo's body while the other has wrapped around her knees down, making her immobilized. Wei hii. What has happened? The tide has turned? Now Shiro is the upper hand? Little listener. Little help please. A tired sigh and a little irritating voice says, Mike-san, I'm pretty sure you are older than me, right? Well, anyway, Shirokuen has a plan from the start. He made Momo-chan dodged his tape while the first one, he shot it quite long, but later, he shot it shorter and shorter, which to lure her in thinking he was shooting all of his tapes till his quirk has a drawback. Then the last shot of tape he made it long and dropped on other tapes so they won't stick to the ground and distracted her attention by screaming in pain so she would drop her guard down for him to trap her. Oh! Brilliant, but still plain though. Midoriya just shakes his head in defeat at the unnecessary comment, and a little twitch on the eyebrows of Shiro clearly shows his displeasure. Then wrap the tapes around his arms and his hands hold the taps tight, he says. It was a good fight. But no hard feeling, right, Momo? Before he could process to throw her outside the ring, she answers him. Yes, Shirokuen. No hard feeling. Ripping out of one of her legs is a dagger that falls from her lower knee and cuts through the tape on her legs on its way down, resulting in freeing her. With her newly free legs, she quickly steps back and pulls Shiro off balance by moves all her upper body to the lower right of her. Too fast for him to even process what has happened, Shiro has been unbalanced and fell toward his opponent. Swift like lightning, Yaoyorozu picks up the dagger and frees the last remnants of her body, and immobilizes Hanta by strangling his body with the dagger on his neck. Giving out a knowing sigh, the black hair boy says, I give up. Shiro Hanta has given up, Yaoyorozu Momo wins. Midnight declares with her whip raised as the crowd is screaming for the winner, present Mike as well. OMG! What an amazing comeback from Class 1A Vice Prez. To able to keep calm and think of a plan to win is amazing. At the praise from one of her teachers, Momo is blushing intensely while smiling softly at herself. Yes, it is true. Yaoyorozu has a rational mindset and able to stay calm in a difficult situation is perfect for a hero and as a person. The green hair boy says with a small smile as the girl's eyes are sparkle and he can see her self-confidence is rising. Then looking over to the black hair boy, who has lost but a smile is still present on his face, Deku continues. And Shiro was able to think of a brilliant plan to capture his opponent and his sportsmanship is admirable. Every fight, you will sometimes be a winner or a loser, but to able to smile at the defeat is the first step to growing stronger. Surprised at the sudden praise, Shiro is still smiling but now accompanied with a big blush on his face as the audience starts cheering for him along with Momo. The pros and staffs are smiling at how well the young greenette controlled the crowd as well as the directly and indirectly teach and show his ideas, view of the world to the students, the teachers, the civilian and the pros themselves. However, there is one person who is fuming at the attention that the seaweed hair boy is getting. SH1T. And let's get back to the loud voice which is ringing in your ears. And that's IT for the second round. Let's continue to the next. The columns of fire flare up as two male students walk up the arena. Coming right up on the right is Class 1A very own human version of Sonic the Hedgehog, the speedy human robot, Ida Tenya. A confused-looking Ida who is doing his hand chops, saying to himself, "Sonic the Hedgehog? What is that? I should do more research later." On the left is Class 1B's manly man of steel. Brutal force on his enemy but manly to all, Tetsu 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 Tetsu. His name is giving my tongue a workout. A silvery-headed teen with thick jagged tan color eyelashes is raising his shaky fist with tears streaming down his face as he yells, "I'm manly." Another voice answers him from afar. "I'm Mally too." Bro, author, stop. I don't want you two, Kiri and Tetsu, to continue. I don't want a second Guy and Lee version of Red and Silver in here shiver. Luckily, Midnight breaks their newly brohood by saying, "Are the two of you ready?" Receiving two nods, she commands, "Begin." And they are off. After the small and quiet introduction from present Mike, the two contestants stare at each other on the sides, and with a yell from Midnight do they start to move. Start. Ida's calves flare to life, roar like a jet, and then he disappears from sight and only to be found when he is blocked by a steel arm. Quickly back away, Ida continuously attacks Tetsu Tetsu from multiple places, not letting him time to catch his breath. Whoa! Look at that! Ida is going so fast that Tetsu Tetsu can only defend himself at Ida's attacks. That's true, but how long could he keep up his quirk? Izuku mutters to himself, but unfortunately, the U.A's #1 gossip king heard him. "Why do you mean by keep up, little listener?" With a resigned sigh, he replies, "With both of them, their quirks are in undoubtedly requires lots of stamina. If nothing else is done, then when one of them slips, it will be over." Before Mike could ask him to redefine it in detail, he caught sight of the changes in the battle below. Has Ida slowed down? True to his words, the human Sonic had been slowing down than the beginning of the match, which let Tetsu Tetsu drop his quirk down for a recharge. It was only a few seconds, but that was all he needs. When the grayish-haired teen dropped his quirk for a deep breath, Ida, who was behind him, shouted out, "Recipro burst!" Surprised by the yell, as well as the loud sound of the engine of the Ida's quirk, Tetsu Tetsu's concentration broke, result in not activated his quirk fast enough. Ida quickly swept his opponent's legs, made him airborne, then delivered a clean side kick to the abdomen of the steel student, which made him flew out of the ring. Tetsu Tetsu is out of the ring. Ida wins. The familiar cheering and shouting are being heard as Midnight announced the winner. Soon it was drowned out by everyone's favorite hero, present Mike. Unbelievable! Ida has fainted of being slowed down, which made his opponent lower his guard and went in for Teach Kill Lol. While accepting he had defeated, however, because of the anger and jealousy of the attention that everyone has been showering Class 1A while his class was forgotten, the lost teen shouts out, "That was unmanly. As a real man you should fight with all your strength, not with cheap tricks." The cheering died down a little as most everyone has heard what was being said by the steel quirk teen. "Just because you fought real villains before us, now you are the golden eggs? If we, Class 1B, was given the chance, we would be too. What is so special about you, 1A? Various agreements from his own classmates and some of the general classes voice out as the audience is silent as things go down. The students from Class 1A are too traumatized by the memories that they are left shaking and couldn't retort the negative remarks. The teachers were too far from their seating arrangement to stop anything. Before our beloved Pomerania could begin his barking, a short chuckle rings out as a voice colder than ice says, "Are you saying they have only received the attention because they were gifted with a situation where you could die even with one of the smallest mistake?" The protest students are silent at the voice as he continues on. "Are you saying to the students of Class 1A that they are lucky to become famous because they luckily landed in an unavoidable situation where if they failed, they would be tortured and even toyed before their death?" Whimpers from the majority of females could be heard and soft crying from the girls of Class 1A as they comfort each other and being comforted by their shaken male classmates. Are you saying to their family, their father, mother, brother, sister that their son, daughter, sibling are being recognized because they fought for their dear life only to be able to return with their loved one bloody and hurt? Some of the parents who were present at this event are crying in fear and anger for their child's life. Lost in words, Tetsu and the rest of the 1A's haters start to realize what has jealousy done to them, as guilt and shame are eating them inside out. Then with a sign, the cold tone metals out, but the words still weigh a ton. Are you saying you, yourselves want to experience all that, to put your parents, family members, and loved one through that just to maybe be able to come out alive and live in the media's attention for a few weeks? A blonde teen from Class 1B stands up in furious and shouts back. So what? They came out fine after the attack and all the villains were just some low-key thugs. Are Class 1A so much of a weakling to be afraid fighting some thugs? Whispers start to ring out as some of the points that the teen brought out did present in the media. Did the reporter present at the time of the fight? Just like that, the smug face of the blonde with blue eyes falls. Or did they arrive at the aftermath? The blue irises widen. Did they record they injured the two pro-heroes have before and after the medical treatment? Still, in denial, the crazed boy continues. But what did you know? Were you there in the attack? Everyone holds onto their breaths for the reply. Yes, I was. I witnessed, treated the injured, and fought among the students till all might and the pros arrived. However, due to my safety, I asked not to include me in any of the articles, but as things are, I could not stay hidden anymore. I could vote for that. Present Mike jumps in, backing up Izuku. With this incident, I hope that all the students here who are inspired to be a hero, a pro-hero, always look underneath the underneath. Because one wrong information, lives could be lost, include yours as well. The atmosphere of the stadium is so tense and gloomy that completely different from before. However, it wasn't for long. That is why, if you wish to get recognized, then don't stop training yourselves, don't give up when the situation is tough, don't let the negative emotions drive your judgment. Everyone who is hearing you has all taken the same test, the same hardship to get here. This is just another challenge on your road to greatness. Fight it. Fight all things that life throws at you, because uphold fairness and justice is a hero's job. Give it your all, plus ultra. Just like that, the fire has been relighted as determination burn brightly in each and everyone present as they all shout in unison. Plus ultra. As the crowd is shouting, plus ultra, Mike turns off the microphone and turns to Izuku. Thanks, man, that is some touching stuff. A little flustered at the unexpected praise, the smaller one stutters. Hoo-ha. I just said what is alright, that's all. Laughing at the cute display, Hizashi ruffles the fluffy flock of green hair. Okay. Now, let's get back to business. Turning on the mic, he starts yelling. Wow. Ain't that just beautiful? I like when he was before, Izuku thought as he rubs his poor ears. Sue. On the note, let our newly favorite little listener gives his advice on the fight. Multiple yells of agreement ring out. Izu just sighs and complies. Cough, thank you, present Mike-san. Anyway, in any battle, a strategy is a must, or else you will definitively lose or worse die. Because not everyone will fight with honorable in a street or to the death, and especially not the villains. Two similar quirk students flinch at the stab. Itakuen has the right idea to lure his opponent into a false sense of victory by making himself slower as if he has reached the limit. And the result was what you all saw. However, if Tetsukuen had started to breaking the floor of the arena to create resistance to Ida's movement, as well as weapons like rock or sand, as it would be the best weapon against a speed quirk, he would have won. Everyone, mostly the steel quirk teen, is rooted to their spot as to how the situation, the result could have been different if he has used his brain and not his manly code. But he wasn't sad for long. And from this fight, in a safe environment, you both learned what is your strength and weakness are. Take this as a lesson, not a loss, and continue grooming yourselves to be better. Tetsu with tears streaming down his face like a river yelling. I will. You are so manly. Then he turns to the still awe-struck Ida. who is saluting to the host's booth with a single tear down his face, and bows down. I'm sorry for saying that thoughtless stuff just because of jealousy. And he wasn't the only one in his class. 1B is also bowing in apologize to the rest of class 1A. We are so sorry for not stopping them. Sorry for agreeing with them. Monoma, come here. The familiar blue eyes blonde hair teen stood sulkily in the back was pushed to the front by an orange hair girl. With clenched teeth, he gritted out. Sorry, Monoma. However, the students from 1A saw the guilt and shame in his once proud blue eyes, so they happily accepted. Just like their navy blue hair Sonic. It's okay Tetsu-san. What important is that we continue on head first to be the true hero in the future. Ida shouts out in passion while doing his famous hands chop. The audience couldn't hold back their tears for such a touching moment for the students as they clap in celebration. In the teacher's seat, a scruffy man in black without taking his eyes off the sight of the two students in the arena start to speak. To me, a little competition between students is fine, welcome even. That is why I said nothing about how you talked ideas to your students about outdone mine. However, his hair along with his capture scarf starts to raise up as his brightly blood-red eyes look straight to darker red irises, making the other sweats. If it turns hostile then I won't stay idle. While being several times smaller than the one who he is threatening, Aizawa's aura could bring all might to his knees. Gulping, the bigger man replies, Yes, I am ashamed of myself for letting it get this far. I will talk to them. I will fix this. The taller and muscular build man with two prominent lower canines vows in determination as well as shame and guilt for his jealousy of Aizawa that made him blind to his students' mental health. Only then did Eraserhead stop his quirk and return to the arena. I will fix this. I'm so sorry and thank you, Midoriya-san. Back to the arena. As the two contestants finally leave the arena, Present Mike calls out two more. With all the unexpected but quite welcome drama is done. Let's take a look to our next pair. Like all of the previous pairs, two people walk out and onto the arena facing each other. In this corner, he is strong, he is manly, and he is hard. Kirishima Ijiro from Class 1A. That sounds so wrong, man. The red-hair teen whispers as the brunette chuckles. And in the other corner is the bubbly tea girl that defy gravity, Uraraka Ochako Class 1A. Midnight once again resumes her stand and asks, Are both contestants ready? Receiving the nods from both of them, she yells, Begin! Uraraka quickly rushes forward to touch Kirishima but he dodges it by jumping away. She recklessly attacks him with her opened palms while he could only dodge but the palms are getting closer and closer by the minutes. My God! She is on fire. Well yes, Present Mike-san. For her to activate her quirk she needs to touch either her opponent or objects. So, it is logical for her to continuously attacking Kirishima-kun like that as you put it, on fire. Kirishima, who is obsessed with everything manly, does lots of muscle training as well as stamina training, so he is able to continuously dodge Uraraka's attacks while she starts to losing speed and strength. Waiting when she falls back to gain strength, it's now Kirishima's turn to attack her and with the little to no stamina left in her, Ochako could only dodge two blows while the third landed on her stomach. No mercy whatsoever. Brutal man. The loud blonde sucks his teeth in worry for the small brunette with the agreement of the other audience. Present Mike-san. Scolded Izuku but he didn't say anything as he continues to watch the fight. Time stays still as the loud huff of lost air comes from the brunette. Kirishima looks at her with guilt, but as he was about to ask if she was okay, her face makes him stops his words. A sly grin ran across her face as his ruby eyes widen in realization. His hand, which is still on her stomach, is being held by her two hands. Jumping back and putting her two palms together, she yells, Active! Kirishima immediately feels himself become lighter as he starts to fly off the ground. Not wanting to waste any of the precious time, Ochako runs toward him and takes hold of one of his legs and throws him outside of the rings, earning a shout. Kirishima is out, Uraraka wins. Kirishima is out, Uraraka wins. The crowd cheers widely for the brunette while some booing the red-headed. You don't have to punch her that hard, man. Yeah. That was too cruel. With each of the boos and criticism, Kirishima looks down in shame, and before he or Uraraka could do anything, the familiar voice shouts out. Who said it? Who said that was cruel of him, beating his enemy like that? The crowd immediately quiet down. As a hero, you need to use all your strength to bring down a villain regardless of their age, gender. Kirishima-kun. The said boy pecks up at his name. Do you why you lose? Because he underestimated me. The small brunette cut in, bringing all the attention back to her. Because he worried about me, that is why when he landed a hit, he didn't use his quirk. If he did, I would have lost. That is correct, Uraraka-chan. And what did you feel about this victory? Her dough chocolate eyes cast downward as her voice quivers. A little relief, but not satisfied. Up in the booth, a small smile bloomed on the freckled face. That's a normal emotion to feel. Because on this arena is the place, the best of the best, the place to show the world what you are made up. The place where you and your opponents fight with everything they have. Would a villain go easy on you just because you are a girl, a newbie, or injured? Realization is drawn into everyone's mind as they bow and scream apologize to Kirishima. And Kirishima himself bows to Uraraka, shouting, I am sorry for not using my best to fight you, Uraraka-san. It's okay, Kirishima-kun. Next time I will give it my all. Everyone chuckles at the self-promise of the teen as an amused voice says, Yes, you should, however, before that, you both should look up in martial art to cooperate with your quirk. They salute at the host's booth yelling, Sir, yes sir. Making everyone burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Another lesson from little listener and an interesting respond from his students. Present Mike-san. Ruffled the super soft fluffy hair, Hizashi continues. Anyway, the next two contestants airy. The fire columns flare up as two people walk on the arena. From this side, he is like a human disco with all the sparkling he has from Class 1A Aoyama Yuga. A slender blonde teen with a metallic belt is giving off a pose, arms up behind his neck, shoulders back while pushing his belly upward with the weirdly sparkles surrounding him. And from the other side is the most lushly yet deadly hair that with little water and sunlight then balding is not a problem. Shiozaki Ibara from Class 1B. A beautiful pale-skinned girl. Like all the previous matches, with the signal of start from midnight, both contestants began to fight. Aoyama with his fourth wall-breaking stare began shooting his beam from his stomach at the girl. Ibra quickly brought up her wall of vines to protect herself, however, the beam was too strong so she had to dodge. Haha. Belly beam. Haha. Mike-san. The vines girl began her counterattack as she stuck her hair to the ground, which shot up near the sparkled boy, ready to capture him. The blonde backed away while shooting his beam at the advanced vines, hoping to slow them down. Unfortunate for him, the vines were able to rapidly replace the destroyed one and continued advancing toward him. After tense 3 minutes pass, the ache in his stomach was too unbearable. With one sparkling look at his doom, Aoyama screamed out, Merci. Vines after vines were surrounding him and lifting him upward and outside of the ring. Aoyama is out. Shiozaki wins. The crowd cheers with present Mike, who is the loudest. Girl's power. Never underestimate a girl's hair, folks. As everyone laughs, Shiozaki lowered her opponent down gently to the ground. Merci. Aoyama thanked the girl, all the while throwing sparkles at her. You're welcome? Great sportsmanship. Sue, what do you think about this match, little listener? A soft hum rings out, then the green bean replies. Overall of the whole fight, Shiozaki-chan showed an incredible control of her quirk and evasion skill, but she still needs to invest more in hand-to-hand combat because there will be a time where her quirk will be her disadvantage. Getting such wise advice, the Vines girl with one hand on her left chest and a bow to show respect. Thank you, little listener-san. It is true, while God has blessed me with a wonderful quirk, but it is better to be more prepared. I shall verse myself after this tournament. A weirdly holy light with little small angels were flying around her as she spoke. Okay, cough. And as for Aoyama-kun, I'm also advising you're the same as Shiozaki-chan. Even more, you need to train more to able to handle the withdrawal of your quirk better. Any more than my eyes will blind. Is the only thought of everyone in the stadium. POV starts. Flashback starts. Your quirk is what? The asterisk, I'm so jealous. Foo asterisk. You could have a field day with that kind of quirk. Anyway, just don't use it on us, then we cool. He made me do it. I did not. Well, with his quirk then? Mom, Dad. I didn't do it. Believe me. Just don't do it again. Such a disappointment. Stay away from him, he is bad. Why? 'Cause he is dash. Mudash. Stay away from me, you villain. Don't touch her, you monster. I will provide you with money, but stay away from us. Yes, father. Don't call me or my wife by any of that H1T. We don't have a villain son like you. Asterisk sob asterisk. Flashback ends. All the painful memories, flashbacks keep on flowing back, make me oh so tired. But I will prove them wrong. I am my own person, not some villain making believes just because of my quirk. Let's welcome the next contestants. My ears rang with the loudness of Present Mick's voice. With a grunt and a rub on the ears, I walked out the hallway, into the arena, into the second chapter of my life. I am now on the battlefield with 1,000,000, no, billion of eyes on me, watching me, judging me. What if they were the same? What if they didn't accept me? What if they, Even if they were, I still try. Come on, Shinso. You got this. Finally, after debated with myself, I look at my opponent. Blonde hair with lighting on one of the bangs and a dumb asterisk look on his face. The lighting guy who was on Todoroki's team. Battle starts. Midnight said as I nervously shaking internal while on the outside. I smiled as friendly as I could and said, "Let's the best man wins?" I was screaming bloody murder inside. The foo asterisk is that? He wouldn't answer that. I need something else. What if he used his quirk right now? Yamadash. I sighed in relief as he fell for my dumb asterisk as asterisk of a trap. I quickly ordered him to move outside of the ring. Kaminari is out, Shinso wins. Midnight announced as murmurs and whispers broke out as they were questioning why the student from the hero course just gave up like that. Well, not really my problem. I looked up to the host's booth with a little hope they would not announcing my quirk. Shinso's POV ends. Author, you all knew at the flashback, right? Would you look at that? Kaminari Denki, the human version of Pikachu, has walked off the stage just in the first few minutes. Worried lavender irises stared to look at the booth, waiting with helpless breath as the words he would hear next. That was an example on why the entrance test for the hero course students is still lacking. Shinso nearly fell over in relief as his quirk still remained hidden. What did you mean, little listener? It means I wish to keep Shinso Hitoshi's strength, weakness, and quirk for a little longer. Whatever you want, green bean. The said green bean looks at the retreat purple-haired teen with misty eyes. Brainwash quirk. Deku's POV starts. Flashback starts. Quirkless loser. Poor thing has to put up with that quirkless child. Weakling. How many times, how many people have looked down on me just because of my lack of quirk? DKU. Useless to you is what you are. How close did I almost lose my one and only friend? Asterisk sob asterisk I'm sorry. And how lucky that I didn't. But you are my cry baby. How lucky I got to get you all for myself. Flashback ends. As the happy memories rushed in nearly erase all the bad ones make me smile. Then as if like a breaking dam, my mind started to wander around a certain spiky blonde. Flashback starts. At the age of 10, I was sitting in a garden full of flowers at a park when suddenly something dropped onto my head. I gently took it off and it was a beautiful flower crown. I messed it up so I dumped it to YU. A red face Kaken said without looking at me, and I noticed his hands are caked in dirt and some scratches. I again gently placed it back to my head and smiled happily at him. Thank you, Kaken. I love it. At the age of 12, it was Valentine's Day. I had made some homemade spicy chocolates for Kakin. My hands were burnt, but I patched it up nicely. Then suddenly Kakin dragged me to his house after school and called my mom that I would stay over at his. Without explained anything, he made me sat down and walked into the kitchen saying, "My old hag and old man are off on a date, so it's just us." Later I finally knew, Kakin had asked his mother. Kakin never asked anything from his mother, but for me, he did, to teach him how to cook and make katsudon 6 months ago just to give me a homemade katsudon on Valentine. Flashback ends. Bad Izuku. Stop it. With a slightly red face, I gave a little cough and continued back to the event at hand. Present Mike yelled as usual with a very red-faced Deku beside him. The audience ran wide with their scream as they saw the familiar blonde stepped onto the arena. Blondie. Win man. Yeah. I bet money on you. By ***H lose. He looks like a Pomerania. PFFFTTTTT. And for our main character, he just casually raises his trusted middle finger at them. Oi. No inappropriate gesture. And his opponent is the mystery, dark, emo and maybe Satan's follower, Tokoyami Fumikage. Revelry in the dark. A teenager with a crow's head instead of a human stood in front of his enemy with a blank face, well as blank as a bird's face could. Like always, Midnight starts to announce. Are the fighters ready? Receiving a nod and a grunt, she brought her hand down while saying, "Then begin." Like that, the arena has become a war zone as the bombing sound continuously rang out. With a face that only a mother and a Deku could love, Katsuki was furiously attacking the bird boy without rest. At the hero's area, the blondie's movements are well trained and calculated. Yeah, it isn't all bark and no bite like we thought, huh? Each of his moves was able to create a different combo at each scenario. His potential is endless. True, but I still don't like his attitude. Haha. Same man. At the arena, Tokoyami was facing the rain of attacks from his class president, and the only thing he could do was block and dodge. Not only that, each punch, kick of his opponent was enforced with his quirk resulted in a bright light that weakens dark shadow greatly. Curses. What can I do? His quirk is my worst enemy. What can I do? While Tokoyami mentally freaked out to try to think up a plan, Bakugou had already caught on to the other's weakness. With an evil grin, the blonde rushed in to deliver a punch but was interjected by a big dark hand of dark shadow. Katsuki blasted an explosion to stop himself from advance as well as pushed him upward and over his enemy. He landed directly behind the birds, brought two of his hands together. A flash of memory popped into his mind. Flashback starts. Hey, Kakin. Can you do other things with your explosion quirk? A 12-year-old Izuku asked as he was sitting on a bench while swaying his two short legs. In front of him was a sweating blonde who was drinking a bottle of water after an intense workout. Like what? Curious ruby eyes rested on emerald ones as the greenette tilted his head cutely with one finger near his mouth. He is so cute. Well, there are various explosions and bombs, right? Yeah. A little weirded out by the sudden sparkles from his already cute friend. Then can you make an explosion without sound or make an explosion that is like a flash bomb or as a smoke bomb or dash? The green-headed boy jumped up and down on the bench while listed on and on all the possibilities and ideas about his friend's quirk. Flashback ends. Couldn't hold back a small gentle smile. Katsuki then let out a big flash of blinding light while yelling, "Stun grenade!" The whole area was covered in light and smoke, which made it nearly impossible for the audience to see what has happened. Magically, a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, blew the dark cloud away, revealing two teenagers. The blonde one was on top of the other with one hand held down the other's mouth, beak, down, while the other hand was raised, letting loose of small explosions. You knew, didn't you? The downed bird boy said with difficulty. It was that hard to figure it out. Dark Shadow, as fancy name as it sound, is a one-way ticket of saying, hey, my quirk is a shadow, so light is my weakness. And the expression of the stupid shadow's face whenever I used my quirk. And well, it was a bad matchup, so I felt ya. Bakugou replied with a smug grin, then with a sigh Tokoyami said, I give up. Tokoyami has given up, Bakugou wins. The crowd cheers loudly for the intense battle. Whoa, listeners! That was intense. I could already taste the spiciness all away from here. What do you think, little listener? The green bean takes some time to reply as he was a blushing mess when the angry Pomeranian shot him a soft smile. Asterisk cough asterisk I mean cough. The match was quite a bad matchup like Azui and Todoroki's match, and as for why it won't be revealed as 4? Everyone was holding their breath waiting for the reason, but they only fell off their seats when Deku said, "Reasons? Little listener. You are such a teaser. Haha." Jealous boyfriend is fuming in rage at the remark. Anyway, with Tokoyami, he was too dependent on his quirk, so when he met someone who could weaken or cancel his quirk, he was a sitting duck. The sitting duck hung his head down at that while Dark Shadow was looking smug as he 11. I have let the darkness consume me. I need to learn more hand-to-hand or at least have a secret weapon ready. I shall not let the dar dash. Oh, shut it. Toka. And even the smart guy up there acknowledge my help. Unlike your ungrateful ***. Dark Shadow retold Tokoyami with triumph as Fumikage sighed in defeat. Tokoyami, you should either strengthen your quirk or have other options to fall back when your quirk is disabled. As for Bakugou, the blonde's eyes soften as he nearly misspoke of his name as he discreetly touched the familiar ring on his finger. The same action could be seen with the greenette. While your overall is impressive, but some of the movements were forced and in need of the assistant of your quirk. While this is fine, however, if the battle were any longer, then the risk of your quirk would be greater. So, as cough like the rest of the new hero and her in training, you should not to fall back on your quirk and work more on your body and mind. Yeah, I miss you too, Aizu. Katsuki snickered at another misspoke from his usually perfect lover. Deku, pop in and look at the screaming mess behind him. Well, let's drive into the story and sorry for being a little short, the grammar and being a know-it-all. Please enjoy the story. Okay. And last and not least of the first round, the duel of pinkies. The crowd roars in laughter and cheers as the two pink girls walk up the arena. Some of you would be wondering why the pinky over there got so much stuffs on her. Well, cause she is the mad inventor, Hatsune. From Class 1H. The paled skin girl with pink hair and yellow irises pulled up her buggy goggle to her head while giving a wide smirk. And in the left corner, the pinkest girl in the world from head to toes, Ashido Mina from Class 1A. The pink skin girl who was sketching gave a thumb up at the comment. And like the rest of the previous chapter cough matches, Midnight asked the competitors then started the match. Without wasting any time, Ashido thrust her hands outward and started to rush in while ready to shoot mid-acid at her enemy. Out of nowhere, Mei grinned evilly with a small earphone on her left ear. She started introducing herself. Ladies and gentlemen, what if you was being targeted and shot down by someone? Then this hydraulic attachment bar is the solution for you. The weird bag she was wearing started to shoot out poles from its side and safely evade the acid which was coming her way. In the middle of the evasion, Mei's yellow irises zoom in the row of businessmen who were showing much interest in her inventions. Yes. They are hooked. Mina started to lose her cool as her opponent didn't give her all into the fight. She quickly shot a slimy substance in the direction of evasion of the other pink-headed girl which caused her to slip. But Hatsune easily regained balance as she once again introducing her babies. With the auto-balancer you don't have to worried about losing your balance. In the comment booth, a humanoid parrot is shocked out of his mind that he didn't shout. What even is this? What is happening? The broccoli next to him just chuckled slightly. Haha. She has got a very strong will, all right. Giggle to sell her product, that is. Giggle. So Hatsune's continued to boast her inventions for 10 minutes straight while her alien opponent was red in anger. Then the unexpected thing happened, or more like the exact same thing you are thinking. Hatsune with a satisfied smile stepped out of the ring, which was quickly announced by Midnight. Hatsune is out of the bounds. Ashido advances to the second round. Wiping her brows, the inventor with one hand on her hip claims, "And now I have nothing to regret." All the while ignoring the fuming horns girl behind her. The audience laughs heartily at the match. Well, that was an unexpected event. Hatsum has taken her opponent for a ride. In the teacher's booth, nearly all of the teachers there turn their heads to look at the one in charge of the support course, Power Loader. Maima, the shirtless hero, just hung his head low with a purple dark cloud above his head. Anyway, anything to add in on this last match of the first round, little listener? Deku gave a little cough to compose himself after his laughing fit. First, Ashidotan, you should have kept cool even if your opponent was looking down or making fun of you, so you could think up a better plan to counterattack. While your moves were nimble and flexible, but you need more power in them. Also, try to create more use of your quick. Ashido is nodding along and hanging on to each and every word that the mystery little listener is saying. But why I think his analysis is a little familiar. A spiky blonde-headed sneezed. And I am a little guilty to say this, but Hatsum-chan, the performance was entertaining. However, some of your inventions dash. Babies. They are my babies. Mei shouted out. Yes, your babies, some of them are too big, buggy, and a little inconvenient to use. Mei was about to retort, but she was stopped at a question. Why do you think most of the hero only ask for equipment that support their quirk but not to cover their disadvantage? Like a runner hero only asks for the auto balancer or something for his legs but not the hydraulic attachment bar. She wrecked her brain for an answer, but the only answer she has is, why didn't they? Power Loader has straightened up at that. Who is that boy? With a soft voice, Deku continues. Because they are the protector. By now, Izuku has had everyone's attention. Because they are the protector, they need to able to give the one they are saving, helping and protecting the comfort, the safety. Can they give out those auras if they were to carrying multiple gadgets which are big heavy? From all the babies you have presented, the ideas are brilliant, but it was too diverse. You should focus on one and perfect it. If the hydraulic attachment bar was less visible or smaller, then most of the heroes would love to have them. Really? Just Hatsum-chan. At right now, it is too big and an easy target to a breakdown in a close combat fight. Then Hatsum starts to mutter all of the solutions to minimize her babies, and the same could be said to her teacher. Oh, and Hatsum-chan. Huh. You shouldn't have disqualified yourself like that. Because how much attention you could get if you win this third course? The pink-headed girl's face, which was once bright and happy, starts to lose color and turning blue. She turns to Midnight. Sorry, sweetie, a little too late. Ha 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 ha. The pink-skinned Mina is laughing her off at the situation. Thank you for the helpful comment, little listener. Now we will have 10 minutes break before continues the second ground. As the students were walking toward their ground of friends or just finding a place to seat, a tall muscular with fire licking around it steps forward, a much smaller figure. Shoto, your behavior is still nothing but disgraceful, Shoto. The flaming Traz Endeavor said while leaning onto the wall of the corridor. Todoroki, with a face blanker than a stone wall, power walks past his sperm donor. However, Enji continues like it was nothing. If you had used MY power, then you could have crushed both of the obstacle race and the cavalry battle easily. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. The two-color hair teen chanted in his mind, but the next sentence pierces them all. Stop being childish. Your duty as my masterpiece is to surpass all might. You are different than the rest of the failures. You will reach the limit soon. Todoroki Shoto finally stops walking, ready to retort with the same phrase he has said 1,000 times, but before he could say anything, a memory rushes into his mind. It's your power, Todoroki. Letting out a sigh, he calmly says, it's my power, whether I use it or not is up to me, not you. Surprised at the retort, Endeavor could only watch as his fourth creation walks out of his sight. At the host booth, with a loud knock on the door of the booth, Deku volunteers to open it, and upon opening it, he was captured in a warm embrace of the angry Pomerania. Getting the vine, Present Mike quickly excuses himself and yeeted out of there faster than Ida. I ought to tell Namuri-chan about this. She would love it. thought the exciting blonde cockatoo as he runs toward the general area where midnight ought to be. Now, back to the lovebirds, author, a little belated Valentine's special. V. Kakakin. WH, what are you doing here? Yelled the embarrassing broccoli boy as his lovers still bear hugging him. I miss you, Izu. Bakugou whispered softly in the other's ear as he nuzzles into Izuku's neck. Without any escape route and the desire of being able to be near his boyfriend, Midoriya gives up and hugs back while whispering lovingly. I miss you more, Kaken. Not breaking the hug, but Katsuki unhooks his face from Deku's neck to look deep into his beautiful emerald eyes. Truly? Confused at the question, Izuku asks. What do you mean, Kaken? You cancelled our long date for the loudmouth parrot, then you talked with the foo or Canada's flag first. Furthermore, you have not called me or texted me for days. As he listed each and every reason, the more pitiful his voice get as well as his sulking face. Couldn't resist the rare cute and adorable face of the usually proud and handsome face of the Bakugou Katsuki. Midoriya raises his hands and stretches his Kaken's cheeks. Oi! Diachiduk Swain? See you later then, Izu. Watch me win this festival for you. Then he quickly rushes out, leaving a blushing screaming Deku, a squealing Midnight, and a screaming Present Mike. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get pumped up for the first match of the second round. Then put your hands up for the match between two recommended students. Todoroki versus Yaoyorozu. The very same eyes that has trapped him and his mother, his siblings, for all their life. Not knowing the turmoil inside his head, Momo rushed in and ready to use her all for the fight, and a sound reaches her. Just like that, the tip of her staff was being frozen to the heel of her shoe, which was above the ground in mid-jump. No, it's not over yet. I still said she was in the middle of creating a heat bomb or something related to heat. An ice-cold hand grabbed her throat. In a very cold and commanding voice, Todoroki said, Do you yield? With no other option, she nodded. Yaoyorozu has yield. Todoroki wins. The cheering of the people, the sad and shame face of his opponent wasn't on his mind. The only thing he focused on was the eyes. The cursed eyes that has haunted his dream, his life, and his precious people. So focusing on finding it that he didn't realize that Izuku hasn't been making his comment on the fight, or how a hooded figure walking up to him, or how he was being lead out of the arena. Back at the DJ booth, the Emerald Boy quietly stood up and walked out the room. Hey little listener, where are you going? The match has just ended and you has to make some comment. Turning back to the normal speaking voice of Present Mike, Deku answered darkly. To take care of an emergence patient as well as taking out of the trash. Then he walked out. That was scary. Sweating bucket as Present Mike just watched the previously thought cinnamon roll walk out of the room. Near the audience's back seat, a tall figure which was standing far behind everyone, watching the fight below as his eyes staring dead on the teenage boy. But his stare was broken as a grumble voice called out to him. Flame pervert. Cold dead eyes stared right back at the one who made the remark. You better watch your mouth, child. Or what? You're gonna hit me or some *T? The flame perv gave the boy a murderous look and turned away, but the boy hasn't done yet. I just come to deliver a message to you. Why would I be bothered by the like of you? Smirking, the teenager, he brought out a cell phone and familiar voice rings out. Hello, Endeavor. Surely you would be bothered by the like of me. I clearly remember some meaty hand signed a restriction paper that promised not to appear anywhere near the other Todoroki. The man was shaking in rage as the voice continued. You wouldn't like any more dirt to be dig up now, would you? What do you want? The voice's cheerful tone stopped abruptly as a menacing tone replaced it. What the *** restriction paper written? I'm sure the number 2 hero could read some simple word. With that, the call ended. Endeavor then looked at the message boy who was leaning on a wall looking straight at him. Better get that *** moving. Not having anything to say, the flaming hero stomped out of the stadium. Watching him leave, the boy let out a sigh. Half and half bast ****. This is the first and last time I be nice to your ****. With that, The blonde boy looked down at the arena as the love of his life was leading the unfocused Canada's flag out. Just this one time. Then Bakugou walked back into the darkened hallway. At the infirmary. "What's wrong, sweetie?" An old yet endearing grandma's voice rang out as the door of her office slide opened. "Recovery girl. I think he is in the early stage of panic attack." The urgent voice of her best pupil making her quickly access the situation at hand. "Quick, lie him down and see if you could still talk to him." "Yes." Fast as lighting, Deku has Todoroki lie down on the bed while whispering soft and honey-dew into his ears. Luckily, while slow but Shoto was still able to hear and respond to him. "I am sorry for letting you met him in this situation. What do you? I have filled a restricted paper on him, not allowing him to meet any of you. Don't worry, I have chased him out." "That's good." With that the distressed boy fell into a peaceful sleep. "He is stable and fell asleep." "That's good." Seeing the worry look on her kind heart student, Chio smiled softly and patted his fluffy hair. "Go, I will take it from here." Smiling brightly at her, Deku gave her a quick hug and rushed back out of the infirmary. "You have a great companion," Recovery Girl just said to the cabinet in front of her while rearranged her medicine. Outside of the infirmary, a blonde was standing still with hands in pockets as he began to walk away. The viewers were a little disappointed but still patiently listened to what Present Mike has to say. "For the fight. Little listener. Save me." Internal screamed Hizashi, and as the silent sketches on, the loud hero's best bud is sweat-dropping as the idiotic brain of his so-called friend while Midnight is laughing her off. The fight was epic and quick. Momo was quick yet Todoroki was quicker and stopped her mid-attack. Yamada was crying desperately. He heard the heavenly sound of a door opening as tear and snot dripped down his face. His little partner steps in. "Sorry for the delay, everyone." The soft voice spoke as the audience cheers for his return. "Little listener is back." "Yeah." Whistle. Chuckle at the silly cheer. The Emerald team continues. For the previous fight, Todoroki-san was quick-thinking and stopped his opponent mid-strike, which made them nearly impossible to change direction nor stop. For Momo-san the depressing ponytail girl looks up when her name was called. "I understand your quirk is the creation which creates stuff and your attack mainly by your martial art and weapons. However, sometimes caution is better than first strike and the strongest weapon is the mind." The black-haired girl pecks up at each word as her confidence is slowly being fixed. "Momo-san, you already have the quirk. Creation, then let's add creativity to your mind. With those combine, you will be an unstoppable foe." The usually calm and collected teen has now replaced by a sparkling child with big sparkly doe eyes staring admiringly at the booth. Dabbing his wet eyes, Present Mike screams into his microphone. "Ain't that beautiful, everyone?" The little listener has saved the day with his famous heart-to-heart speech. Before the green boy could deny anything, the crowd has erupted with loud cheer and agreement. Laughing at the adorable embarrassment of the smaller teen, Mike introduces the next pair. With that out of the way, let's welcome our next contestant. He is fast and he is blue. Ida Tenya, the oncoming human robot Sonic. Stepping into the cheer is the deep blue hair Ida, who is doing his BOI's hand while muttering on researching the Sonic character that his teacher has said. Earning laughter from everyone, well, almost everyone. At the first year's seats, a blonde-haired teenager with a black lightning bolt on the side of his bang was planning with his fellow members of the newly established Baku squad. "So, after the festival, we are so kidnapping Ida." "Yeah, Kami bro. We need to teach him the way of the manly man." "I think we also need to kidnap Momo too, guys." The other three look at Zero with a questioning look on their faces. "Why? Just look at her." They turn to see the cluelessness on the smartest girl in the class face and nod their heads sagely. "We shall kidnap both of them." "Yes, Queen." Anyway, back to Present Mike. And his challenger is the top dog himself, the angry Pomeranian, Bakugou Katsuki. F***ku, replied a very insulted Pomeranian, which is always being lectured by the ocean blue robot. "Bakugou. That is not how you speak to your teacher. Much less live on TV. Whatever. Youth, are the contestants ready? As always, Midnight asks the pair, and when she gets the confirmed nod, she shouts. Then let's the fight begin. The speedy one quickly activates his quirk and starts moving around the stadium, hoping to throw his enemy off. Bakugou's speed is the next fastest below me in class, so I need to make him lose sight of me before I fight. When Ida finally behind the unguarded back of Bakugou, he quickly reaches his hand trying to grab hold of the other's shirt. However, his plan was foiled the moment when he tugged the shirt's collar. When Katsuki felt the slighted tug of his shirt, he released a loud and bright explosion which blinded and deafened Tenya. In those few moments, he has grabbed the other's outstretched hand with a feral grin. He body throw the speed boy into the ground and holds him down with his sweat-filled hand. Yield. Ears are still ringing and eyes are still blinded by the previous bomb, and the newly pain on his back. Ida struggles to say, "I'm yield." Ida Tenya has yielded. Bakugou Katsuki wins. The cheers and shouts once again erupted like a volcano as the blonde stands up and stands tall at them all. Thank God for all the speedy and dodging training with Aizu. Dodging shooting tennis balls from the machine was worth it. The spiky blonde is pleased with himself as he doesn't know his trainer is planning to upgrade his training from dodging tennis balls to long sharp needles. While I feel a *** chill down my spine. Yikes. Ain't that was an explosive battle? Yelled an extreme hyper-present Mike, totally oblivious toward the poor ears of his companion. Lucky I have brought extra ears plug. In a flash of an eye, Ida had disappeared only to be boomed by Bakugou, the human bomb boy. Retold in a shorter version by Mike as he is jumping up and down in his seat and obviously doesn't care or bother by the deadpan stare of a teen who is half his age. Yeah, everyone was there and witnessed it. Dark me, or read it. Me, spray holy water and breaking the fourth wall. Bad girl. Dark me. So the extra yelling was not necessary. Mike-san thought of a pouting cinnamon roll as his ears started to hurt. The ears plug are useless. As Deku continues moaning internally for his poor ears, an elbow nudges him. Now wow. Let's listen to our newly favorite little listener. The crowd cheers loudly as the gentle voice spoke. Even though the match was short, but it has shown clearly each of the participants' skills and their quirk in great depth. Just like that, everyone's attention has stolen by the green bean. With the contestant, Ida Tenya Dash. The dark blue-haired boy stands straighter in attention, much like a soldier's attention to his commander. He used his speed to blind his enemy by moving non-stop, all the while finding their blind/weak spot. He didn't charge in blindly like some that have speed-based quirk would do. Ida-kun observed his opponent carefully before acting. However, he may have underestimated his enemy reaction and had not had any counter or plan for it. My advice for Ida-kun is to train your speed, both quirk and quirkless, in order to train your brain to make up plans faster as well as your reflect in any situation. Magically, Ida took a small notebook and a pen which were currently used as he noted down everything the mysterious person has said. Where the F***K- as for HY. That sounded so weird. The internal screaming of red-faced broccoli while the other is spotting a frown on his face as his angel has to call him by his family name. While between the two, his quirk wasn't used and showed cast as much as Ida-kun. However, he has shown more of his ability to work around any situation with or without quirk, which is a very important skill to have. Because you could only have that skill through hardship and determination for the longest of time. The audience was awed with the fact the blonde porcupine was not all bark and no bite. The heroes as well were whispering between themselves and starting to see the blonde in a new light. True that he barely used much of his quirk, but when he did, he used them the most effective way. With his fighting skill and strategic mind, he is already a force in of himself. Add that explosion quirk of his in the equation. A silence falls in the hero area as one thought rings through every single one of them. I want him. As everyone started to think highly of Bakugou despite his faulty mouth, A sly grin blossoms on the mustache man as he nudges playfully at the suspiciously whispering greenette beside him. Aw, singing praises to your hubby now ain't cha. No. I'm not. I commented on him much shorter than Ida-kun. What are you talking about? Denied Deku, which still has not looked at the Cheshire Cat's grin of his companion. Oh really? Well, you only said a few words, but it was all praises, while Ida got more of a lecture than praises. Steam is busting out of Izuku's face. I know you are lovers and all, but try to be fair, okay little listener? Yamada winks at the strawberry next to him as he continues to tease the poor kid. At the stadium, a smug-faced Katsuki is looking at his adorable lover who is blushing up a storm. Cute. The foo asterisk asterisk I mega mouth better not lean in any closer or else I will mother few asterisk asterisk I mute him. His rage was cut by a hand thrust in front of him. Bakugou-san, I was right about you. You are really worthy to be the class president. Well, besides the foul language, it was a great match. Fine, it was 4-I. Bakugou said while taking the robot's hand for a shake as the crowd roared in laughter. Yeah. Sportsmanship. Bring tears into my eyes. But let's move on to the next match, folks. Yeah. Everyone was screaming their head off in excitement at the remark. Then let's get it up for our next contestants. In this corner, the one and only pink spot in our life. Like a drama queen that she was, Mina made a cool alien pose to the cheering crowd. And her opponent is the child of tea whose cheeks are just as pink, Yurikakea Akaku. The sweat-drop face of Ochako greets the audience as she smiles awkwardly at the intro. When they reach the standoff, Midnight says, "Are you girls ready?" Getting a nod at each, Midnight cheerfully says, "Then let's sow the world of girls' power. Begin." Like a rocket, Uraraka rushes toward her enemy with her hands outstretched, hoping to touch the pink girl before the acid could be produced. However, Mina was the more flexible and agile between the two, so she could easily evade the attacks. Like a game of cat and mouse, Ochako continues attacking Mina while the other just waves in and outs of the attacks. And in an unseen moment, Ashido has hooked her left foot onto the right ankle of Uraraka, making her lose her balance and fall. And before she could get up, Pinky has strangled her with her hands spread out and in front of the other girl's face. Yield. Threaten a bit playfully, as Mina starts to produce a small amount of acid on the same palm, which causes the down girl to sigh and say, "I yield." Uraraka yielded, Ashido win. Ovuoe aha. Girls' power. The crowd cheered loudly for the two. Whoa folks, with that brightening girl's power like that, I am speechless. So, I shall pass mine to my dear companion, little listener. Present Mike-sen, one of these days, I swear. On the seats of Class 1A, Kirishima suddenly felt a burst of killer intent right next to him. He shakily turns to find an evil grinning Pomeranian who is staring darkly at the post-cast booth. Gulping, he inches himself a little away from his class insanely president. As I have been saying to most of the students, you should add more body strengthening and martial arts into your workout to prepare for most situations. On whether your quirk is at their best for the situation or the worst, if you train your body, it will become a better host for your quirk and talent to grow. Some of the ex-bullies who were there for the event shiver at the memory of the one quirkless kid who hooped them black and blue, Sparkle EFFORTLESSLY Sparkle. Like Ashido-chan here, I could tell you have been practicing dancing, right? OMG. Sir, yes sir. Okay. Asterisk sweat drop asterisk. However, you should try to combine your quirk into your dancing skill as well as find the martial art that is suitable to your style to increase your offense and defense, as your agility and flexibility are top-notch. The Pinky was blushing harshly at the praises and also awestruck at the possibility of what her quirk plus skill could do if they were combined. OMG, you're making me blush. And why I didn't think of it? At the 1A's seat, a blonde mumbles, "'Cause you are a dumb emph and my baby is smart." In the far left of the stadium, The familiar green-haired woman smiles happily at the host's booth as she listens to her baby as well as the reaction of the people toward her precious Izukin. I knew you could do it. Then a flood of memories rushes back to her. From the unhappy time of her marriage with an unknown man her parents have chosen to the first time, she laid her eyes upon her little green angel. Flashback starts. Inko's POV starts. I grew up in a traditional family where men are above women, where sons are their children and daughters are their merchandise to be sold to other powerful families through marriage. To survive, I hid my talent and acted like a naive, dense, and borderline idiot daughter, sibling to win their pity, their fondness. However, I still couldn't escape the arranged marriage as I was sold to the Wakyaku, to the man who is 5 years older than me but acts like an uneducated brain-dead dog. After the wedding and that one time where I had to fulfill my role as a wife, he's gone most of the time as he spent his family fortune on drinks, food, and women. I didn't care and still don't. He could have other children on the outside for all I care. I only focus on brushing up on my skill as a lawyer to escape from him, his family as well as mine. Along the way, I was pregnant and gave birth to the adorable baby boy who later became the sole light of my life. When I still carried Izuku within me, I had mixed feelings. The baby might be a burden on my plan to escape this hell. However, I need him to stall time, but could I even love him? My son. Then, when I first held him in my arms, first saw his intelligent forest eyes and his innocent smile, I knew I would be willingly forever trapped in this hell just for him to smile to be happy. After Izuku came into my life, everything started looking for me. I reconnected with my longtime childhood friend, Mitsuki, who supported me in my studies and helped look after my angel when I was needed elsewhere. I successfully got a job as an assistant of an old famous lawyer who was respectful toward women and wished for me to be his successor. I finally got a stable job and income, got almost all of the women and some younger generations of my old family into my side to renew the old and useless tradition of the family. Sometimes I wanted to stop, to take a break, just to give up. Maybe the younger one would be more successful than me. Maybe I could just run away, but they could catch me. What if we lose? What if I lose? What would happen to my Izukin? Mama? A sweet voice cut my thought as I looked up to the cutest baby face of my adorable son. But I could say anything as my emotion had drained up and my throat was swollen with swallowed tears. Are you having any Aokis? He reached out his chubby little hands to feel my forehead as my eyes swelled up with tears. Mama doesn't feel hot. He continued to stare at me till I finally looked up at him. Maybe Mama hurts here, like me? My sweet angel, my little sunshine gave me the most broken smile ever as he touched his left chest where his heart should be. Does Mama feel hurt here? Like me when Kaken started to act mean and rude toward me? My eyes widen as those words hit me. What kind of mother am I? Drown in this stupid sorrow when my angel, my light is hurt and alone out there in this cursed world. Before I could do and even say anything, Izukin continued. But don't worry, Mama. I have already smashed him in the face. If there was a mirror in front of me, I was sure it would show my popped-out eyes and dropped mouth at his words. After that, I said to him, my not-so-angelic angel put his hands on his hip and said in the most cutest voice I had ever heard, which I thought he tried to be stern and mean, that, or do you want to be a villain now? If so, then our promise end here as well as our friendship, and then Kaken cried and said sorry. Izukin smiled and giggled happily as he recalled his tale to me. I couldn't stop myself as I asked, really? You said that and Katsuki-kun really did cry? Yes. I was so surprised. But don't worry. We are friends again. He danced and spun around in happiness. I smiled happily for him. When he was first being mean and rude to me, I was sad and confused. I tried everything to understand him, to make him stop being rude, but it all failed. I was very sad and lonely. Izukin, I thought maybe I should leave it be. Maybe that was it, our friendship was. Tears started to gather in the big wide emerald eyes as the memory was still a soft spot for him. I was about to embrace him, but he said, however, I gave it one last battle. One last fight with everything I got. Luckily I won. Right, Mama? Looking at his big wide smile, I should congratulate him, but instead I asked, "What if you lost?" Question mark. What if you lost and all your effort, emotion, and work went to waste? What would you do? I knew he was staring at me, but I had put my head down between my arms. Suddenly, I felt two small arms hug my top head as a soft voice whispered an answer. I would be sad, of course. But I'm still happy because I raised my head to see the shining light at the end of the tunnel. Because I have fought. Like that one hero once said, at least I went down fighting. I like that phrase. And I at least knew that I did try. And I'm not a scary cat. Right, Mama? I am brave. Like a doctor. A boulder had lifted from my shoulder and tears ran down my face as I smiled with all the love and determination. Yes, that's true, my angel. After that talk, I fought, and fought. Finally, we had won, I had won. More so, I have become the head of my family, the Midoriya family. The ever first female head in the family tradition. That day, the Midoriya celebration lasted for 4 days, and Izuku, who was clueless as ever, was gifted with multi-presents, as I had made it my biggest mission to spread the words my Izukin had said to me and lead the family toward this glory. But everything good must have a downside to it, as the family fought out Izukin is quirkless. Many expressed their sadness and pity toward the news. However, they once again blew away Izukin's inner strength and intelligence as he once again stood on top without any help of a quirk. Then the useless husband of mine came home one day just to ask for my son's quirk, and I proudly said he was quirkless. And he had the audacity to belittle my child, the gift child of the Midoriya. With all the knowledge of the law and the fury of all of the Midoriya's family, I sued the useless ass, making him lose all rights to mine assets and his as well. Ban him from seeing even breath in the same air of Izukin, and took more than half of the Wakyaku's wealth and nearly destroyed the family when the stupid ex-husband of mine asked for their help. Flashback ends. That was for messing with my child. I thought in distaste as the memory ended. Then my eyes land on the bleached blonde hair of the one my baby has chosen as his partner, Bakugou Katsuki. In my opinion, he is a little too violent and too much of a hothead, but that violence and anger never aim at my angel, and he makes my baby so happy, so I would let it be, for let not forget he made my Izukin cry and was sad at that time. If it happened again, then his only remains would be the useless D1*K of his. Inko? Is there something wrong? The worried and a little bit of fear voice of my dearest friend and the mother of my sunshine stealer, Bakugou Mitsuki, said. Oh, what do you mean, Mitsuki? I title my head a little and let out an innocent smile. Ah, my bad. It was nothing. I unconsciously let out a bit of killing intent. As everything has gone back to normal, I once again remember the date when the UA's principal and 2 of the school's top teachers asked to meet Izukin and me. Flashback starts. After Izukin recalled the incident at these A and I had calmed down and rechecked him one more time, the heavily bandaged black-haired man bowed deep to my son. I am Aizawa Shoyuda, the teacher of Class 1A who was involved in that incident. I'm greatly thankful for your help in the fight and the aid you had provided for us, the teachers as well as the students. Both I and Izuku blushed at the heartfelt thank you as Izukin, the ever-loving angel, tried to make the man stop bowing to him. It was a normal thing to do. Please raise your head, Aizawa-san. I dashed. However, the man continued to bow as he cut off my baby. And I have known that your dream to be a combat doctor, in which you have already got the certificate for a doctor at such a young age. Everyone was then silent, waiting to what Aizawa-sensei had to say. While your help treating my colleague and me was normal and perfectly legal, however, the aid you provided with the villains, though quirkless, but you still used illegal weapons. No way? You can't be serious? I couldn't control my surprise as well as my fury at the unfairness of this. Mama! Don't get mad. Please. At the pleasing of my baby, I had calmed down somewhat, but I still glared hotly at the so-called heroes. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. We looked at the non-human figure sitting at the middle of the table, which was the U.A's principal, Nedzu. Just as what Aizawa-sensei has just said, I, as the school principal, cannot even express how much your aid has helped us. Then Nedzu, the only non-human hero, as well as the wariest toward humans, at that moment, for the first time in my life, I saw the proudest being kneel down and bow to my son. Nedzu-san. Please. Please stop. As always, Izuken tried to stop them. I smiled the proudest smile that a mother could make with tears streaming down my face. I just did what I think was right, and my friend was there, so I want to help. You could just stay where you were after contacting the recovery girl. But you still rushed toward the danger with all of the unknown factors, unknown dangers. Why? Nedzu looked up and stared straight into my child's forest eyes as if he was searching for something, desperately so. An uncomfortable silence fell upon us as the question had left Nedzu-san. Before I could say or even try to comfort Izuken, he finally spoke up. I know that as a civilian, I don't have the right to possess any armory and better yet, be involved in any of the heroes and police work. Then he looked up straight back at the round beady eyes of Nedzu-san. But I'm willing to face any laws and break just as much if I could at least save one person. I would rather be fined or taken to prison with relief cause I at least be there, helping at least one more person than being safe and sound in my room knowing I could have saved one person, one more person. The heroes were in awe at the resolute of Izuken. How could I sleep at night with the knowledge that I had left someone dead because of my absence when I could be there to help? How could I sleep when my fear of breaking the law brought grief to the deceased's family? A flash of understanding and regret appeared on all of the present heroes. Luckily that I have yet to experience that regret, but I recalled all the time that Izuken called me in the middle of the night after consulting a retired hero or a father, mother, or siblings of the suicide. How he comforted them as they cried their regret, their sorrow, their failure, how he feared he would make the same mistake, fear of how he has to experience that pain. How he cried himself to restless sleep each time. But I wish to never have to, or at least minimize the number of that regret as much as possible. With a clenched fist, my son continued with an unyielding voice. I'm ready and proud to be criticized and punished for that. I had already shed tears at the point while in my head, I recalled and ready myself to sue the Hero Association for the unfairness of them all. However, my preparation was unneeded because Nedzu-san said, I am so glad you have already known all of that. Even though Midoriya-kun, you are an extraordinary individual and would be a great influence in the near future. However, because of the law, your growth are being restricted and that won't do. The Chimera shook his head in disappointment, which I wholeheartedly agree with. At the corner of my sight, I giggled at the blushing Izuken at the praise. And as the principle of youth, the nurture of youth, Nedzu, I could not turn a blinded eye at that. My child and I both looked at him in confused. As Midoriya-kun has already been the recovery girl's apprentice at the UA, so I wish to add his enrollment into the school as a student of the Heroes Department as well be my apprentice alongside recovery girl. Both of us widen our eyes at the proposal. It would greatly help Izuken to achieve his dream as a combat doctor as well as evade the punishment of breaking the law. Well, Midoriya-san, Midoriya-kun, would you accept it? Flashback ends. I smile softly and proudly at my child. I am very proud to be able to call myself your mother, Izuken. Inko's POV ends. All right. Let's get right to the next battle. From this side, with just a flick of her hair you are out. Shiozaki Ibara. The long green hair girl stand into her position, clashing both of her hands in prayer as she waits for her opponent. And this side, the mysterious panda man, my BFFs 2.0, Shinso Hitoshi, the one and only student from 1C, the dark horse. The dark purple hair teen walks into his position, all the while looking warily at his opponent. In the middle of it all, Midnight just stands beautifully there and says, "Let's the battle begins." Ibara's POV starts. While present Mike Sensei is still introducing us, I quickly analyze my opponent. Male, taller than me but thin, so much likely doesn't have much muscle. His physical appearance does not raise any red flag, however, his previous match does. What did he do to make his opponent give up? I quickly try to find any suspicion or hint of what his quirk is. Finding nothing, I abandon the search and ready myself for the fight. Then as we both heard Midnight Sensei saying, I clap both of my hands together as praying and hurriedly send my hair of vines into the ground. However, my prayer was cut shorted as the things left my opponent's mouth. Are you a Christian? Does that mean you hate gay people because of an unreal person? Jesus, don't attack me please. Or Shinso. I searched it online cause I could not find anything to write or for Shinso to say to Ibra for her to get mad. It is all for the plot. I respect everyone's religion. All I can see is red. How dare you T-dash? Then my vision is blackened. Ibra's POV ends. Whoa! Ibra's just left the circle which means Shinso is the winner. What could happen there? The Vine girl quickly snaps out of her trance as that remark, then she realized indeed she is out of the line. Still, shocked by what just happened, she was surprised when a deep voice says, I'm sorry for attacking your religion, but I have to win. It was the purple-haired teen who was her opponent. Ibra could scold or yell at him for what he said in the match, but I could see the pain and regret in your eyes. I shall let this pass, but if you truly mean those words, then the next time you say those, I will not hesitate to punish you in the name of God. Thank you, Ibra-san. Back to the host's booth. Little listener, what do you think about this ground? Any input? The mystery person stays quiet a little while, making everyone hold on to their breath, waiting for the reply. In real-life situations, everything is an advantage or a weakness for you. Never let your enemy catch your weakness, be it your quirk, your body, your personality, or even your belief. Ibra lowers her head and clenches her fists at that, and before she could say or rebut it, he continues. However, it does not mean you need to hide them forever or become emotionless. Everyone raises their eyebrows at that statement, especially the new/young heroes. You can use them as an advantage to lure your enemy into a false sense of control over you. Your quirk's weakness? Strengthen them or have a device to counter them. Your body? Whether it is your past injury or the body type you have trained into, plan ahead, make an account for it. If you are slow, then make their path to you easy to predict or just one straight line. If you are weak, then prepare an extra weapon hidden from view. If they try to make you lose your cool by criticizing your faith, then either keeping your cool or faking being mad to lower the enemy's guard. Like before, everyone is hooked into his every word. And lastly, train yourselves, your body, your mind along with your quirk. That's all. Thank you, little listener, for that inspiring speech. The crowd cheers, and both participants bow their heads, then head back inside. Now let's all ready for the next battle. Between two classmates, a boy and a girl both walk out into the stage, looking tense but for a different reason. One is in fear as well as glee. Oh God! I am about to fight one of the hottest guys in my class, as well the strongest. Kya? Should I be glad or cry? One is in confusion and despair. This is my power, my quirk, but it's from him. But it is mine. He wants me to use it whether it's his or mine. Mother, what should I do? They both are not paying any mind to the introduction that present Mike has said about them, both lost in their thought. Only Midnight's voice brought them out of their brain. The battle begins. The familiar sound of the crack of ice once again surround the stage. Mina Ashido is out of the stage. Winner Todoroki Shuto. The crowd cheers one more. Todoroki, the mental damage is more severe than I thought. That icy hot. Phew. That was a icy cold of him. Ain't I right, little listener? Present Mike cracks a joke while wiggling his eyebrows at Deku-kun, which Deku politely smiles back. Yeah, it sure was. Caught quickly on the sign of unwillingness to comment of his partner, Mike Sensei swings the conversation in a different direction. Well, folks, let's quickly move on to the next match. Between the undefeatable Boom Boom B. The blonde boy who has already walked on stage heard the comment, which, of course, screamed back. The F***K? Boom Boom Boi? In the respective seat of Class 1A, where a group of students is laughing their ass off of that comment. I knew it. Their laughter was interrupted by another shout combined with a chopping hand. Stop this behavior at once. You are not supposed to laugh at your classmate and Mina. You should not say those words as a hero in T-. Oh, loosen up, Ida. Down below, Katsuki heard every single word. I I swear. I will blow up every single of your curve face off after this. Present Mike suddenly feels a shiver down his back, however, as he glances over to Midoriya, whose face has loosened up, and cracking a smile at his joke, he thinks, worth it. A kid his age should smile more. Yes. Boom boom boy. And his challenger is the dark and mystery panda man. Opposite of the raging Pomeranian stood a cool purple teen as he silently observes his opponent. Strong quirk with strong pride, quick reflex and hot temper, Shinso just silently watches the blonde teen screams profanity at his classmates and Present Mike while Midnight stands there laughing her head off. After a minute or two, Midnight has composed herself and says, "Let's the battle begins." As always, Shinso starts talking. So, Boom Boom Boy, huh? A fitting name. However, much to him and everyone's surprise, Bakugou did not say anything, just standing there glaring at the other boy. A little shaken up at the turn of the event, Hitoshi continues. Or Pomeranian is more fitting. A strong, yapping, explosive dog? Please respond. But to his luck, Bakugou didn't reply but started to walk toward him. Panicking, he starts to say random things. Too mighty to even answer me, huh? To step toward. Or cat or dog caught your tongue? Or do you even have a human's tongue, to begin with? 2 steps toward, still silent. Are you too scared to talk? The number star of the newcomer of the hero department is scared of a little old me, a student who is in general department? At that, the explosive boy stops his track. Got you. Then his happiness was short-lived as the blonde continues to step toward him, still not responding. The distance between them is growing thinner at each step, as well as the anxiety in Shinso. No. Why doesn't he respond? Compared to his fighting skill, mine is none. SH1T. SET. Tried to stand his ground in a sloppy stand, Hitoshi screams. Why do people like you get to have a strong quirk like that? Why? 3 then 5 steps. Even with a quirk like mine, I still have the right to dream, right? Or people like me do not have that right too? The purple-haired boy screamed out, screaming all of his pent-up sadness, grief, and anger at the advancing blonde. Why don't you say anything? With just your hands you could have everything I have to fight foot and nails for. With just blast you are everyone's dream, hope, and awe. A flash of terror, fear, and pure hatred of his once so-called friends, his once so-called loving parents when his quirk manifested. There was no gateway to success or even to live for me. Not with a quirk like this. Flashback of all of the malicious words that follow him everywhere he goes. Born villain. Mastermind. The last boss. Monster. Stay away from me, you villain. Don't touch her, you monster. The other person is still quietly listening to it all, not saying anything as he continues to walk toward the cornered one. A person who is blessed with a quirk like you would understand. You could not understand it. The struggle and prejudgment I have to bear just to stand here. As the last word come out of him, a big shadow is towering over him as he knew his journey is about to end. Hitoshi looks up into the ruby eyes of the one who is about to end his dream, his hope, his everything. It is every unfair, time-wasting, and pathetic. Iris eyes stare straight into the ruby ones as Hitoshi swings his left hand into the blonde's face. But I'm not going down without fighting. When a loud smack rings out, the audience who was silently watching the fight or the verbal screaming of the skinny teen cheers loudly as they thought. Maybe the purple kid is an underdog. But the cheers die down quickly as the hit blonde just stands there motionless. With movement too quick for Shinso to follow, Bakugou already has his back pressed to Hitoshi's chest. His outstretched left hand is now caught by both of the rough larger hands. With a light kick to his right leg, Shinso felt his body is being lifted out of the ground, and with a spin, his back connects with the floor in a loud thump. Shinso is out. Bakugou wins. The crowd roars at that. Whoa! That was an intense match. Mentally intense, right, little listener? Present Mike-san. Shush. With that, everyone's attention once again turns to the two who are still on the stage. One is still standing in the stand of throwing while the other one is lying still on the ground where he was thrown. That is it. I've lost. I still have 2 more years. But then, didn't I say that I would care less what your tragic life story is? Shinso glances at the winner as he remembers. I don't know, or do I care what life has given you, bad childhood, bullying, power, wealth, or some other sh1t, I only care how strong you are now. You could have a lame-ass quirk or none at all. Yeah, you did. Bakugou stands up straight, glances toward his beloved, and glares down at the down teen. It is true that I would not truly understand what you have been through. But I can understand this. Shinso has stood up only to see blood-red eyes stare down at him. You haven't done H1T. What Ash? Do you know that every 100,000 people there are 2 people born quirkless? Hitoshi is confusingly looking at him. Is that so? Katsuki clenches his fists as he continues. But only 2% of them live to pass their teen. Everyone is shocked by the revelation, especially the teachers of the UA. I don't know what is your lame-ass quirk is, but at least you could protect yourself with it. But then what about the powerless? What could they do if everyone is against them, from the one younger than them to the one who should be protecting them? From mental and physical bullying to sabotaging everything they own. Present Mike quickly turns to his left, to his silent partner. But there is a person who is the very same quirkless person that everyone spits on. From the tender age of 5, they have to receive the foo **engy injustice from everywhere they went just by existing. However, they didn't give up. They fought tooth and nails to stand on the Friday **ing top at my sh1tty school. Shinso quickly looks up as he fully takes in the words. Your school? Smirking proudly, the blonde nods his head. Yes, my school. They stand on top of everything from academic to sport. The **. They are the only ones who can fight toe-to-toe with me and have the chance of winning. Eyes are widening, mouths are hanging wide as the remark. In my eyes, you are hanging on a cliff with full-ass gear and sh1t, yet you just clinging there whining about unfairness like sh1tty brat. While they are also being thrown there with nothing but their bare hands and feet. They should have been fallen down at the bottom, but they used their skinny hands and feet till it was bloody and broken to one step at a time to climb higher and higher. Bakugou turns his face to the host booth as he lets out a small smile. After they crawled out of that cliff, they continued to climb an even riskier and higher mountain. So, he turns back to Shinso. If a bare-hand person could do it with their will alone, then what will you do? Mr. Fully Geared sh1t. With that, he walks out of the stage. Katsuki's POV starts. The nerves of the jerk of a teacher. How dare he call me a freaking boom boom boy? A flash of Aizu's smiling face, my anger nearly vanish. I swear to God, if it was not for my Aizu's smile, I would commit arson. As I shouted profanity at all the Dumba **MFs up the stadium and the booth, at the corner of my eyes, I could see Bag Eyes over there is trying to size me up or some sh1t. If he only foo **gang analyzes me now, then he is a dead meat and a stupid MF. I have already analyzed most of the extras in the first round to roughly sum up their strength and weakness. And analyzed further for the second and this last round, which is why I knew Bag Eyes' quirk is a voice-based emitter type. So either I'm going deaf or not reply for any of his bullshit. 11. A certain fond memory comes to mind. Flashback starts. It was when we were 11 years old, brat. There was a group of middle school punks who liked to act like the top dog and pick on, bully younger kids who were the same age as Aizu and me. The adults were sh1t at their jobs, so those MFs continued to do their sh11 in the neighborhood without any consequence. One time, only for a brief moment, Aizu and I walked past those stick-up-on-ass hooligans on the street. While I was boiling in rage at their D***K face, Aizu, however, just stared at them for a minute or two, then quickly took out his phone and typed furiously into it. Aizu? What are you doing? He continued to type away without answering me, but I understood as one he determined of finishing something, then there aren't anything that could stop him. Once we reached my house, Aizu sat down with me and finally answered. Sorry for earlier, Kaken. I have to type it down or else I would forget. Okay. It's nothing, but what was it about? At that Izuku's eyes sparkled as he whipped out his phone and started to ramble away. So, when we walked past the Ijimco group The what? Deku then looked at me disappointingly as he explained it was the name of those punks' gang. Anyway, as I was saying, I have taken note of their quirks based on their appearance, and now I will look back my notes from the bullied victims or the witnesses to see if my observation was correct. I looked at him surprised. What? When did you interrogate the extras? And why? At that age, Aizu and I had already studied a little martial art while we were the best of the best, but we were still newbies. So the idea that Aizu was secretly planning to fight that fake bit ***es alone was sickening. I shot right up and started yelling at him. Izuku Midoriya. You are better not thinking freaking fighting them alone without telling, are you? At the sight of the guilty pout face of Aizu said it all. No! Be strong. It does not matter if his big round doe emerald eyes are shiny from tears or his freckled cheeks are puffed out with his lower plump lip is sticking out. I have to stand my ground. As I tried to fight the losing battle in my mind, luckily my childhood friend answered. I am not technically seeking them out to challenge them or fight them alone. I just prepare if I have to fight them, that's all. With a tired sigh, I sat down next to him. I'm just worried about you, Deku. Izuku was visible saddened by that comment, however my next line brightened him up just as quick. I'm not worried about you cause you are weak, but the EGH1T is a gang. A foo *** gang. Even I would a little hesitant to fight them extras all by myself, you know? What would you feel if I were the one who's secretly planning to fight them alone? With a big smile, Aizu answered happily. I would be so worried. Thank you, Kaken. He then stood up gratefully and extended his hand to me as he said, Then my dearest best friend of the whole wide world. Would you like to fight the villains with me? With a grin, I took his soft hand and stood up. Let's kick some ass. After that, let's say Aizu had correctly pinpointed all of the thugs' quirks, strengths, weaknesses, and even the habit and strategies of each individual. Let's just say they were soundly defeated. As we were celebrating our first team-up in beating Dumbledore, I stupidly asked, It was amazing that you knew all their moves and quirk like that, Aizu. How did you do it? Can I learn it? Flashback ends. After that, Aizu made me watch endless document films, fighting records of various fights from hero versus villains to brawling in the street. Then he would randomly ask me the quirk or how to fight a person on the street within bloody time limit. The only plus side to this was he allowed me to pick a fight with his bullies or gangsters. Good time. Anyway, based on all of the fight, the foo *** always said something first, then the other extra answered, but a familiar soft laugh reaches my ears. With a grin, I turn the hearing aids on full volume. No foo *** extra could stop me from hearing my boyfriend's cute laugh. Then R18 announces the battle start and the little shit begins talking shit. So, Boom Boom Boy, huh? A fitting name. Just like I thought, I have to answer the extra for the SH**TTY quirk to work, then this SH11 is over. As the little MF spills some vanilla middle school ***, I leisurely walk toward him. Are you too scared to talk? The number star of the newcomer of the hero department is scared of a little old me, a student who is in general department? I stop in my track when those sure one reach my ears. SH1T. Not some lame-ass soap background stories. The icy hot is bad enough. Don't you dare take up my Aizu's time. I start walking a little quicker toward the shaking extra. Why do people like you get to have a strong quirk like that? Why? F*** king he 11 if I know? Ask the old hag. Even with a quirk like mine, I still have the right to dream, right? Or people like me do not have that right too? Do it look like I own your stupid ass excuse of a brain? Why don't you say anything? With just your hands you could have everything I have to fight foot and nails for. With just blast you are everyone's dream, hope, and awe. Don't tell me what to do, you two pieces of H1T. I don't foo asterisk I care, but if it was Aizu then, there was no gateway to success or even to live for me. Not with a quirk like this. Suddenly in front of me is not the pathetic extra but a 7-year-old Aizu in black and blue and sitting in a fetal position. Then he looks up, his once bright emerald eyes have turned dark and dead as tears threatens to fall. A person who is blessed with a quirk like you would understand. You could not understand it. The struggle and prejudgment I have to bear just to stand here. An image of myself stood tall and shedding the smaller Izuku, but all of the damage blows bypassed me and connected heavily to the already weakened Izuku. Another image of myself crying hysterically as I screamed and screamed for anyone or anything to save my dying beloved friend who was covered in his own blood. When I come to, I was in the standard stand of overthrow, the very first move we studied together. Finally, I address the $8 hole. Didn't I say that I would care less what your tragic life story is? After all that, I quickly walk toward my room as a flood of painful memories come crashing in. Shit. Meanwhile, in other part of the stadium, two figures could be seen standing in a dessert corridor. One is nearly 6 feet, standing in an aggressive posture on the left side of the hallway. The other is massive with twice the size of their standoff and towering them in height as well, standing in an authority posture looking down on his companion. Shoto! When will you stop this rebellious behavior? Yelled the larger man as his flame for hair flare up radiating intense heat. However, Shoto was unfazed with the intimidation of his longtime tormentor as he's standing still staring off the distance. Despite the lack of respect by his own blood, Enji continues. Start using my power to win this pathetic competition. You are my cray dash. Shut up. The air was heated up by the fire-based hero now has dropped down dramatically from just a few words of the younger. I remember that the restraining order still has valid for more than 6 months. Endeavor. The half-and-half teen spat out at the older. Then an eerie silence once again falls upon the two which last for a minute or two. The human flame straightens up, turns his back to the younger boy and about to walk away but not without some loving parting words. Whether you like it or not, you are still my creation. Still my blood. Shoto's face darkened at the mention of his relationship with his trauma, his tormentor, his father. You will fail if you don't use my power. Clenching his fists, the ice wielder says softly but with conviction. It would be better than have to use yours. Knowing he still hasn't able to convince his son to use his other quirk, the older Todoroki begins to walk out of the corridor leaving behind the finally haunting words. I will leave, for now. When the restraining order is nulled, I will be back. When the human torch has gone, the scar teen starts to walk toward the stadium with an expression as if death has won him over. Katsuki's POV. SH1T. I don't care if I look like some maniac to other extras. I continue to curse out loud as the vivid memory keeps on flashing back in my mind. I have to find Aizu. With that goal in mind, I was able to calm down and stomp toward the hosting booth. I could care less if I had to brutally push and shove everyone or everything out of my way. The only thing that keep me from exploding rage is finding Aizu. That's it. My selfless, sweet, kind but strong as F*** K Izuku. Only one more turn and one more corridor and I will be dash. Rebellious behavior? A booming voice stops me at my track, but I was about to give a rat ass about any privacy or secrecy and I was about to walk in as if I own this SH1T. Start using my power to win this pathetic competition. You are my cray dash. Shut up. Candy cane? I whispered as I start to get interest in the situation at hand. Izuku said the Canada's flag's old hag is his first psychology patient and the reason he found out about the deed of the rotten flame bast ***D. As I wait and listen in on the conversation that should not be happened, a cursed memory reappears in the back of my head. Flashback starts. Izuku and I were still in 5th grade when the bullying started to dwindle down just a tad. I was very proud in that particular day as I had gained a reputation as the strongest elementary schooler from defeating 3 middle schoolers. Well, serve them right for bullying Izu. As I was happily waiting for my best friend to arrive after not seeing him for 3 days, who should be healthy, happy, and injure-free. Hi, Kaken. I quickly turned around to greet back, but my words stuck in my throat at the sight before me. Izuku was wearing long coat in August even though it was hot as he 11 and he and I both was sweating like pigs. Not only that, he even wore a big hat that covered his entire face from view. We both stared at each other, waiting for the other to speak first. But as always, as a hothead as I was, I gave in. So, you are wearing coat and hat in summer? Well, you know, I'm cold. Boo 11sh1t. So cold that you are sweating rapid bullets? I challenged as I patiently wait for answer from him. You know, for fashion. Long coat and big hat are a must for summer. I tried to look dead into his emerald eyes which were still hidden behind the big hat. Who in their right mind would wear long coat and hat in the scorching sun? Beside, I don't want to hear fashion from Mr. wearing t-shirt that says t-shirt on it. I scowled him as he started to fidgeting with his fingers. He's lying. Tyin. What's going on? Hey! Those are some nice t-shirt. Izuku rebuked my statement with his lame-ass excuse as always. However, I felt something amiss. Why are you sound so weird? Clear as day, I saw him flinch as the mention of his voice. My suspicion was confirmed as I glanced down his legs by chance and saw a bloody bandage round his right cap. Kaken? Izuku yelled as I suddenly sat down and took hold of his right leg. I felt his flinched from holding his leg and as I looked up, I saw red. From down below, I had finally seen his face. The beautiful forest green eyes were dull, one of them could not even open as the swell was so big and purple that covered up the whole eye. The other one had big dark circle as if he had not gotten any sleep since the last day that I had seen him. His chubby cheeks were nearly gone if one of them had not been so swollen. Then my eyes saw his throat. Kakaken. Let's go. He struggled to get his leg out of my grab but it was fruitless. He even tried to hide his face and throat by holding his hat down when he felt my glaze. However, I had seen it, a marking of a hand, an adult's hand round his small slender throat. I was livid, all I want was to kill the one who responsible for injures, for their inhumane acts. Midoriya Izuku. Both Izu and I were surprised at the calm tone from a person such as myself. But it did the trick as he stopped struggling and resigned to his fate. It was not my mother if it was what you are thinking about. A mountain fell of my shoulders after hearing that sentence. Then who was it? I remember the old hag said something about Annie has some stuff with the clan and will be back on Wednesday? Wait, a realization dawned on me. Auntie left 5 days ago? I yelled in frustration. You was alone in the house for 4 days? It was an important matter in the clan and I am already 10 years old. I know how to cook, clean and dash. He mumbled out more and more excuses but my next word stopped his. Then you would not be this injured. To much anger but nowhere to release it, I fell down onto the ground, ass first. Who? Goddamn 11. Just tell me who was it? Then what? His question baffled me. To give him a gift, what else there is to do? Kick his ass to next Sunday and make him wish he was in dash. You can't. I am strong. I have defeated not 1 but 3. 3 middle schoolers Izuku. I can handle M dash. It was M dash. I am strong. I have defeated not 1 but 3. 3 middle schoolers Izuku. I can handle M dash. It was M dash. Izuku stopped mid-sentence and in my rage, I couldn't see the look of despair and self-loathing on the once bright and determined forest eyes. Don't tell me, is that ba asterisk 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 of a D asterisk asterisk comeback? Did he do this to you? You. I could not remember when I had stood up or when I had taken a hold on the smaller shoulder which could have hidden injures as well. However, I remembered feeling when I finally saw his lifeless eyes as he answered. It was fear. I didn't know then why I was feeling it, but I just knew that I would never ever want to see it on Izuku's face. And it only intensified few years later, when I came across the same eyes in it. Suicide attempt. If I wasn't useless, quirkless, then I would not be beaten like this. Izu. That's no dash. If I wasn't here, if I had a quirk, he would not lose his job and Mom would not suffer so much. Izuku. That is not the truth. He is a scumbag and funnel dash. But Mom has been suffering a lot after I came. That's not true. Auntie loves you and you know I dash. But it didn't deny that fact. If I didn't come to her life, she would have successfully escaped her family, lived a happier life, didn't have a quirkless son. I was shaking, but not from anger. Well, it was but mostly from fear, as the longer he spoke the stronger the feeling of dread I was unknowingly felt. Izuku. That's not T-dash. He cut me off while still not looking at me, as if he was in an abyss of anguish. I have eyes and ears, Kaken. I have seen her torment. I have seen her so broken by her husband, by her family, by everyone, and… No. Izuku, no. By me. He said it with conviction, and I could do nothing to help. And not only that, every single one of my relatives all pity my mother for putting up with her husband and me. Then his eyes shifted to look in mine's. Everyone we met have scorned me. Even you have thought so? The guilt and regret flood me in waves as the shameful memory came crashing in. But maybe, I can change. I can also help. You have helped Auntie so much with the house scores. You helped many bullied kids, patched you up. You have helped me, Izuku. You are helping. I screamed and screamed till my throat croaked up. My vision became blurry until I had troubled breathing while praying with all my mind. Please. Please open your eyes, Izu. Please. And yet, the only thing I received was an emotionless smile accompanied with the color of wilted trees. Flashback ends. It was the darkest time of our life. There were some close calls. Recalling some of unpleasant memories making me clenched my fists. And they always will be like that close call. Then I feel the change in the temperature. So, the trash ever leaves. I could always walk straight up 'cause it is not my business. But, whoa! I knew it. You are the best hero ever, Kaken. The emerald orbs twinkle with joy and pride, the cutest bright smile and complete with slightly pink apple cheeks. Oh, how I would kill to see that face. With a defeated sigh, I turn the corner and lock eyes with White Goods *1. Me, White Goods, comprise major household appliances and may include air conditioners, dishwashers, clothes dryers, drying cabinets, freezers, refrigerators, kitchen stoves. Dark me / Bakugou. A kitchen? Is that trash your spur *donor? Wah. Katsuki's POV ends.